Pokémon, the Shiny Pokémon Attractor. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 2. The sun was shining brightly, and the sun was shining brightly. On a sunny morning, in the suburbs of a leisurely town, a breeding house is located here. Behind the breeding house, on the open space, where Pokémon usually move around, a boy with black hair and black eyes is massaging a Slowpoke. The already stupid Slowpoke's face seems to have melted at this time, and the atmosphere of the whole Pokémon has become more leisurely. And behind the boy, there is a group of elves waiting for the boy's massage. Infernape, you cut in line again. Go to the back and line up properly. Snorlax, don't let Infernape cut in line every time it gives you a berry, the boy suddenly said. The discovered Infernape scratched his head, showed a big smile, and ran to the back of the team. Snorlax swallowed the fruit in his hand, as if nothing had happened. Dragonite, Garchomp, if you two break the house again, you two will not get dessert tonight, the boy shouted immediately, after feeling the ground shaking. Roar. X2 heard the boy's roar, and Dragonite and Garchomp, who were fighting happily, stopped immediately. The two Pokémon were arm in arm, like good friends. Xiaozhi. A voice came from the house, and a grey-haired old lady came out. Grandma, I'm here, the boy called Xiaozhi responded. After patting Slowpoke to let him know that today's massage was over, the boy quickly came to the old lady. Grandma, what's wrong? The boy asked softly. The old man and I have something to tell you. Come, follow Grandma into the house. The old lady took the boy's hand and walked into the house. When they came to the living room, an old grandfather with grey hair sat on the sofa waiting for the old lady and the boy. After seeing the old lady and the boy sitting down, the old grandfather spoke. Xiaozhi, you are already 10 years old. It's time to go on a trip. The old grandfather said straight to the point. Yes, Grandpa and Grandma have high expectations for Xiaozhi, the old lady said very kindly. Hearing what the grandparents said, the boy showed a tangled look. The boy's name in this life is Wutong. The reason for this name is that he was picked up by his grandparents under a Wutong tree when he was still a baby. So, the two old people named the boy Wutong. Seeing this, I believe you have also discovered that Wutong was not originally from this world. There is no need to mention the name of the previous life. At that time, he was a small game anchor with no popularity and no traffic. The main content of the live broadcast is various games related to Pokémon. It's just that he is a game anchor who is chosen by heaven. From the time he came into contact with the game of the Pokémon type until he was reborn, he had never encountered a shiny Pokémon. One day, after being mocked by the only big brother in the live broadcast room for being unlucky, Wutong vowed to get a shiny Pokémon. He would not stop broadcasting until he got a shiny Pokémon, and this broadcast lasted for a week, until even the big brother made a mistake. On the night of the 7th day, Wutong, who mechanically controlled the characters to encounter Pokémon, finally saw the first wild shiny Pokémon in his life. A yellow-green dream demon. The moment he saw this shiny dream demon, Wutong jumped up happily, his heartbeat accelerated, and then his eyes went black, and he fell to the ground. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he had become a baby who could only babble. And the location was not in the crib, but under a huge sycamore tree in a green forest. Of course, it was not without benefits. As an abandoned baby, Wutong was blessed by the evergreen forest and became the owner of the evergreen power, which only occurs once every 10 years. But what is the use of an incapable baby, even if he has the evergreen power? Just when Wutong thought he was going to die young again, his grandparents appeared and took him back home. The child of his grandparents died in an accident at an early age, and the old couple never had any more children. The old couple felt that they had a connection with Wutong, so they simply adopted Wutong. The grandfather's name is Aquin, and the grandmother's name is Xiaoxi. The two run the breeding house business together. The breeding house of the two was in the Kanto region at the beginning, and Wutong was picked up by them in the Viridian forest. But later, for unknown reasons, the two went to the Chengdu region and the Hone region one after another. and now they are in the breeding house continue to operate in the suburbs of Suai town in the Sinnoh region. So Wutong has been traveling around with his grandparents since he was a child. Because his grandparents have always been dressed very simply and are usually frugal. So Wutong also understands that the old couple may be poor. As for changing a region every 2 or 3 years, it is probably because it is easier to develop in a different region. As a Pokémon game anchor in his previous life, coupled with Wutong's love for Pokémon, he should be very eager to travel. But Wutong found that he had a problem. Because of the power of Evergreen, all Pokémon are very close to Wutong. But as long as Wutong tried to command them to fight, they would change their faces instantly. Although they would not attack Wutong, they would definitely not obey Wutong's command. In 10 years, only one Pokémon was different. That was a shining dream demon that Wutong encountered in the forest when he first came to the Sinnoh region. At that time, the dream demon was injured, and Wutong kindly used the power of Evergreen to treat it. After the treatment, Meng Yao has been with Wutong. Wutong thought he had found a way, so he worked harder to rescue the injured Pokémon in the wild, and Wutong gained the friendship of many Pokémon. However, except Meng Yao, no Pokémon was willing to listen to Wutong's command to fight. In summary, Wutong's entanglement was that only Meng Yao was willing to let him command the battle. But it is impossible to complete the journey with only one Pokémon. Even if I challenge the gym, I couldn't participate in the conference. And my family is relatively poor, and I certainly can't support my travel expenses. I'd better not travel. The conditions at home are not good, and I don't worry about my grandparents. Wutong said. Xiaotong, what are you talking about? Aquan showed a confused expression on his face. Yes, Xiaotong. Who told you that the conditions at home are not good? Xingzi also asked. Isn't it? Grandpa and Grandma, you are dressed so simply, and you always have to move. Wutong was also puzzled. We wear plain clothes, because my wife and I don't like bright clothes. We move frequently, because our breeding farms are in various regions and we need to take care of them regularly. Aquan said with a smile. I wonder why you are always reluctant to eat meat, and you always mend a torn piece of clothing, and continue to wear it. Xingzi said helplessly. Don't look at our plain clothes, but they are all made of top quality fabrics and custom made. And aren't you surprised that the breeding farms in each region are so large? Aquan continued to add. Wutong was stunned. He had been thinking too much all along. He was actually a rich second generation. Question mark? Okay, don't be silly. We have prepared the things. You just need to set off. Aquan looked at the stunned Wutong and said. Okay, I know. Then can I go to Masuga town to find Dr. Yamanashi to get the initial Pokémon? Wutong said after realizing that he couldn't beat the old couple, and he didn't want to give up on becoming a Pokémon trainer. Maybe Professor Yamanashi has Pokémon that are willing to listen to his command. Who told you that you were going to travel in the Sinnoh region? We plan to send you to the Kanto region. Professor Oak there has been a long-time friend of ours. You can go to him to get your initial Pokémon and start your journey. Anzi said. Kanto region. Professor Oak. Wutong was a little surprised after hearing this. Maybe he could meet Xiaoxi. He didn't know if he could catch up with Xiaoxi's travel period. After confirming the arrangement, Wutong carried the backpack prepared by Aquan and Anzi for him and officially went to Pallet Town in the Kanto region. Chapter 3. After officially obtaining the initial Pokémon, Professor Oak took out a Pokédex and gave it to Wutong. Wutong's special physique aroused the interest of Professor Oak, so Professor Oak hoped that Wutong could leave later and cooperate with Professor Oak to do some experiments. When Wutong cooperated with Professor Oak's experiment, 2 more people came. Judging from their dress and appearance, they should be twins. The 2 took away Charmander and Bulbasaur smoothly, and Wutong became more and more excited. Because the next one to appear is the Super Rookie, the master of reverse attributes, the immortal demon boy, herein after omitted title X100, Xiaozhi, who accompanied Wutong throughout his childhood. At almost noon, Xiaozhi in pajamas came running in a panic. His embarrassed appearance did not win the sympathy of Professor Oak. However, out of friendship with Hinako, Professor Oak decided to give Xiaozhi the initial Pokémon so that he could travel. After all, only after Xiaoxi went out to travel, Professor Oak could better enhance his friendship with Hinako. Ahem. Back to the topic. According to the familiar plot, Professor Oak took out a Pokeball with a lightning mark. Next is the rebellious period of Pikachu's electric shock segment. Perhaps because of Wutong's physique, Pikachu deliberately avoided Wutong when he was electrocuting people. In this way, Wutong inadvertently gained Pikachu's friendship. Question mark? After exchanging names with Xiaoxi and expressing his desire to fight in the future, Wutong watched Xiaoxi drag Pikachu away. Looking at Xiaoxi and Pikachu going away, Wutong suddenly began to think about the possibility of training Xiaoxi into Xiaoxia. The final conclusion is that it is not as simple as summoning Wargreymon in the Pokémon world and using Javia's power to hit people. After bidding farewell to Xiaoxi, Wutong continued to cooperate with Professor Oak's experiment. It is probably to use different Pokémon to try to fight and record the reactions of Pokémon. Because one of each Pokémon is selected for the experiment, the seemingly troublesome experiment does not take too much time. After completing the experiment on ordinary Pokémon, Professor Oak conducted the second phase of the experiment. The second phase of the experiment is to determine whether most of the shiny Pokémon can listen to Wutong's command to fight. After all, there is a possibility that Waterleap and Dream Demon are special cases. After this, Wutong saw the background of Professor Oak, and the various shiny Pokémon made Wutong drool. Even Xiaoxi, the chosen son, only has a shiny night owl. Professor Oak has dozens of shiny Pokémon of various kinds, including the 3 starters or other relatively rare Pokémon. Wutong even sought for shiny quasi-gods. However, there are basically no first stage Pokémon among these shiny Pokémon. Even if there are, they are Pokémon that have passed the best growth period and are unwilling to evolve for a long time. These Pokémon also show a natural intimacy with Wutong and are willing to obey Wutong's command. Even those Pokémon that are repellent to fighting are willing to symbolically throw skills. Moreover, the shiny Pokémon are very natural to approach Wutong, and they all show a state of liking to be around Wutong. This gave Wutong great confidence. Facts have proved that shiny Pokémon can indeed allow Wutong to command the battle normally. It seems that Xiaotong, you have an attraction to shiny Pokémon. Dr. Oak said to Wutong, after looking at the experimental results. You should be very curious why I have so many shiny Pokémon here? Dr. Oak suddenly asked. Wutong nodded subconsciously. This is because I'm studying a topic recently, which is the difference between shiny Pokémon and ordinary Pokémon. Dr. Oak explained. So that's the case. So are these shiny Pokémon from the Alliance? Wutong said. Almost, but now the subject has reached a bottleneck. I think shiny Pokémon are special. They are outliers in their respective groups, not only in color, but also in ability. Professor Oak said. Just like the water jump fish, its power is far greater than that of its peers. I have also discovered some special abilities of other shiny Pokémon, but they are only physical. Professor Oak continued to narrate. So, Professor Oak, do you think shiny Pokémon should have more special abilities? Is it a special ability? Wutong also became interested. Yes, I will call it the power of shining, because there was a trainer whose shining Vaporeon had the ability to shape water. Professor Oak continued. Does it require special conditions to stimulate the ability? Wutong asked. I think so too, so I hope you can cooperate with me in research. If you want to be a Pokémon trainer, you will definitely encounter many shining Pokémon with your special physique. Professor Oak's meaning is very clear. I understand, Professor Oak. I'm willing to help you with your research. Wutong said happily. That's great, but I can't let you help me with my research for nothing. Professor Oak said, and began to think. How about this? If there is a suitable shining Pokémon, I will give you one. After all, this will also help my research. Professor Oak said. I will work hard. How bad can the Pokémon that Professor Oak promised be? Maybe it will be another shiny starter Pokémon. If we are lucky, maybe we will get a shiny quasi-god. Wutong thought about it, and a silly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Seeing Wutong's appearance, Professor Oak shuddered, and suddenly doubted whether it was the right choice to let Wutong participate in the research. Wutong said goodbye to Professor Oak and officially started his journey. The dream demon still entered Wutong's shadow, and Wutong's shadow had become the dream demon's home. And the water jump fish was also taken directly by Wutong, and Wutong planned to cultivate feelings with it first. It is definitely not, because the water jump fish would bump into him every time it was released. Walking in the evergreen forest, Wutong took out the map prepared by his grandparents for him. Looking at the detailed map, Wutong was moved and amused. Following the direction indicated by the map, Wutong began to move towards Evergreen City. While walking, Wutong tried to teach the water jump fish that bumping into people is a bad habit. Giloo. Waterleap just tilted its head in confusion at Wutong's teaching. Wutong suddenly felt a headache. In order to change his mood, Wutong took out the Pokémon encyclopedia and scanned Waterleap. Waterleap, a swamp fish Pokémon, has a very sensitive radar on its head. It can detect the surrounding situation from the flow of water or air without relying on its eyes. When in the water, it breathes with the gills on its cheeks. If it encounters danger, it will exert amazing power and can smash rocks larger than its body. After the basic introduction, the skills that Waterleap now has appeared in the Pokémon encyclopedia. Current skills: Impact, Shout, Water Gun, Rock Crushing, Rock Falling, Hold, Bite, Double Return, Water Wave. Wutong was not too surprised after seeing the skill pool of the Waterleap fish. After all, according to Professor Oak, the Waterleap fish has been sent back to the research institute many times. It seems that its previous owners did not want to send it back at the beginning and let it learn a lot of skills, but in the end it still lost to the love collision of the Waterleap fish. Bo. When Wutong was still studying the skills of the Waterleap fish, a Bobo appeared in front of Wutong and the Waterleap fish. Very good, Waterleap fish, our first opponent has appeared. Wutong saw Bobo appear and knew that the opportunity to test the combat power of the Waterleap fish had appeared. Giloo. The Waterleap fish called me with full energy. Bobo? Poor Bobo didn't know what he was facing, but just tilted his head and looked at the human in front of him who made people want to get close to him. Sorry Bobo, Waterleap fish, falling rocks. Wutong pointed at Bobo and commanded loudly. Giloo. Xiaoxia picked up a fist-sized stone nearby and threw it at Bobo. A sound of breaking through the air was heard, and before Bobo could react, the stone hit Bobo's head directly. Wutong even saw Bobo rolling his eyes after being hit. Bobo fainted directly after being hit by Xiaoxia and fell softly to the ground. Wutong swallowed his saliva and had a new understanding of Xiaoxia's power. This is simply a skill with super strength. Normal attack is equal to super strength. Wutong is inexplicably looking forward to what will happen after Xiaoxia learns super strength. Looking at Bobo lying on the ground, rolling his eyes, and his tongue hanging out, Wutong used the power of Changpan to treat him. Wutong took Xiaoxia away before Bobo woke up. Soon after Wutong left, Bobo was shocked and got up in fear. Looking around, he didn't find the pink demon who threw stones at him. Bobo? Bobo shouted in confusion, and then looked at himself who was intact. Was he having a nightmare? Chapter 4. The fish was in a mess, but the water was still flowing. Waterleap fish, water gun. Wutong commanded loudly. Giloo. The Waterleap fish shot out a water gun, hitting the green caterpillar that was eating leaves. The green caterpillar was hit by the water gun and fell to the ground. Then he stood up angrily and looked at the guy who disturbed his meal. After determining the target, the green caterpillar sprayed silken shot at the Waterleap fish. Waterleap fish, disperse it with water waves. Wutong was not panicked. Giloo. The Waterleap fish opened its mouth and a series of circular water streams shot out. The silk of the green caterpillar was all blocked. Waterleap fish, drop rocks. Wutong decided to launch a fatal attack. Waterleap fish threw a stone, which hit the caterpillar directly. The caterpillar and the stone hit a tree together. The caterpillar fainted on the spot. Wutong touched Waterleap fish's head to show encouragement, and then used the power of Evergreen to heal the caterpillar's injuries. After the caterpillar woke up slowly, it found that it was not injured, but the appearance of the pink devil was still clearly visible. The caterpillar just felt that it had a terrible nightmare, and the legend of the pink devil continued in the evergreen forest. Strange, why haven't we reached the river after walking for so long? Wutong looked at the map while walking. The distance between Pallet Town and Evergreen City is not far. After passing the river, you can walk along Route 1 for a while and you will reach it. However, Wutong now encountered a problem, that is, he has not even found the river. He clearly walked according to the map. The dream demon also flew out from Wutong's shadow, floating beside Wutong's head and looking at the map with Wutong. The water jump fish ran around Wutong's feet, and it was obviously a little excited by the battle with Bobo and Caterpillar along the way. Gee. A hoarse and unpleasant cry sounded. Wutong looked back and found that it was a Spearow. As for the Spearow, Wutong thought that he would not provoke it if he could. Anyway, with his physique, the Spearow would not attack him actively. However, a pink figure rushed out directly and hit the Spearow head on. Gee. The Spearow did not expect that he would be attacked suddenly. It had always attacked others, but today it was beaten by a fish with long legs. The Spearow, feeling extremely humiliated, let out a sharp cry. Water jump fish. Don't let it scream, rocks are falling. Wutong saw that the Spearow wanted to call his companions and quickly asked the water jump fish to stop it. The water jump fish picked up a stone and threw it out very skillfully. It must be said that the water jump fish is quite talented in throwing stones, and one stone hit the mouth of the spitting bird. The spitting bird stopped crying instantly and fell to the ground with its eyes rolled up. Just when Wutong breathed a sigh of relief and thought it was safe, 5 or 6 spitting birds flew out, and seeing their companions rolling their eyes and holding stones in their mouths on the ground, the spitting birds instantly became angry. I said, do you believe me if I don't know what happened? Wutong said to the angry spitting birds. Giloo. The water jump fish expressed disbelief, and a stone flew out and hit a spitting bird directly. The spitting bird fell to the ground, and a bump swelled up on its head at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gee. Seeing that this pink creature in front of them dared to commit crimes in front of them, the spitting birds became even more angry and screamed together. Wutong wanted to cry, but had no tears. He understood another reason why the water jump fish was sent back to the institute. It was too troublesome. Dream demon, strange light, water leap fish, water wave. Wutong had no choice but to let the dream demon and water leap fish use 2 skills to disturb the Spearows. Wutong picked up the water leap fish and then let the dream demon go back into the shadow and ran away. At this time, he couldn't care about the direction. He had to get safe first. At the second call of the Spearows, another 7 or 8 Spearows appeared. More than a dozen Spearows began to chase Wutong and the water leap fish. The water leap fish held in Wutong's arms was not afraid at all and used water guns to fight back from time to time. If there were no stones around, the water leap fish might want the Spearows to understand what a rock dropping machine gun is. Little ancestor, please be quiet. Wutong helplessly pressed the mouth of the water leap fish to stop it from provoking. Fortunately, Wutong's physical fitness was good, and the Spearows couldn't catch up with Wutong for a while. After walking through the forest for a while, a light appeared in front of him. Wutong ran towards the light and finally saw the river he had been looking for. However, the river was under the cliff. Looking at the fierce man chasing after him, Spearows, Wutong jumped off the cliff without hesitation, while holding the water leap fish. Seeing Wutong and the water leap fish jumping into the creek under the cliff, the Spearows circled for a while and left. The story of a pink demon who kidnapped a kind human and then fell off the cliff spread among the Pokémon. According to the victim, the pink demon was very cruel and liked to throw stones at people. For a while, the Pokémon talked about pink changes. Because the cliff was not very high and the water in the creek was deep enough, Wutong was not hurt after falling into the water. After making sure that the Spearows had left, Wutong and the water leap fish climbed up the shore from the creek. Wutong lay on the ground in a big letter shape, gasping for breath. He had just left the novice village, so why was it so exciting? Wutong glanced at the culprit next to him. At this time, the water leap fish was standing next to Wutong's head, looking well behaved. Wutong felt that psychological education for the water leap fish should be put on the agenda. Are you okay? Wutong suddenly felt his eyes darken. A girl bent down with her hands on her knees and looked at Wutong and asked, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Wutong sat up and said subconsciously. At this time, he saw the girl's appearance clearly. Isn't this the first generation of ZHI girls Xiaoxia? I'm glad you're okay. I saw you crawling out of the river and thought you were in trouble. By the way, I'm Xiaoxia from Hulan City. Xiaoxia said friendly. My name is Wutong. By the way, your fishing rod seems to be moving. Wutong also introduced himself and then pointed to the fishing rod set up behind Xiaoxia. What? Xiaoxia looked back and ran over immediately. Such a fierce reaction. It seems to be a big fish. Xiaoxia said happily while grabbing the fishing rod. Wutong saw this familiar plot and had a bad premonition. Xiaoxia used her arms to pull up the fishing rod at once, and two figures, one big and one small, fell to the ground. It was Xiaoxi and Pikachu. Wutong looked towards the cliff. A shadow was approaching. As for Xiaoxi and Xiaoxia, the story was developing as it was. Xiaoxi was slapped, and then he took Xiaoxia's bike. What? Xiaoxia pinched her waist and complained as she watched Xiaoxi riding away on her bike. Sorry, Xiaoxia, I have to go too. At this time, Wutong also took out his bike because he saw a figure with a bag on his head in the group of Spearows that were getting closer and closer. Hey, what happened? Xiaoxia looked confused as she watched Wutong riding away on his bike. Then she saw a group of Spearows chasing the direction Xiaoxi and Wutong left. Spirit fish. Don't attack wild Pokémon without my command in the future. Wutong pedaled the bike frantically and then shouted to the Spearow sitting in the basket. Giloo. The Spearow nodded as if he understood. After rushing out of the forest, Wutong also caught up with Xiaoxi. At this time, the two had no time to communicate because the Spearows behind them had already caught up. The sky was covered with dark clouds and heavy rain poured down between lightning and thunder. After passing a steep slope, Xiaoxi's bicycle slid sideways and Xiaoxi and Pikachu both fell down. Xiaoxi. Wutong stopped with a tail swing when he saw Xiaoxi fall off the bike. Water leap, water wave. Perhaps because of Wutong's joining, the Spearows became much larger. Fearing that Xiaoxi could not support Pikachu's explosion, Wutong commanded the water leap to stop the Spearow. After a heart-to-heart exchange with Xiaoxi, Pikachu also initially recognized Xiaoxi. Then a thick lightning column rushed into the sky, directly breaking through the dark clouds and rushing into the sky. The lightning dissipated, the sky cleared, the rain stopped, and the Spearows were also in trouble. Wutong, who was affected by Pikachu's lightning column, lay on the ground numb all over. Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, not because of the pain of being struck by lightning, but because he found that his bicycle had become a piece of charred scrap metal. My bicycle, a brand new one, that I just rode once. Wutong felt his heart bleeding. The pure water type water leaper also accepted Pikachu's punishment, lying on its back beside Wutong, one of its hind legs twitching from time to time. At this time, dots of colorful light fell, and the Phoenix King flew across the sky. For some reason, Wutong felt that the Phoenix King seemed to be looking at him. Chapter 5. The two of them ran all the way to Viridian City, holding Pikachu and Wutong holding Xiaoxia. Viridian City residents, thank you for your hard work. It's almost dinner time. Also, pickpockets and thieves kidnapping Pokémons are happening frequently recently, so please be careful. As they walked into Viridian City, Miss Juncha's reminder came from the loudspeaker. Seeing Xiaoxi and Wutong walking into Viridian City, the Viridian City racers, cough. No, it was Miss Juncha from Viridian City who came out of the duty booth and stopped the two. Stop. No suspicious people are allowed to pass. Miss Juncha said righteously. Xiaoxi, who had no travel experience, panicked instantly and wanted to prove that he was a good person. Miss Juncha, this is my Pokémon encyclopedia that can prove our identity. We were attacked by a group of Spearows on the way here. Our Pokémon was seriously injured and urgently needs treatment. Wutong immediately took out the Pokémon encyclopedia and said to Miss Juncha, so that's the case. I'll take you to the Pokémon Center. Miss Juncha couldn't help but smile. A police sidecar was driven in front of Wutong and Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi jumped into the sidecar anxiously. Seeing this, Wutong put the water jump fish in Xiaoxi's arms and wanted to sit behind Miss Juncha. However, as soon as Wutong raised his foot, Miss Juncha accelerated and rushed out directly. Wutong maintained the action of raising one foot, staring blankly at the motorcycle that had run far away. I haven't got on the car yet," Wutong couldn't help but say. However, Miss Junsha drove the motorcycle and disappeared from Wutong's sight with a beautiful tail drift at the corner. Wutong had no choice but to run in the direction of Miss Junsha. Fortunately, the Pokémon Center in any city is very conspicuous. Wutong didn't need to worry about not being able to find the Pokémon Center. After Wutong chased Miss Junsha away, a hook fell in front of a wanted poster on the bulletin board at the entrance of the police booth and tore off the wanted poster. Arrived at the Pokémon Center, Pikachu and Aquascaping had been sent for treatment. Xiaozhi was waiting anxiously on the side, and Wutong was relieved. After all, as long as they are sent to the Pokémon Center, they will basically come out healthy. Phone. While waiting for Aquascaping and Pikachu to be treated, Xiaozhi found a video phone on the side. "Okay, don't have this expression. Now that you have come to Tokiwa City, say hello to your family," Wutong said to Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi nodded, then ran to the phone and dialed the number at home. "Hello, Mom," Xiaozhi said after answering the phone. "Is that Xiaozhi? Where are you now?" Hanako, who was wearing a bathrobe, happily connected the video. Wutong, who was standing on the side, saw Hanako, who was wearing a bathrobe, start to look for the figure of a certain doctor in the corner of the video. After looking around and not finding anything, Wutong sighed with regret. It seems that the mystery of Xiaozhi's father cannot be solved. "I'm at the Pokémon Center in Viridian City," Xiaozhi replied. "Oh, you got to Viridian City so soon. I remember that it took your father 4 days to walk to Viridian City. I didn't expect you to get there in 1 day. You are better than your father," Hanako said. This is the fastest time Xiaozhi has walked in his life. Wutong, who was standing on the side, thought secretly in his heart when he heard Hanako's words. "Of course I'm better than my father," Xiaozhi said as a matter of course. Then Hanako and Xiaozhi started to chat. Wutong also lost interest and returned to the reception desk of the Pokémon Center to wait for his water jump fish. Although it was affected by the aftermath of Pikachu's explosion, the injury of the water jumper was much lighter than expected. So the water jumper was sent out first. Gurgle. The revived water jumper pounced on Wutong. With a muffled sound, Wutong was thrown to the ground directly. Feeling the pain in his chest, Wutong suspected that 2 of his ribs were broken. "Is that instant noodles, Professor Oak?" Xiaozhi's voice came. Professor Oak hurriedly switched the camera, and at the same time, Professor Oak also saw Wutong, who was thrown by the water jumper. Then Professor Oak unconsciously moved his eyes away, as if he was afraid that Wutong would regret sending the water jumper back. Seeing Professor Oak's reaction, Wutong felt more pain in his chest. Professor Oak directly ignored Wutong and began to fool Xiaozhi, expressing his expectations for Xiaozhi. However, after learning that Xiaozhi had a Pokémon before the capture, Professor Oak was disappointed. Seeing Professor Oak's look, Xiaozhi quickly pointed to the slate with the Phoenix King painted on it and said that he had encountered it. "This is a Pokémon that no one has ever encountered. You said you met it? It's impossible." Professor Oak didn't believe Xiaozhi's words at all. "Professor Oak, Xiaozhi didn't lie. We did see the Phoenix King," Wutong said while holding the water jump fish. "Xiaotong, when did you recover?" Professor Oak was startled by the sudden appearance of Wutong. "Don't care about such details. You will get used to being hit after being hit," Wutong said calmly. Of course, it would be better if he didn't rub his chest. Since Xiaotong said so, it's really a great discovery. "You are so lucky to have seen the Phoenix King," Professor Oak said. Why did you believe what Xiaotong said, Professor Oak?" Xiaozhi on the side complained for himself. "Oh, my instant noodles are about to be overcooked. I won't chat with you anymore." Professor Oak looked at his instant noodles and hung up the video call. "Drive Oak is really casual," Wutong said. "Damn it. I must prove to Dr. Oak that I will definitely become the strongest Pokémon trainer." Xiaozhi was obviously stimulated by Dr. Oak and shouted loudly, "Come on, I believe in you." Wutong said perfunctorily, "You are here." An angry voice came. Wutong and Xiaozhi looked in the direction of the voice, and the first generation of wise girl Xiaoxia appeared in front of them carrying a scrapped bicycle. As expected of the first generation of wise girl, her physical fitness is great. Wutong looked at Xiaoxia, who was carrying a scrapped bicycle. Her face was not red, she was not out of breath, and she could still roar loudly, and Wutong thought secretly in his heart. After Xiaozhi and Xiaoxia quarreled for a while, the door of the emergency room opened. Pikachu was finally pushed out, but it didn't look very good. So, is it coming? Wutong said to himself when he saw Pikachu being pushed out. Alarm! Alarm! There is an invasion of outsiders in Viridian City. It is likely to be a Pokémon kidnapping group. Miss Juncha's voice came from the radio. With the sound of glass breaking, 2 Pokeballs fell from the single skylight on the ceiling with unknown meaning. Gas Cabba, gas bombs and Arbok appeared. The gas bombs began to release thick black smoke directly. Xiaozhi and others who were wrapped in black smoke looked around in confusion. What kind of smoke is this? Xiaozhi said strangely, successfully triggering the switch. Since you asked sincerely, Musish's voice sounded. Water leap. Water wave. Wutong interrupted the casting directly. Gurgle. The water leap opened its mouth and streams of water flow rings shot out. Let's finish what we are talking about. Musishi and Kajiro hurriedly dodged the attack and shouted. Oh, then you continue. Wutong said obediently. Since you asked sincerely, Musishi said again. Water leap. Falling rocks. Wutong scored twice and interrupted the spell again. Gilulu. Stones appeared next to water leap and he grabbed one and threw it directly. It's dangerous. You little brat is very rude. Xiaojiro shouted as he felt the stone whizzing past his ears. You guys talk about yours and I attack mine. We don't affect each other, Wutong replied. At this time, the smoke had dissipated, and the 3 members of Team Rocket showed up, with Arbok and Gas Bomb on their left and right. It's just that Musishi and Xiaojiro's expressions were not very good. Do you feel that Xianatang's personality seems to be a bit dark? Xiaozhi whispered to Xiaoxia. Yes, a little bit. Xiaoxia also agreed in a low voice. You too? What are you talking about? Wutong asked with a smile. No, nothing. X2 seeing Wutong's smile, Xiaozhi and Xiaoxia trembled and said hurriedly. Who are you? Xiaozhi shouted at the rocket trio. Since you, Musishi wanted to chant again. Water leap. Wutong called water leap calmly, and water leap picked up another stone, with muscles bulging, and ready to throw it at any time. We are Team Rocket. We are here for Pokémon. Kajiro said hurriedly. What? Don't attack my Pikachu. Xiaozhi shouted loudly. Pikachu? Our target is not the kind of electric mouse that can be seen everywhere. Musishi said disdainfully. We only collect expensive and rare Pokémon. Kajiro also picked up a rose again and said. Pokémon Center, there is no Pokémon you are looking for. Miss Joy said. There are injured Pokémon here. If you look for them one by one, you will find them. Musishi said. I'm going to get angry. Xiaozhi said angrily. You are so long-winded. Water leap. Water wave. Wutong said helplessly and directly let water leap start attacking. Gurgle. Water leap shot out a series of water rings again. Damn, you rude kid. Arbok. Poison needle. Musishi said angrily. Water wave and poison needle collided in the air and exploded. Let's go. Xiaozhi said as he pushed Pikachu up. Joey and Xiaoxia also followed Xiaozhi and started to run away. Xiaoxia did not forget to pull Wutong away. Wutong, who was pulled away, had a question mark on his face. You said you were going to get angry? Why did you just start running? The 4 entered the room where the Pokémon were stored. Seeing the 4 running away, Musishi and Kajiro commanded their Pokémon to start wreaking havoc. The few people hiding in the room just breathed a sigh of relief, and the room suddenly became dark. The circuit was cut off, but it doesn't matter, we still have a backup generator. Miss Joy said calmly. Pika, Pika, Chachu. Pika, Pika, Chachu. XNA shout came, and the lights in the room came on again. On the other side of a glass, a group of Pikachus were running circles on a machine. Electric currents kept appearing on their bodies and were absorbed into the machine above. Wow. So many Pikachus. Xiaoxia said while lying on the glass. An emergency has occurred, and the Pokéball transmission system has been forced to open. An electronic synthesized voice sounded. Let's quickly transmit the Pokémon. Miss Joy said seriously. Wutong and the other two immediately began to help Miss Joy. Soon, the Pokémon were teleported, and at this time, the Rocket Trio also came over. You continue, I'll hold them back. Wutong stood up and said. Water leap. Falling rocks. Because of the destruction of the rocket team, there were many rocks nearby, and the water leap began to throw rocks continuously. Arbok, poison needle. Gas bomb. Poison gas. Musashi and Kajiro, who had just appeared, looked a bit like evil forces, and fought back seriously. Soon, Xiaozhi and the others successfully teleported all the Pokémon away. Hurry up. Seeing that they had teleported the Pokémon, Wutong said. When Xiaozhi heard what Wutong said, he quickly pushed Pikachu and ran away. Where are you running? Musashi shouted when he saw Xiaozhi running away. Gas Bomb and Arbok actually gave up Wutong and Water Leap in front of them and chased Xiaozhi. Wutong had a question mark on his face. Is my Water Leap not worthy? Or do you really love Xiaozhi? Seeing the Rocket Trio chasing Xiaozhi, Wutong and others followed them. Then I saw Xiaozhi pushing Pikachu and bumping into Xiaoxia's scrapped bicycle. Then a bunch of Pikachu ran out and lay on Xiaozhi's Pikachu like a pile of monks. Pikachu! XN Pikachu shouted, and then Musashi, Kajiro and Arbok Gas Bullet felt the baptism of the electric current. Pikachu was also successfully resurrected under this electric current. In that case, let me do it. I like to eat mice the most. Meowth jumped out and said. Pikachu called to Xiaozhi. Pikachu? Yes. I want Pika. Xiaozhi seemed to understand what Pikachu said. Not good. Wutong felt something was wrong and picked up the water jumper and started running outside. Just after Wutong ran out of the Pokémon Center, there was an explosion. TSK. It seems that I have to sleep on the street tonight. Wutong said to himself as he looked at the ruined Pokémon Center. Giloo. The water jumper in Wutong's arms looked confused, not knowing how the Pokémon Center, which was still good just now, became a ruin. Chapter 6. The two of them were in a state of panic. In the evergreen forest, which is still dark during the day, can Xiaozhi, who is facing the caterpillar Pokémon Caterpillar, capture it? Wutong said with a microphone from nowhere in his hand. Xianatong, what are you doing? Xiaoxia asked Wutong in confusion. Pikachu also tilted his head and was full of doubts. Giloo. Water Leap looked at Xiaozhi and Caterpillar with excitement. Watch it. Caterpillar. Xiaozhi seemed to have seen the opportunity, turned his hat, and threw the Pokéball at the caterpillar with force. The Pokéball hit the caterpillar's head accurately, and Wutong keenly saw that the caterpillar's eyes turned into circles. Did it knock him out? Wutong said in shock. The Pokéball fell to the ground and shook twice before becoming quiet. Great. I captured Caterpillar. Xiaozhi ran over and picked up the Pokéball and shouted happily. How can this be called capturing? It's clearly knocking him out. His capturing process is not right. Wutong couldn't help but complain. Yes. Xiaoxia nodded in agreement. Pikachu also nodded. As for why Wutong and Xiaozhi acted together, let's go back to the time after the explosion of the Pokémon Center. Miss Junsha, who had obtained the reason for the speeding, rode a motorcycle and rushed over quickly. Seeing the explosion of the Pokémon Center, she was also shocked. Miss Junsha, you came at the right time. Wutong ran over quickly after seeing Miss Junsha. Miss Junsha, is there any good hotel in Changpon City? Or do you have a place to stay? I don't want to sleep on the street. Wutong asked first. Miss Junsha was full of questions after hearing Wutong's words. Is it time to say this now? Didn't you see that the Pokémon Center was blown up? Seeing Miss Junsha's look, Wutong also reacted and began to tell Miss Junsha what happened. Wutong, why didn't you call me when you ran away? Xiaoxia walked out of the ruins in a mess and asked when she saw the intact Wutong. When did Xianatong run out? Xiaozhi, who was also in a mess, asked in confusion. After making sure that everyone was fine, Miss Junsha also found a place to sleep for Wutong and others to rest. Wutong felt thankful that he didn't have to sleep on the street. The next morning, Xiaozhi decided to set off, and Xiaoxia decided to go on the road with Xiaozhi for the bicycle. Xiaozhi also invited Wutong to form a team. Wutong thought about it and decided to follow Xiaozhi for a while, and then they would separate in Nabi City. Don't worry, I'm here. You won't get lost. Wutong said confidently, patting his chest. Dream? The dream demon in Wutong's shadow cried out, and it didn't understand where Wutong got his confidence from. So Wutong became Xiaozhi and Xiaoxia's temporary teammate, and after meeting the green caterpillar, the scene at the beginning appeared. Xiaozhi, who had captured the green caterpillar, happily ran to Xiaoxia, began to brag and show off, and then pulled Xiaoxia around in circles. TSK. If I didn't know what kind of character Xiaozhi was, I really doubted whether he was the Sea King. Wutong looked at Xiaozhi and Xiaoxia's arm, and turned around very naturally, and muttered to himself. Pikachu, who was staring at Xiaozhi and Xiaoxia's circle, was directly dizzy by the two people's rotation, and fell to the ground with circle eyes. After a while of fighting with Misty, Xiaozhi decided to release the caterpillar and walk together. Xiaoxia, who was afraid of insects, hid behind a tree in the distance, and looked at Xiaozhi with fear. Come out, caterpillar. Xiaozhi released the caterpillar directly. After the caterpillar came out, it ignored Xiaozhi, but rushed towards Xiaoxia at a very fast speed, and then kept rubbing Xiaoxia's legs. Why didn't I realize that this caterpillar was also an LSP? Wutong said to himself. Xiaozhi, who had captured the caterpillar, became more excited. Seeing that Xiaoxia disliked the caterpillar so much, he let the caterpillar crawl onto his shoulder. After such a small episode, the three continued on their way. Xiaoxia kept using Wutong to block the caterpillar, because she was afraid of the caterpillar. Wutong was also helpless, and the tool man was confirmed. The water leap followed Wutong happily. Wutong also discovered that, as long as he kept the water leap around him, he could reduce the number of collisions. So I just kept the water jump fish outside. Originally Wutong wanted to train the water leap fish, but no other Pokémon were encountered along the way. This made Wutong very uncomfortable. After walking for a long time, the few people finally met the second Pokémon. A Pidgeot landed on the ground, as if looking for food. Okay, go. Pokeball. Xiaozhi wanted to recreate the scene of catching caterpillar again. As a result, the Pokeball was casually slapped away by Pidgeot. Oh, it's really frustrating. Wutong said helplessly. It's really stupid. If you want to capture Pokémon, you must first fight Pokémon. The caterpillar is so stupid that you can easily capture it. Xiaoxia said with her hands on her waist. Damn it, you say bad things about caterpillar again. If so, I will prove it to you. Go caterpillar. Xiaozhi said and threw the caterpillar over. Xiaozhi, this guy. Although he knew the plot a long time ago, Wutong was also angry when he saw Xiaozhi's actions. How about it? Are you surprised? Xiaozhi turned around and said confidently. What the hell are you doing? Xiaoxia shouted. What's wrong? Xiaozhi looked back in confusion. When Pidgeot saw the fat green caterpillar, his eyes lit up. It was really nice to have someone give it food when it was hungry. Seeing the green caterpillar being chased by Pidgeot, Xiaozhi didn't know what to do for a moment. Hurry up and take the green caterpillar back. Wutong shouted sharply. Ah, good. Xiaozhi also reacted and took back the green caterpillar. Pikachu, go. Xiaozhi directly exchanged players. Pikachu ran up and solved Pidgeot in a few seconds. Xiaozhi also threw the Pokeball in time and successfully captured Pidgeot. Good. I captured Pidgeot. Xiaozhi happily made a yeah gesture. Pikachu. Pikachu also imitated the scissors gesture. How about it? I successfully captured the second Pokémon. Xiaozhi ran to Xiaoxia to show off. However, what Xiaozhi got in response was a loud slap. Wutong felt relieved when he saw Xiaozhi being slapped. Xiaozhi, who was just starting out, was really too annoying. What are you doing? Xiaozhi asked angrily after being slapped. Xiaoxia began to educate Xiaozhi, and Wutong also made up for him from time to time. At this time, our excellent instructors, the Rocket Trio, appeared again. As expected, the Rocket Trio said that their goal was Pikachu and invited them to fight. The young Xiaozhi agreed directly. I'll help, just as an experience of doubles. Wutong walked out and said, it doesn't matter how many of you come. Musashi said confidently. That's right. We are very strong. Kajiro said, smelling the rose in his hand. Yes, yes, you are very strong. Wutong said perfunctorily. Then, let's start the battle. Wutong's pupils shrank, and his eyes became as sharp as a beast. Musashi and Kojiro were startled by Wutong's eyes, and they forgot the sneak attack they had prepared. The result was very simple. With Wutong's participation, Musashi and Kojiro were easily solved. Forget it. This flower is for you. Musashi said hurriedly when he saw that the situation was not right. No need to pay any more. Kojiro directly stuck the rose in his hand into the ground and said, "We will come back, meow." Meow meow also said. Wutong felt a little regretful when he saw the rocket trio running away. He didn't hear that annoying feeling. The green caterpillar, who performed well in the doubles match with the rocket team, raised his head and began to spit silk, and the silk quickly wrapped himself. Then the green caterpillar emitted light, the light dissipated, and the metal pupa appeared. Great. The green caterpillar has evolved. Xiaozhi said happily after seeing the green caterpillar evolve. Wutong also expressed congratulations, and Xiaoxia was obviously still afraid of insects. After driving away the rocket trio, Wutong, Xiaozhi and Xiaoxia continued on their way. However, Wutong was very depressed that he did not encounter any wild Pokémon. It was clearly the evergreen forest, but there were not many Pokémon. It was really strange. In this way, the three of them, Pikachu and Aquascath, found an open space to sleep for a night. The next day, the three of them continued on their way as usual. At this time, Xiaoxia's scream came. "Ah! There is a bug. There is a bug." Xiaoxia climbed up the tree at some point and shouted loudly, pointing at the ground. Xiaozhi and Wutong looked over and found that it was a hornworm. "Please, drive it away." Xiaoxia shouted. "I'm going to be the world's #1 Pokémon trainer. How can I let a Pokémon go directly? Of course I have to capture it." Xiaozhi said as a matter of course. Pikachu. Xiaozhi planned to let Pikachu go to the battle, but when he looked back, he saw that Pikachu had laid out the blanket and was going to rest. "What? But it doesn't matter, I have other Pokémon. Go, Pidgeot." Xiaozhi regained his spirits. "Come on, come on." Wutong clapped his hands and encouraged without emotion. Although he encountered a Pokémon, it was a hornworm after all, which was really not a challenge for the experienced water jumper. So Wutong planned to watch the battle. Xiaozhi began to command Pidgeot to attack the hornworm. The hornworm was not to be outdone and fought back and forth with Pidgeot. However, the hornworm was not Pidgeot's opponent after all, and was soon beaten into a circle of eyes. "Okay. Get ready to be captured, hornworm." Xiaozhi took out the Pokeball and said, "Ha." A shout came, and a boy wearing samurai armor and carrying a bug net waved a samurai sword and slashed at Xiaozhi. "Xiaozhi, be careful," Xiaoxia exclaimed. However, the warrior boy's attack was directly blocked by a person. Wutong appeared beside the warrior boy at some point, grabbed the warrior boy's wrist, and twisted it hard. He twisted the warrior boy's hand behind his back, and then kicked the warrior boy's knee joint with his foot, causing the warrior boy to be pressed directly to the ground. The samurai sword also fell to the side. "What's going on?" Xiaozhi was shocked when he turned around. "Hurry up and catch the hornworm," Wutong reminded. "Oh, right. Xiaozhi quickly threw out the Pokeball to capture the hornworm. "Then it's your turn. It's not a normal person's thing to chop people with a plastic samurai sword," Wutong said seriously. "It hurts. I was wrong. Let me go. My arm is going to break." The warrior boy cried out in pain. "Who are you?" Xiaoxia also came over and asked. "I'm a samurai, doing samurai training in Viridian Forest, and I want to find a trainer in Pallet Town to duel with Pokémon," the released samurai boy said. "The unicorn that I caught with great difficulty was almost let go because of you," Xiaozhi said. "That's not my fault. Your skills are not mature enough," the samurai boy said without any reflection. "Huh." Hearing the words of the samurai boy, Wutong made a questioning sound and stared at the samurai boy. "Sorry, I didn't mean it." Seeing Wutong's sharp eyes, the samurai boy bowed his head and admitted his mistake. "You want to fight Pokémon with the trainer in Pallet Town, right? I'll fight you," Wutong said. Wutong had a very bad impression of the samurai boy in front of him. After all, in the original plot, it was because of him that Xiaoxi missed the unicorn. The subsequent attack by the giant bee swarm should also be the reason for the unicorn that was let go. At that time, the shameless warrior boy in front of him even accused Xiaoxi of being attacked because he didn't catch the unicorn beetle. When Wutong saw that plot, he wanted to give this ZZ two big Pokemons that he loved to eat. Now that he has the chance, how could Wutong give up? I will definitely not lose, the warrior boy said confidently when he heard Wutong accept the battle. But Xiaotong is not from Pallet Town. Xiaoxi said inappropriately. Don't talk nonsense. I also received the initial Pokémon from Pallet Town, so I'm also a trainer of Pallet Town. Wutong retorted. Go, Karis. The warrior boy directly called out his first Pokémon. Humph, Karis is really wasted in your hands. Water Leap, go, let it see how powerful you are. Wutong taunted. Gurgle. Water Leap jumped directly in front of Wutong and shouted energetically. Is this Karis? Xiaoxi took out the Pokémon illustrated book and scanned it. As for Wutong's Water Leap fish, Xiaoxi had already scanned it. Karis. Use impact. The warrior boy took the lead in launching the attack. Water Leap fish, drop rocks. Wutong commanded. Gilu. Facing Karis rushing over, Water Leap fish picked up a stone that suddenly appeared and threw it hard at Karis. With a burst of air-breaking sound, the stone hit Karis' face directly. Karis felt dizzy for a moment, and the impact could not help but stop. What? The warrior boy didn't understand what happened, and said in shock. Keep dropping rocks. Wutong continued. Gilu. Water Leap fish opened his bows left and right, throwing stones one after another. Karis was directly baptized by the rain of stones, and fell to the ground without any resistance. Karis. The warrior boy, seeing that the armor had lost its ability to fight, he couldn't help but shout out. Call out your next Pokémon. Wutong said coldly. Xiaotong is so strong. Xiaoxi said when he saw Wutong easily solve Karis. Yes, he is much stronger than you, a half-baked one. Xiaoxia hit directly. What did you say? Xiaoxi couldn't help but raise his voice after hearing Xiaoxia's words. These two guys. Wutong shook his head helplessly, not knowing what to say. Damn it, go, Metapod. The warrior boy called out his second Pokémon. As expected, it was the Metapod that competed with Xiaoxi to become hard. You actually sent out the Metapod. It seems that you are only at this level. Wutong mocked mercilessly. You can break the defense of the Metapod first. The Metapod becomes hard. The warrior boy retorted. You are really stubborn, a water-leaping fish, a falling stone, and you treat this Metapod as a stone. Wutong said. What? The warrior boy said in disbelief. He didn't understand how a person with a temperature of 37 degrees could say such cold words. Gurgle. Water Leap fish came to the side of the metal pupa eager to try. The small body easily lifted the metal pupa. The metal pupa became flustered in an instant, and the only eye that could move looked at the warrior boy, as if to say, do you want me to die? Why don't you take me back? Believe in our perseverance. Metal pupa. Keep getting harder, the warrior boy said unwillingly. After hearing the words of his trainer, the metal pupa's eyes became desperate, and he could only hope that he could become hard enough. Gurgle. Water Leap fish didn't care about the metal pupa that continued to harden. He threw the metal pupa out directly, and with the sound of breaking through the air, the metal pupa was embedded in a tree. Water Leap fish, continue. Wutong said calmly. Gurgle. Water Leap fish obediently ran to the side of the metal pupa, pulled it out, and threw it to the ground this time. Xiaoxia, I suddenly feel that Xiaotong is so scary. Xiaoxi swallowed his saliva and stuttered. Don't make Xiaotong angry in the future. Xiaoxia said firmly. Pika. Pika. Pika pick. Pika nodded in agreement. Metapod. Hold on. The warrior boy still refused to admit defeat and continued to make Metapod harden. Then we saw Water Leaper throwing Metapod to various places. There were many marks of Metapod on the ground and tree trunks nearby. Finally, Metapod woke up and could no longer listen to this trainer. It was not him who was thrown. A light suddenly appeared on Metapod, and then the back of Metapod cracked, and a Butterfree appeared. Great. Metapod has evolved. It's time for me to fight back. the warrior boy said happily when he saw Metapod evolve. However, Wutong, who was carrying the power of Changpan, naturally felt the mood of Metapod and showed a meaningful smile. Butterfree, start counterattack, the warrior boy commanded. However, Butterfree did not listen to the warrior boy, but flew in front of him. Butterfree, the warrior boy said in confusion. Then Butterfree flapped its wings fiercely, and a gust of air directly knocked the warrior boy to the ground. Perhaps it was still thinking of a trace of emotion. After knocking the warrior boy to the ground, Butterfree did not continue to attack, but flew away without looking back. How is it possible? Butterfree. Seeing Butterfree abandoning him and flying away, the warrior boy looked incredulous. This is all caused by your immaturity, Wutong said without any sympathy for him. Let's go, let this guy reflect on himself, Wutong said and left with Xiaoxia and Xiaozhi. Only the warrior boy was left slumped on the ground. Chapter 7. The two of them were so busy that they had to wait for the next few days. I can still see Nibe City. Xiaoxia walked into Nibe City, tears streaming down her face unconsciously. In order to become the world's #1 trainer, Xiaozhi finally walked out of the evergreen forest and came to Nibe City. Wutong said with a small notebook that he didn't know where to take out. How dare you say that? I will never listen to your directions again. Xiaoxia turned around and roared at Wutong. That's right, you should just listen to me. Xiaozhi on the side also complained. Shut up too. You two are the same, Xiaoxia said after hearing Xiaozhi's words. Pikachu stood aside and nodded and shouted. Gurgle? Xiaoyu tilted his head and didn't understand why Xiaoxia was so excited. After educating the samurai boy, Wutong, Xiaozhi, and Xiaoxia began their lost journey in the evergreen forest. With Xiaozhi and Wutong taking turns to lead the way, the group walked in the evergreen forest for 2 weeks. In the end, perhaps with the mercy of God, the three finally walked out of the evergreen forest and came to Nibe City. I thought we would be wandering in the forest for the rest of our lives. Xiaozhi sat cross-legged on a stone and said, Nibe represents gray, the color of stone. This city has been famous for stone since ancient times. A voice came. Who is this uncle? Xiaoxia, Xianatong, do you know him? Xiaozhi turned around and asked curiously. Although I don't know who he is, Xiaozhi, you should have sat on this uncle's product. Wutong jumped down and said. Ah, sorry. After hearing Wutong's words, Xiaozhi looked around and quickly jumped off the stone. My name is Wuneng, and I sell stones. Wuneng said. Want a stone to press kimchi? But it looks like you can't. Wuneng said. Of course, I want to be the world's #1 Pokémon trainer. Xiaozhi pointed at himself and said confidently. After chatting for a few more words, Wuneng took the few people to the Pokémon Center in Nibe City. Quartz conference? Good. I want to participate in the competition. After sending his Pokémon to Miss Joy for treatment, Xiaozhi saw the poster on the wall. Okay, I also want to participate in the Quartz conference, so we are opponents, but the qualification to participate in the Quartz conference requires the collection of 8 gym badges. Xiaozhi, can you do it? Wutong teased. Of course I have no problem. Wait for me to meet in the competition, Xianatong. Xiaozhi replied. I'll wait for you, but you should first learn about the attribute restraint of Pokémon. At least as a trainer, you should know what you should know. Wutong tried to persuade. Isn't it enough to just charge with perseverance in a Pokémon battle? Xiaozhi asked doubtfully. X2 hearing Xiaozhi's words, Wutong and Xiaoxia both covered their faces and sighed. Xiaozhi's road to becoming the world's #1 Pokémon trainer is still a long way to go. Are you going to challenge the Nibe gym? Wuneng suddenly appeared and asked at this time. That's right. Xiaozhi said subconsciously. Just you? Not yet. Wuneng shook his head and walked away. What did you say? Xiaozhi couldn't help but shout when he heard Wuneng's words. Wutong and Xiaoxia quickly pulled Xiaozhi, who was shouting, away. The three of them took back the recovered Pokémon and ate at the restaurant in the Pokémon Center. That uncle underestimated me, Xiaozhi said vaguely while shoveling rice into his mouth. Do you really think you can win? Xiaoxia asked helplessly. Gym trainers and trainers you meet on the road are completely different. Wutong also said. and the gym in Nibe City is mainly rock type, and many rock type Pokémon also have ground type attributes, so your Pikachu has no advantage at all. Wutong tried to change Xiaoxi's reckless concept and said, yes, if you ask me, I can lend you my Pokémon. Xiaoxia said, I don't need it. Xiaoxi refused without hesitation. Really? Then it's up to you. Xiaoxia stood up and said, then walked away angrily. Wait a minute. You haven't paid for the meal yet. Xiaoxi shouted immediately when he saw Xiaoxia leaving. Forget it. Forget it. I'll treat you to this meal. Wutong said helplessly, covering his forehead. Xiaoxi, a novice on the road, is really it's very frustrating in every aspect. Really? Xiaotong, you're so nice. Xiaoxi said happily. After finishing their meal, the two came to the Nabi gym. From the front, the entire Nabi gym looks like a huge stone hollowed out and built, which is really characteristic of Nabi City. Wutong and Xiaoxi walked into the gym, which was dark inside. Who is it? With a question, a beam of light shone down, and Xiaogang sat cross-legged there. Since you asked sincerely, Wutong shouted subconsciously. Xiaotong, what are you doing? Xiaoxi looked puzzled. Sorry, it seems that something unclean just now has taken over my body. Wutong scratched his head and said, H-U. X33 sneezes sounded at the same time. In a deep pit, Team Rocket's 3 teams were sitting inside. Why did you sneeze suddenly? Musashi said puzzledly. Someone must have missed us. Kajiro said. It must be Boss Sakaki. Meow. Meow said with mysterious confidence. But how do we get up there? It feels so bad. The thoughts of the 3 members of Team Rocket X3 quickly returned to reality, and they looked up at the cave in trance and shouted. Back at the Nabi gym, Xiaoxi looked at Xiaogang. Are you Xiaogang, the gym leader of the Nabi gym? Xiaoxi asked. I'm Xiaoxi from Pallet Town. Come and duel with me. Xiaoxi said. The gym competition is very different from the small battles on the roadside. This is a formal competition of the Pokémon League, and there are rules. Xiaogang said slowly. Wutong looked at Xiaogang, who was full of style at this time, and couldn't help but sigh. Humans are really complicated creatures. It's a bit beyond expectations. Xiaoxi said to himself when he saw Xiaogang's serious look. What's beyond expectations? Didn't I tell you before I came? Wutong said helplessly. Huh? Really? Xiaoxi smiled awkwardly. Looks like a complete newbie. The rule of the Nabi gym is to use 2 Pokémon. Did you know that? Brock said. No problem. Ash said confidently. How long have you been with that Pokémon? Brock suddenly asked. About 2 weeks. Ash replied. That's when it was really cute. Brock nodded. Pikachu also called out in cooperation. Don't compete. Brock suddenly said. Pikachu staggered when he heard what Brock said. Wutong watched Pikachu act cute silently on the side. You don't need to worry about our affairs. Ash replied in a strange tone. Okay, Ash, let me go first today. Wutong suddenly stopped him. Xiaotong? Okay. Ash saw that Wutong wanted to go first, but he agreed, even though it was strange. Are you going to challenge the gym too? How long have you been with your Pokémon? Brock asked when he saw that Wutong was also going to challenge the gym. Same as Xiaoxi. But don't worry, my situation is special, so you don't need to persuade me. Wutong said in advance. Since this is the case, there is no other way. As the gym leader, I must also fulfill my obligations. Xiaogang said. Xiaogang snapped his fingers after speaking, and the gym instantly lit up. The walls on both sides opened, and the 2 halves of the venue began to close in the middle. Wutong, who had been prepared, directly pulled Xiaoxi to the other side of the venue. Then, let's start the game. Seeing that the venue was closed, Xiaogang jumped into the venue and shouted with a Pokeball. I'm ready. Wutong also took out a Pokeball and responded. Wutong's first gym challenge is about to begin. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8. The battle was over, and the battle was over. Go, Onyx. Xiaogang played the trump card and called out Onyx. Roar. A snake-shaped Pokémon made of stones and with a horn on its head appeared on the field. Go, Water Leap. Wutong didn't have much choice and called out Water Leap. Gurgle. The Water Leap jumped into Wutong's arms immediately after being called out. With a muffled sound, Wutong caught the Water Leap. Water Leap, it's time to fight, Wutong said to Water Leap while enduring the pain in his abdomen. Wutong felt that the strength of the water jump fish seemed to be a little stronger. If it evolved into a giant swampert, he might not be able to withstand the collision. Sure enough, let's not compete. Your water jump fish is still very attached to you. You should spend more time with it during this cute period, Xiaogang said again, after seeing the appearance of the water jump fish. Don't worry about it. My water jump fish is also looking forward to this battle, Wutong said. Gurgle. The water jump fish returned to the field and stared at the opposite side of the big snake, which was dozens of times larger than itself, without any fear. It has a good eye. In this case, big snake, use collision, Xiaogang commanded. Roar. Big snake roared and directly hit the water jump fish. Water jump fish, dodge, and then use water wave. Entering the battle, Wutong's pupils shrank, and his eyes became like a beast. Gurgle. The water jump fish cleverly avoided the head of the big snake, and then sprayed out a stream of water rings. Roar. The water wave hit Onix, and Onix roared in pain. However, the water wave of the water jump fish was not enough for Onix's size. It was not enough to quickly make Onix lose its combat ability. Onix, rocks, Xiaogang shouted. Roar. Onix roared, and many rocks fell from the head of the water jump fish. Water jump fish, smash rocks, Wutong commanded. Gilu. The muscles of the water jump fish bulged and jumped up directly, smashing the falling rocks into pieces again and again. Falling rocks. Wutong continued to shout. Gilu. The water jump fish, which smashed all the falling rocks, grabbed the rubble around it and started throwing it at Onix. With a series of breaking sounds, many broken stones hit Onix. Onix. Curl up. Harden. Xiaogang said hurriedly as he looked at Onix baptized by the rain of stones. Onix coiled up its body, retracted its head into its body, and then a burst of light appeared on its body. Seeing Onix curled up in a ball, Aquafish threw more vigorously. Even though Aquafish was very strong, it was still not enough to face Onix, which was known for its physical defense, and was getting harder and harder. Really hard. Aquafish. Water wave. Seeing that Aquafish had thrown all the stones, but did not have much effect, Wutong changed his attack method. Aquafish opened his mouth, and circles of ring-shaped water flow sprayed out, hitting Onix directly. The price of Onix's super physical defense is life, and its physical attack, special attack, and special defense are all very low, and its speed can only be said to be not slow among Pokémon of the same level. Onix, start counter-attacking. Hit, and then tie it up, Xiaogang shouted. Onix flicked its tail to force Aquafish away, and then changed back to its original state from the curled state. Seeing the direction of the water jump fish, Onix rushed directly to it. The water jump fish was hit directly, before it could dodge, but before it could fly out, it was hooked back by Onix's tail and tightly wrapped. I won't let you have your wish, water jump fish, crush the rocks, Wutong shouted after seeing the water jump fish being tied up. Impossible, the water jump fish is tied up by Onix and can't move. What? Xiaogang suddenly shouted in disbelief halfway through. The water jump fish, which should have been tied up tightly, actually ran out easily, and then the water jump fish jumped high and the light from his hands hit Onix's head. With the sound of rocks breaking, the horns on Onix's head actually cracked slightly. Roar. Onix screamed in pain, and fell to the ground, and lost its ability to fight. What happened? Xiaogang hadn't reacted yet and didn't understand how the water jump fish escaped. The skin of the water jump fish is very slippery. The binding of the stone body of the big rock snake has no effect on the water jump fish. It's like trying to hold a slippery like soap. The water jump fish slid out directly, Wutong explained. It can be said that Wutong deliberately let the water jump fish be tied up by Onix, just to use the slippery skin of the water jump fish to give Onix a fatal blow. However, this method can only be used once when facing a person. Is that so? It seems that you know your Pokémon very well. I was careless. Come back, Onix, Xiaogang said and took back Onix. The gap in Pokémon information made him fail this time. You are an excellent opponent. Go, Geodude. Xiaogang said and called out his second Pokémon. Water Jumpfish. Come on. Wutong encouraged Water Jumpfish. Gilu. Having just defeated Onyx, Water Jumpfish was very excited at this time. Although he was injured, his condition could be said to have reached the peak. Geodude, become round, roll. Xiaogang took the lead in attacking. Water Jumpfish. Hold on. Wutong didn't let the water jumper dodge, but directly defended it on the spot. Gialith wrapped itself with its two hands and a burst of light came out of its body. Gialith seemed to become more round. Then Gialith bounced up out of thin air and spun at high speed. It fell back to the ground and began to roll irregularly towards the water jumper. A green translucent energy shield appeared on the water jumper's body when facing the rolling Gialith. Gialith rolled and hit the green translucent energy shield, and the water jumper's defense was directly broken. It's useless to defend. You can only block it once. Xiaogang obviously didn't believe that Wutong's water jumper had the blood of the European sturgeon. Gialith didn't damage the water jumper's shape for the first time, and immediately rolled around and hit the water jumper. After a long period of rolling, Gialith's speed not only increased, but also the damage increased a lot. That's about it, water jumper. Double return. Wutong shouted. At this time, Geodude could no longer perfectly control its direction because of its high speed and could only roughly control the direction of advance. Not good. Xiaogang instantly understood Wutong's idea. But now, even if Xiaogang gave orders, there was nothing he could do. Geodude could no longer change direction. Aquafish was covered with a rainbow-colored light. Facing Geodude rolling at high speed, Aquafish raised its front paws and forcibly stopped Geodude's rolling attack. Then, the rainbow-colored light that absorbed the damage condensed on the two front paws of Aquafish and hit Geodude back with greater power. Geodude was knocked out at a faster speed and directly embedded in the boulder in the venue. Seeing Geodude with circles in his eyes, Xiaogang knew he had lost. Gilu. After completing the 1-on-2 fight, the water leap fish was happy to have a heart-to-heart collision with Wutong. However, as soon as it turned to Wutong, a feeling of fatigue instantly enveloped its body, and the string that was tense in the battle loosened, and the water leap fish fell directly to the ground. Well done, come back, water leap fish. Wutong encouraged the water leap fish, and then put it back into the Pokeball. After all, it was a 1-on-2 fight, and it was hit by Onyx many times, and it took the rolling attack of Geodude. It is normal to lose strength now. After all, not all double returns are invincible like Fruit God. You are a very good trainer. This is the gym badge you will get after defeating the gym leader. Xiaogang came to Wutong and took out a grey regular octagonal badge. This is the grey badge representing the Nabi gym. It's yours. Xiaogang handed the grey badge to Wutong and said, "Thank you, I got the grey badge." Wutong took the badge and raised it high, shouting happily, "Dream." The dark green dream demon floated out from Wutong's shadow and shouted in celebration. Wutong successfully defeated Xiaogang of Nabijim. What challenges are waiting for him next? Congratulations, Xiaotong, but what are you talking about? Xiaoxi and Pikachu also came to Wutong. Xiaoxi asked puzzledly when he saw Wutong putting away the badge. Pika Pika. Pikachu also shouted in support. It's okay, don't worry." Then it's Xiaoxi's turn to cheer up. Wutong patted Xiaoxi on the shoulder and encouraged him. "Don't worry, I will definitely win," Xiaoxi said confidently. "You are really confident. Since you are Wutong's companion, you must be strong too." The fire of war ignited in Xiaogang's eyes. Although he was too young to see it, Wutong looked at Xiaoxi who was eager to try, and Xiaogang with the fire of war in his eyes, and felt that things seemed to be going in a strange direction developed. Chapter 9. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. Wutong stood aside and looked at Xiaozhi and Xiaogang standing opposite each other. "Xiaozhi, do you want to fight me now?" Xiaogang was the first to break the silence. "No, your Pokémon are all injured, right? I will wait until your Pokémon recover tomorrow before challenging you," Xiaozhi said confidently. Wutong wanted to remind Xiaozhi that as a gym owner, it is impossible to have only two Pokémon waiting for the trainer to challenge. but thinking of Xiao gang, it's okay. Okay, then I look forward to your arrival tomorrow. Xiao gang said, after making an agreement to challenge the gym tomorrow. Wutong and Xiaozhi left the Nabi gym. The two first came to the Pokémon Center for the treatment of the aquascaping fish. While waiting, the two reunited with Xiaoxia. After the treatment of the water jump fish was completed, the three of them went to a nearby restaurant for dinner. Xiaotong, you got the gray badge. Congratulations. Xiaoxia congratulated Wutong after knowing that Wutong's challenge was successful. But Xiaozhi, are you really confident of winning? Xiaoxia then asked Xiaozhi. Of course. I want to be a Pokémon master. Xiaozhi said confidently. Xiaozhi, which two Pokémon are you going to use to challenge Xiaogang? Although he knew the result, Wutong still asked. What if Xiaozhi suddenly got enlightened after watching his own battle today? Of course it's Pikachu. Xiaozhi said without hesitation. Pikachu was shocked. Are you really going to let me fight Onix? Hearing this answer without hesitation, Wutong sighed helplessly. It turned out to be Xiaozhi. But Pikachu at this time was not so stubborn and still knew how to be afraid. But after traveling with Xiaozhi for a long time, even the legendary beasts will dare to shock you. Alas, this guy's hopeless. Xiaoxia said helplessly. Early the next morning, Wutong and Xiaoxia accompanied Xiaozhi to the Nibe gym. After entering the gym, it was not as dark as yesterday. The battlefield in the gym had been arranged long ago. Xiaogang stood on one side of the field waiting for Xiaozhi's arrival. I'm here to challenge the gym. Xiaozhi shouted loudly. I've been waiting for a long time too. Then let's start. Xiaogang also responded. Pikachu, it's decided to be you. Xiaozhi shouted with a wave of his hand. Pikachu looked tangled, but still walked into the field. Go, Onix. Xiaogang released Onix as expected. Roar. Onix roared as it appeared, obviously wanting to find the place where it fought yesterday. Pikachu was scared when he saw Onix gaining momentum and turned around and ran back to Xiaozhi, climbing to Xiaozhi's waist. Pikachu, don't ask to exchange with Pidgeot casually. Xiaozhi said when he saw Pikachu's little claws touching Pidgeot's Pokeball. Wutong covered his forehead helplessly. Pikachu knew that he should pay attention to attribute restraint, but how come you, a trainer, have no self-awareness at all? Speaking of Xiaozhi's outrageous physical fitness, is the Super Rookie a Pokémon, and Pikachu is actually a trainer? Wutong felt like he had discovered a big secret. Pikachu, who was stopped, had no choice but to go up by himself. Seeing the series of interactions between Xiaozhi and Pikachu, Xiaogang was also a little confused. Why was Wutong so strong yesterday, but the guy named Xiaozhi in front of him didn't seem very reliable? Onix. Impact. Seeing Pikachu return to the battlefield and stand up, Xiaogang commanded Onix to start attacking. Roar. Onix, who had been impatient for a long time, rushed towards Pikachu fiercely. Pikachu could not dodge at all and was knocked down by Onix head-on. The next step should be to tie him up, Wutong said to himself while looking at the battlefield. Sure enough, Pikachu was tied up by Onix before he could even fly out. Pikachu. Electric shock. Xiaozhi shouted hurriedly when he saw Pikachu being rolled up. Pikachu. Pikachu tried hard to release the current. The current instantly spread throughout Onix's body, but Onix did not react at all. Roar. Onix tightened its body with all its strength, and Pikachu showed a look of pain. Pikachu. Stop. Xiaozhi shouted when he saw Pikachu in pain. So you want to give up? Xiaogang asked. I give up. Xiaozhi said weakly. Onix put Pikachu down. In fact, when Xiaozhi was shouting, Onix had already let go. Seeing Pikachu fall, Xiaozhi immediately ran over and picked up Pikachu. Seeing Pikachu covered with scars, Xiaozhi was silent. Xiaozhi left with Pikachu in his arms in disappointment, and Wutong nodded to Xiaogang and followed him. Xiaoxia looked around and quickly caught up with Xiaozhi and Wutong. Not far from the Nibe gym, they met Wutong, who had been seen at the entrance of Nibe City. Come to my house, Wutong said. Xiaozhi and the other two came to Wutong's house together. Wutong made hot tea for Wutong and the other two, and Pikachu was put in the quilt with an ice pack on his head. Leave Pikachu to me. Wutong said, and then he put his hands on Pikachu. A stream of energy appeared, and Pikachu's injuries recovered quickly. What is this? Xiaozhi, Xiaoxia and Wutong were all surprised. It's just a little ability, but the side effects will make me very sleepy. I'll sleep first. Wutong yawned and fell down to sleep. Xiaozhi and the others looked at each other. After an unknown amount of time, Wutong woke up. Xiaozhi, Xiaoxia and Wutong were no longer in the house. Pikachu's bedding was also put away. Where did they go? Wutong stood up and looked for them. When he came to the outside of the cabin, Wutong saw Xiaozhi pedaling the water wheel. Xiaotong, are you awake? Xiaozhi saw Wutong. What are you doing? Although Wutong knew what Xiaozhi was doing, he couldn't help asking. I'm strengthening Pikachu. We must defeat Xiaogang fairly, Xiaozhi said as he pushed harder. Wutong glanced at Pikachu with electrodes on his cheeks. Is this really reliable? Chapter 10. The electric current was constantly flowing into the body. Xiaozhi, are you sure it's okay? Wutong asked Pikachu, who was constantly being charged with electricity. I don't know, but Pikachu and I believe that uncle won't lie to us. And I believe in Pikachu too, Xiaozhi said while stepping on the water wheel vigorously. Wutong didn't know whether to praise Xiaozhi or scold Xiaozhi for a moment. If it was a normal Pokémon that forcibly charged energy into the body of a Pokémon, it would have exploded long ago. It's probably only Pikachu who can charge it. Really, Xiaozhi is too easy to trust others. Xiaoxia said helplessly. I say you two kids, don't say it in front of others. Wutong finally couldn't help but said. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaozhi finally ran out of energy, and Pikachu seemed to have reached its limit. Pikachu was surrounded by lightning at this time. It was obviously caused by the overload of electricity in his body. Wutong remembered something, and quickly turned around, and closed his eyes. Sure enough, a dazzling light came out of the overloaded Pikachu behind him. It seems to be full, Wutong said after escaping the disaster. Great. In this way, we can defeat Xiaogang. Xiaozhi shouted happily. Pika Pika. Pikachu was also full of confidence at this time. Pikachu only knows electric moves now, right? Wutong asked. I think so, Xiaozhi said uncertainly. Well, in that case, how do you plan to deal with Xiaogang's rock-type Pokémon? Wutong asked. Of course it depends on willpower, Xiaozhi said without hesitation. Seeing Xiaozhi's matter-of-fact look, Wutong actually felt for a moment that there was something wrong with him. Pikachu can learn a special move against rock-type Pokémon. I know how to train it. Why don't you try it before challenging Xiaogang? Wutong said. Wutong remembered that when Xiaozhi was traveling in the Hone region, Pikachu learned Iron Tail through special training. If it was in the game, Pikachu would need to use a skill learning machine to learn Iron Tail. But in the anime, it is very interesting that Pokémon can learn various skills through special training. Later, Xiaozhi was particularly good at this aspect, especially for the teaching of seed machine guns. Xiaozhi used it better than ordinary Pokémon. Really? Xiaozhi asked happily. Xiaotong can even do this kind of thing. Xiaoxia was also very surprised that Wutong could teach skills. Wutong was also looking at Wutong in surprise, but his hat was pulled down so low that his eyes could not be seen at all, so no one noticed it. Then let's go outside first. Mr. Wutong, borrow your goods, Wutong said to Wutong. Wutong readily agreed. After all, he also wanted to know what skills Wutong could teach Pikachu to restrain rock-type Pokémon. After all, at this time, there is still little knowledge about steel-type Pokémon in the Kanto region. Several people came to the place where Wutong placed the commodity stones. The trick I'm talking about is called Iron Tail, which is a skill that requires the strength of the tail to be trained. So, Xiaozhi first tie a rope on Pikachu's tail, and then put a stone on the other end of the rope. The size depends on how much Pikachu can lift it normally, Wutong said. Understood, Pikachu, let's cheer together, Xiaozhi said to Pikachu. Pikapi. Pikachu shouted in response. Under Wutong's guidance, Pikachu trained the strength of his tail, while Xiaozhi did push-ups on the side to accompany Pikachu. Is this the reason why Xiaozhi has the physique of a super eel rookie? Looking at Xiaozhi's relaxed look, Wutong thought secretly. After strength training, it's flexibility training. Wutong took out the prepared balls. Knock down all the balls. Wutong shouted and threw out the pile of balls in his hand. Pikachu turned his back to Wutong, swung his tail continuously, and knocked down one ball after another. It's not over yet, water leap fish, Wutong said. The water leap fish that had been prepared long ago crashed into the fruit tree next to it, and the fruits kept falling. Pikachu, come on. Xiaozhi held his head with both hands, and squatted while shouting. Pikachu jumped up, twisted his body left and right, and swung his tail continuously, and all the fallen fruits were knocked away without exception. After the last fruit was knocked away, a flash of ray of light. As expected of Pikachu, Wutong muttered to himself after seeing the ray of light. In fact, he himself was not sure whether this method would work. After all, in the anime, Pokemon demonstrated it to Pikachu before training began. However, after seeing the ray of light flashing across Pikachu's tail, Wutong was sure that this method could really learn Ninetale. Of course, it could also be because of Pikachu's talent. However, no matter what, the current result is good. Did it succeed? Xiaozhi also saw the ray of light and asked hurriedly. Almost, but the whole tail of the real Ninetale should be covered with energy. If you continue to practice, it will definitely work, Wutong said. Xiaotong is so amazing, it actually succeeded. Although Xiaoxia was praising Wutong, it was obvious that she had just believed Wutong in her words. Wutong did not speak on the side, still looking unfathomable, but no one knew what he was thinking. Great. Pikachu, let's keep working hard, Xiaozhi said happily to Pikachu. Okay, since you already know how to do it, I'm going to leave, Wutong said. What? Xiaotong, you're not going to travel with me? Xiaozhi said reluctantly when he heard that Wutong was leaving. Yeah, after all, it's too easy to get lost when traveling with you, Wutong teased. That's what I want to say, it's obviously you who have a poor sense of direction, Xiaozhi retorted. You two are almost the same, Xiaoxia complained on the side. Okay, no more jokes, I want to travel by myself, so let's see each other later, Wutong said with a smile. Okay, I'll catch up with you soon, Xiaozhi said confidently. After saying goodbye to Xiaozhi and the others, Wutong embarked on the journey alone. After learning Ninetale, he shouldn't have to rely on the fire sprinkler to barely defeat Onix. Wutong personally hopes that Xiaozhi can get the badge by his own strength. After all, in his opinion, Xiaozhi's talent is actually very high. After all, Xiaozhi has created many moves. It's just that each area is forced to be repointed, which makes it look like a little idiot. Although Wutong doesn't have the ability to train Xiaozhi to Xiaoxia, it's still possible to accelerate his growth. After all, he is one of the protagonists of childhood, and Wutong still hopes that Xiaoxia can become stronger. Just customize a Xiaoxia training plan, Wutong muttered to himself while walking outside Nibi City. But the direction outside Nibi City seems to be wrong. Chapter 11. The forest was full of trees, but the trees were still there. Wutong walked in an unknown forest, holding the map prepared by his grandparents. Strange, I should be able to see Yujian Mountain. Why are there so many trees nearby? Wutong said to himself in confusion. He was a little confused. He was walking according to the map. Why couldn't he find Yujian Mountain? Did Grandpa and Grandma get cheated by black-hearted merchants? Is this map actually wrong? Damn it, these black-hearted merchants are such bastards. They even cheated the elderly, Wutong said indignantly. Wutong didn't think that he might have walked in the wrong way and firmly believed that Grandpa and Grandma were cheated. Gilu, the water leap fish on the side, didn't know why his trainer suddenly got so angry and tilted his head to look at Wutong curiously. It seems that we can't trust the map. I don't know if we can find someone to ask for directions in this wilderness. Wutong put away the map and said, although these maps are fake, they are the intentions of grandparents after all. As a filial child, Wutong will not throw them away casually, and at most he will collect them. It seems that I can only follow my intuition. In this case, water leap fish, let's go this way. I feel that there is a mysterious force in this direction that is attracting me. Wutong pointed to the right and said confidently. Gilu. Water leap fish responded. Wherever Wutong went, he went. It was just a Pokémon. Could it be expected to lead a person with a poor sense of direction? Then it was not water leap fish, but a navigation fish. The dream demon in Wutong's shadow was watching all this silently. It knew very well that Wutong was a person with a poor sense of direction. And it actually secretly looked at the map and knew that Wutong was going the wrong way. But what can it do? As long as Wutong is happy, it's just a dream demon. Why would it deliberately watch its trainer get lost? It's just because it likes its trainer too much. As long as the trainer is happy, nothing else matters. In this way, Wutong began to move forward following the guidance of his sixth sense. Until it was completely dark, Wutong still couldn't find Yujian Mountain. There was no way. Wutong decided to camp in the wild. So Wutong began to look for a suitable place to camp. After searching around nearby, a faint fire attracted Wutong's attention. Wutong took the water leaping fish to the place where the fire was emitted. As he got closer and closer, Wutong also saw the source of the fire. In an open space, a small bonfire was burning slowly. Next to the bonfire, there was a figure holding a branch and stirring the bonfire. However, the weak campfire did not seem to grow stronger as the figure moved, but became weaker and weaker. Because the flame of the campfire was small and the sky was dark, and the person had his back to Wutong, Wutong could not even tell whether the person was a man or a woman. "Excuse me, can I camp here?" Wutong asked. Hearing someone talking behind him, the figure beside the campfire turned his head. Wutong was able to see the person's face clearly. With purple hair and a gloomy face, he looked like a boy born to be a villain. Wutong was surprised when he saw the person's face, because the person in front of him was Shinji, Xiaozhi's rival in the Sinnoh region. "You seem to know me." Shinji's eyes were unexpectedly good. Although it was dark, Shinji still saw Wutong's surprised expression. "No, this is the first time we meet, but you look like an old friend of mine." Wutong lied. After listening to this, Shinji didn't ask any more questions. After all, he wasn't the type to chat enthusiastically with someone he met for the first time. "You can camp in the open space over there, but don't disturb me. If you came here for the bonfire, you'll be disappointed. This bonfire won't last long." Shinji threw away the branch in his hand and prepared to rest. Wutong looked at Shinji, who was starting to spread the sleeping bag, and picked up the branch that Shinji had thrown away. Although Shinji's tone was cold, his words were quite friendly. He was indeed a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Wutong took the branch and prepared to make the bonfire burn again. Wutong was familiar with making fire. As soon as Shinji spread the sleeping bag, he felt that it became brighter around him. Shinji turned around and found that the bonfire, that seemed to be going out at any time, was now burning very vigorously. Wutong had taken out a small pot and placed it on the campfire. Wutong put the cut ingredients into the pot, and when he saw Shinji looking over, he said, "Do you want to eat some together? I'm still very confident in my cooking skills." Shinji wanted to refuse, but his stomach growled. After all, he was inexperienced in his first trip, and he had never learned to cook at home, so even if his brother Lacey prepared enough for him, the food would run out. Shinji forgot to replenish his food, because he was obsessed with training Pokémon, and looking for Pokémon with strong enough fighting strength. So Shinji, who had not eaten for a day, was very hungry now. He had planned to go to bed early to endure the hunger. Now he heard Wutong's invitation and his stomach growled instinctively. "It seems that you haven't eaten for a long time. Wait a moment, it will be soon," Wutong said directly without giving Shinji a chance to refuse. Soon, a pot of fragrant vegetable soup was ready. After a simple seasoning, Wutong served a bowl to Shinji first. Shinji did not refuse the soup handed over by Wutong. He thanked him and took it. After seeing Shinji start to drink the soup, Wutong took out a bowl for the water jump fish and filled it with soup. As for the dream demon, it doesn't like to show up in front of others, especially when eating. "Does the food you make have the effect of promoting the growth of Pokémon?" Shinji asked when he saw Wutong serving food to the water jump fish. "No, it's just ordinary food. If you have to say it's special, it should taste good," Wutong replied while drinking the vegetable soup. "Then why do you feed it to your Pokémon?" "Perhaps because of the desire to eat." Shinji talked more. Because the water jump fish is my partner. What's strange about eating with a partner? Wutong said. He understood what Shinji meant. After all, Shinji still believes in strength first. Partner? Boring. Pokémon just needs to be strong. Shinji said mercilessly. Really? Then do you want to have a Pokémon battle with me tomorrow? Wutong invited him to a battle. He suddenly became curious about what would happen if he changed Shinji's personality right now. Chapter 12. The two of them were in a mess. Faced with Wutong's invitation to fight, Shinji accepted it. He wanted to know whether the guy in front of him had the strength to match his words. Okay, let's talk about something else. My name is Wutong. I can barely be considered a person from Tokiwa City. What's your name? Where are you from? At this time, Wutong was like an old lady at the entrance of the village, asking curiously. Although Wutong knew the answer to the question, some things are difficult to explain without going through the process. My name is Shinji, and I'm from the Sinnoh region. Shinji said briefly. Sinnoh region. I just came back from the Sinnoh region not long ago. Which city in the Sinnoh region are you from? By the way, how can you, a person from the Sinnoh region, travel to the Kanto region? Wutong continued to ask questions in a row. Faced with Wutong's passionate series of questions, even Shinji was a little overwhelmed. My family is in Vale City. As for why I came to Kanto to travel, it was because my brother's first stop was here, so I also chose Kanto as my first place to travel. Shinji replied. What about you? Isn't it the same for you? Shinji asked back. My reason is similar to yours, because my grandparents' hometown is in Kanto, so they hope that the first place I will travel is Kanto. Wutong said. Is that so? Shinji said. The two fell into silence again. Wutong wanted to continue to find a topic, but found that Shinji had turned over to sleep. TSK, what a cold guy, Wutong said to himself. However, Shinji, who turned over, did not sleep and heard Wutong's words, but for some reason, he felt that something bad would happen if he got involved with this guy. So Shinji decided to pretend that he didn't hear it and went to sleep directly. Anyway, after the duel tomorrow, he and I won't have any more encounters. Wutong got up early the next morning. Shinji's living habits were obviously very good, and he woke up early. Shinji, who had just woken up, narrowed his eyes slightly, and his gloomy face looked even more ferocious. After looking around, Shinji woke up quickly, and then a fragrance came over. Are you awake? Wash your face, and have breakfast together, Wutong said with a smile. Shinji looked at Wutong, who was holding a frying pan in one hand, and beating eggs with the other hand skillfully. What does this guy do? Why does he bring so many kitchen utensils when traveling? Thank you. After washing up, Shinji took the toast and fried eggs handed over by Wutong and thanked him. Wutong felt that the fledgling Shinji was much easier to get along with than the Shinji who returned to the Sinnoh region. Although his personality was a little cold, he was not so sharp-tongued. Maybe he hasn't experienced the baptism of time yet. As for Xiaozhi, Wutong felt a headache when he thought of Xiaozhi's reverse growth, especially when the new Muji Shinji returned. Wutong felt that Shinji and Xiaozhi were not of the same style. How could they be seen as people of the same age? Shinji quickly finished his breakfast and took the initiative to clean up the dishes. After all, Shinji's personality made him not want to owe favors. Gurgle. Chuayu shouted with full energy after finishing breakfast. As for the dream demon in Wutong's shadow, Wutong certainly would not forget that he had given a portion of food to the dream demon before Shinji woke up. After Shinji cleaned up the tableau, he called out his Pokémon to start training. A Squirtle and an Adoran, these are the Pokémon Shinji has now. Squirtle must practice super absorption today, and the leaf blade must be released faster. It is still too slow now, Shinji said to Squirtle. Nay. Squirtle responded and started practicing leaf blade against a tree. Nidalang, today you should strengthen your double kick training and learn to be poisonous. What's the use of double kick if you can't hit even once? Shinji said to Nidalang after seeing the grass turtle start training. Nidalang lowered his head a little embarrassedly and then went to find a tree to practice kicking. What a devilish instructor, Wutong said on the side. I'm just making them stronger. Without strength, there is no meaning to exist. Shinji, who was in the state, said coldly. Really? Then I'll come to train for a while. Water leap fish, let's go to the other side. Wutong didn't say anything but took water leap fish to the other side to train. Water leap fish UIU, strength is your strong point. You have to turn it into an advantage. Now the best way to use your strength is to crush rocks and falling rocks. Try to focus your strength on one point when using crushed rocks. Wutong said to Xiaoxia. Gilu. Xiaoxia tilted his head to show that he didn't understand what Wutong meant. Seeing Xiaoxia's expression, Wutong began to think about ways to make Xiaoxia understand. Looking at the thick and big tree next to him, Wutong had an idea. Wutong took out a marker from his backpack and drew a circle on the tree that was slightly larger than Xiaoxia's front feet. Your task is to use all your strength to crush rocks in this circle, but remember, you can only destroy the inside of this circle, not the outside of the circle. Wutong said to Xiaoxia. Gilu. Xiaoxia understood what Wutong meant this time and nodded to show that he understood. Then the next question is, Mingayao, come out. Wutong said to his shadow. After Wutong finished speaking, a dark green figure emerged from the shadow. Dream the dream demon flew out from Wutong's shadow and then happily circled around Wutong. Okay, dream demon, since we have started the journey, you have to train too. Wutong said to the dream demon. Dream? Question mark? Dream demon looked surprised, as if he was telling the truth. Seeing the look of dream demon, Wutong was a little helpless. Although dream demon was willing to listen to his command, she was not very willing to fight. Compared to fighting, she would rather hide in Wutong's shadow and be a homegirl and come out to play with Wutong when there were no outsiders. But there was no way. After all, it was not so easy to get shiny Pokémon. At least it was still unknown whether he could put together a team. So even if Dream Demon didn't like fighting, Wutong could only let it bear it for the time being. Dream Demon, humph, man. After all, I took all the responsibility myself. Okay, Dream Demon, I promise you, as long as I have enough Pokémon to form a team, you don't have to fight. Wutong said. Dream Demon turned in the air to indicate that it was okay. There was no way. After all, he was his own trainer. What else could he do? Speaking of which, I still didn't know what skills you had. Wutong said as he took out the Pokémon encyclopedia and scanned the Dream Demon. Dream Demon, a night-calling Pokémon. A mischievous Pokémon that pulls people's hair to scare them. It can scare the opponent with a sobbing cry. It seems that it can absorb the opponent's fear with red beads and use it as its own nutrition. Mastered skills: cry, telekinesis, mental wave, resentment, fright, strange light, black eyes, curse, seal, same fate, hypnosis. Wutong, who knew all the skills of the Dream Demon for the first time, had a complicated expression. Completely torture skills. Among so many skills, only 3 can directly cause damage. 2 of these 3 skills also have negative states. If Wutong himself encountered such an opponent, he would definitely feel very uncomfortable. But it's different when used to disgust others. It's completely fun. Wutong suddenly showed a sinister smile. I'm sorry little friend Shinji, it seems that I have to start with you. Wutong muttered sinisterly. Shinji, who was training Pokémon on the side, shuddered and felt a chill. Dream Demon, there is no need to practice anything else now. Just practice hypnosis with all your strength to ensure the hit rate and release speed of hypnosis. Wutong said. Dream. The Dream Demon shook his body and agreed happily. After all, it is a Dream Demon, and hypnosis is its favorite. Wutong made a target with the materials around him and hung it on a tree. Practice with this target, Wutong said. The Dream Demon began to use hypnosis around the target. Seeing that the Dream Demon was enjoying it, Wutong was relieved. Being willing to train is a good start. After all, when he participates in the Quartz Conference, he may have to fight with fewer people. In this way, Wutong and Shinji each trained their own Pokémon without disturbing each other. And the 2 of them also tacitly did not watch each other's training. After all, the 2 of them had an appointment for a Pokémon duel. The pride of the 2 made them disdain to peek at other people's tactics. Soon it was noon, and Wutong also prepared lunch. Shinji, who had been mixed with 2 meals in a row, was no longer polite, and ate with Wutong. The water jump fish still ate the same food as the two, while the dream demon secretly took the food back to Wutong's shadow. Originally, Shinji planned to take the grass seedling turtle and Nidolang back to the Pokeball and wait for just feed some Pokémon food afterwards. But Wutong said that he wanted to fight him in full condition and didn't want to win because his Pokémon was hungry. Let Squirtle and Nidolang have lunch with Shinji. Obviously, it was the first time to have lunch with Shinji, and Squirtle and Nidolang seemed very happy. Shinji still had a blank expression and looked like a bad guy, but Wutong knew that he was just not good at expressing himself, and he should be happy now. I'm full, so let's do some post-meal exercise to help digestion. After lunch, Wutong and Shinji cleaned up the tableau together and stretched to Shinji. Come on, I'll make you understand that your idea is wrong. Shinji said coldly. Really, but fighting like this is too boring. Why don't we add some prizes? Wutong suggested. Shinji didn't answer, but looked at Wutong expressionlessly. Don't worry, it won't be too much. The loser will have to promise the winner something that is not against morality and law, and can be done. How about that? Wutong said. Have you finished talking? Let's start now. Shinji didn't respond, but wanted to start as soon as possible. Then I'll take it as your promise. You also have 2 Pokémon now, right? Then let's play 2v2. Go, Water Leap. Wutong waved his hand and said, Giloo. Water Leap jumped in front of Wutong and shouted with full energy, Turtle, go. Although Wutong directly eliminated the Water Leap, which was weak in attributes, Shinji didn't feel looked down upon. After all, both of them only had 2 Pokémon, so there was nothing they could do, even if they were restrained by attributes. Nee. Turtle walked in front of Shinji and shouted to show that he was ready. After entering the battle, Wutong's pupils shrank instantly, and he became like a beast. Shinji on the side saw Wutong's appearance and felt like he had found a kindred spirit. After all, Wutong's face was as ferocious as Shinji's at this time. Water Leap, charge forward with a collision. Wutong took the initiative to let Water Leap charge forward. Gurgle. Water Leap kicked the ground with its 4 limbs and crashed into Squirtle like a small cannonball. Squirtle, Leaf Knife. Shinji was a little unhappy to see Water Leap rushing over without any rules. Obviously, the attribute was unfavorable, and there was no strategy, and it rushed straight over. This kind of trainer was the type he disliked the most, and he also pursued that kind of useless emotional theory, which really wasted the talent of Pokémon. At this time, Wutong had been labeled as a trainer who doted on Pokémon, and had no brains in Shinji's heart. Water Leap, hold on. Wutong continued to command. The collision was just to quickly approach Squirtle. Although Water Leap in midair could not change direction, it could use skills that did not require too much action. A green translucent energy enveloped Water Leap. The Water Leap fish successfully came to the grass turtle with the flying leaf knife. Just to get close. Grass turtle, keep flying leaf knife. Shinji said. Nee. Grass turtle shouted, and countless blade-like leaves flew out and hit the Water Leap fish in front of it. This distance is almost there. Water Leap fish, double return. Wutong shouted. After all, Grass Turtle has many long-range skills, and it has advantages in attributes. The skill bombardment is overwhelmingly disadvantageous to Water Leap fish. So Wutong did not hesitate to release 2 skills in a row to get close. The Water Leap fish was covered with rainbow-colored light and directly ate the Grass Turtle's entire flying leaf knife. Then the Water Leap fish hit the Grass Turtle hard. Double the damage was returned to the Grass Turtle, and the Grass Turtle's state instantly became very bad. Am I naive? Grass Turtle, super absorb. Shinji realized that it was his own problem, and immediately adjusted his mentality and commanded. Nee. The Grass Turtle adjusted its body shape, and rushed to the side of the water jump fish, biting the fin on the head of the water jump fish. Waves of energy and light were sucked from the body of the water jump fish into the body of the Grass Turtle. Water jump fish, crush the rocks. Wutong commanded. Giloo. The water jump fish was also a little angry about the Grass Turtle biting the fin on its head. One of its front feet emitted light and hit the Grass Turtle's abdomen with an uppercut. The pain made the Grass Turtle open its mouth directly. Water jump fish, drop the rocks. Wutong continued to command. Grass Turtle, adjust. Flying leaf sharp knife. Shinji shouted. Pieces of stones appeared next to the water jumpfish, and the water jumpfish threw the stones to the grass turtle in the air. The grass turtle was in it turned in the air with difficulty, and then used the leaf blade in the direction of the water leap fish. Stones hit the grass turtle, and the grass turtle fell to the ground, and lost its ability to fight. The water leap fish was lucky. After all, the grass turtle adjusted its posture temporarily, so only a few pieces of the leaf blade hit the water leap fish. However, the water leap fish was in a very bad state at this time. Nidalang. Shinji took back the grass turtle, and called out Nidalang with a serious face. Come back, water leap fish, dream demon, it's up to you. Wutong also exchanged Pokémon. After all, the water leap fish was in too bad a state, and forcing it to continue fighting was not good for the water leap fish's body. Nidalang, poison needle. Shinji took the lead in attacking this time. Now it was Shinji's turn to have unfavorable Pokémon attributes. Dream Demon, Hypnosis. Wutong said with an evil smile. Dream. The Dream Demon flexibly dodged Nidalang's poison needle, and then the hypnotic energy was emitted in a wave state. Nidoran tried to dodge several times, but was still hit, and fell asleep directly. Then the inhumane torture began. Halfway through, Shinji couldn't stand it anymore and gave up. So, you should believe in the bond between me and Pokémon now, right? Wutong asked with a smile. I didn't see the so-called bond you said. I only saw the powerful strength of your water leap and the perfect skills of the Dream Demon. In the end, it's just that your Pokémon is stronger. Shinji responded coldly. After hearing what Shinji said, Wutong was also stunned. It seemed that it was true. It seemed that he had nothing to do with the bond from the beginning to the end. Could it be that I was the one who was convinced? Question mark? Chapter 13. In the forest, Wutong and Shinji walked together on the way to Cerulean City. No, it should be said that they were on the way to Nibi City. Why do you want to go directly to Cerulean City? As far as I know, there is a gym in Nibi City. Shinji asked. Because I just challenged the Nibi gym. Wutong replied. After hearing Wutong's words, Shinji didn't know what to say for a moment. He had just come out of Viridian City and was about to go to Nibi City, which means that they are still within the scope of Viridian Forest. And Wutong said that he had just challenged the Nibi gym and was about to go to Cerulean City, which means that Wutong not only went in the wrong direction, but also made a ridiculous mistake. Shinji now understood why Wutong's condition was to let him travel with him on the way to Cerulean City. Why are you looking at me like that? Let me explain in advance. It's not that I'm lost, but I met a black-hearted merchant who sold me a wrong map. Wutong said. Look, this map is completely wrong. Wutong was afraid that Shinji would not believe it, so he took out the map and showed it to Shinji. Shinji calmly took the map, looked at it carefully, and made a decision in an instant. Absolutely must not let Wutong lead the way, even if he has a map. Perhaps because he didn't want to have a meaningless argument with Wutong, Shinji didn't say anything. After returning the map to Wutong, he just walked a little faster and led Wutong by half a body. It seems that he intends to lead the way. Perhaps because he was afraid that Wutong would ask to lead the way, Shinji took the initiative to find a topic. The color of your dream demon is different from ordinary dream demons. As a native of the Sinnoh region, Shinji certainly knows dream demons, so he questioned the dark green color of Wutong's dream demon. Dream monster is a shiny Pokémon, and so is my water leap. Speaking of which, you probably don't know Water Leap. It's not a Pokémon from the Kanto region. It's one of the original Pokémon from the Hone region. Wutong explained. Shiny Pokémon? Shinji has also heard of Shiny Pokémon. After all, his brother is also a veteran trainer. Thinking of his brother, Shinji felt a little complicated. Isn't it Nibe City ahead? Wutong said in surprise as he looked at the familiar city ahead. Seeing Wutong's surprise, Shinji once again made up his mind not to let Wutong lead the way. I didn't expect that the map was so wrong. It's completely the opposite. Wutong said angrily. Really, but I'm going to challenge the Nibe gym first. If you're in a hurry, you can go first. Shinji said with a signature sneer on his face. Shinji, who fully understood Wutong's road idiocy, always wanted to get rid of this time bomb-like person. Really? We eat and sleep together. How can I bear to leave you here? Don't worry, I will watch you challenge the gym. Wutong patted Shinji's shoulder and said. Shinji, with a sneer on his face, froze for a moment, then slapped Wutong's hand away and walked quickly towards Nibi City. Just kidding, don't react so much, are you shy? Wutong quickly chased after him and said as he walked. After hearing Wutong's words, Shinji walked faster. Shinji went straight to the Nibi gym. As expected, the current Nibi gym has been replaced by Wutong management. It seems that Xiao Gang was still tempted by Xiaozhi to become a full-time nanny. Facing Wutong, Shinji easily won the badge of the Nibi gym. It was so simple that Shinji even suspected that he had hit a fake gym. Wutong didn't know how to answer Shinji's thoughts. In fact, Wutong's strength should not be weak. It can only be said that Wutong's worrying personality problem. After Shinji challenged the gym, it was already dark, and the two decided to rest in Nibi City for a night before continuing on the road. The next morning, the two continued their journey. Under Shinji's deliberate guidance, the two arrived near Yujian Mountain in just half a day. I want to train. Shinji saw that they had arrived near Yujian Mountain and turned back to Wutong. Then without waiting for Wutong's reaction, Shinji directly called out Kusanagi and Nidalang to start training. Wutong didn't care. After all, daily training is actually very important. Wutong looked around and found a suitable place to start training. The training method has not changed. After all, the current water jump fish and dream monster have few abilities. Just focus on one thing first. Just when Shinji and Wutong were concentrating on their Pokémon training, a sound attracted their attention. Woof. Bobby. Wutong and Shinji looked at each other and tacitly took their Pokémon to the direction of the sound. After walking in the direction of the sound for a while, two fighting Pokémon appeared in front of them. One has an orange-yellow base color, a cream-yellow snout, belly and tail, black vertical stripes on the back and limbs, and a cream-yellow mane on the head and neck. Like a puppy. The other has an orange-yellow body and a goose-yellow belly and mouth. It has a truncated cone-shaped mouth, many spherical protrusions on its head, and a small thorn on its back. There is also a circle of black-brown patterns on its neck. Wutong and Shinji took out the Pokémon Atlas at the same time, but the targets they scanned were completely different. Duckbill, a fire Pokémon, the form before the evolution of Duckbill Flammerman. It is small in size, but can spit out high-temperature flames. It is a Pokémon that cannot be underestimated. Catty, a puppy Pokémon. It has a serious personality and likes to be close to people. When it encounters an enemy, it will bark at it, bite it and drive the enemy away. Wutong certainly knew Duckbill, but the different color made him unable to help but take out the Pokémon illustrated book to confirm it again. Now Wutong was sure that the Duckbill in front of him was a shiny Pokémon. At this time, Wutong's eyes were very hot. For him, talent and so on did not matter as long as it was shiny. After all, shiny Pokémon was Wutong's hope to become a Pokémon trainer. So for the shiny Duckbill in front of him, it can be said that it must be obtained. Shinji on the side seemed much calmer because he needed to confirm the abilities of the two Pokémon before talking. There were two fresh fruit between the Duckbill and the Duckbill looked very embarrassed. It seems that Growlithe and Duckling must have fought for food. From the current situation, Growlithe has the upper hand. Woof. Growlithe shouted at Duckling fiercely, wanting Duckling to be sensible and leave. However, Growlithe's appearance was not to intimidate at all, but more like to act cute, so Duckling was not afraid at all. Bobby. Duckling was obviously hungry for a long time and did not want to give up the two fruits. The two Pokémon looked at each other and neither of them was willing to step back. Bobby. Finally, Duckling could not help it and sprayed out a mouthful of sparks. Facing the flying sparks, Growlithe did not care and even took the initiative to meet them. The moment the sparks touched Growlithe, the small flames instantly expanded and swept all over Growlithe. Wutong thought that this Duckling was gifted, but soon found out that he was wrong. It should be fire, Shinji said on the side. Obviously, Shinji is different from Xiaozhi. Xiaozhi, who is just starting out, doesn't even know the basic attribute restraint. But Shinji can already guess the characteristics of Pokémon. After the flames covered Growlithe, Growlithe didn't stop, but rushed directly to the Duckling. What is this? Charged flame attack? No, it's flash flame charge. Wutong was a little amazed at Growlithe's talent, and Shinji on the side also showed an interested look at Growlithe. Growlithe was burning with flames and directly knocked down the duckling. The duckling, who was knocked away, climbed up with difficulty and continued to use sparks unwillingly. However, the flying sparks not only did not cause any damage to Growlithe, but also helped Growlithe recover his strength. However, for some reason, the duckling suddenly caught fire. Just when Wutong thought that the duckling had also inherited the flash flame charge, he found that he was wrong again. It seemed that the duckbill baby had already gotten used to it. It immediately started rolling on the spot and then quickly pulled out the grass around it to prevent the fire from spreading because of the fire on its body. Then it started to dig a hole quickly, intending to bury itself to put out the fire. The duckbill baby's series of operations were so skillful that it was a bit distressing. Shinji only took a look at the operation of the duckbill baby and had no interest in continuing to watch, because it is now obvious that the caterpillar has a very good talent. In comparison, the duckbill baby is much weaker, and Shinji has no interest in weak Pokémon. Seeing that the caterpillar had eaten the fruit, Shinji walked up directly. Facing the caterpillar that threatened him, Shinji didn't care at all, and even liked it a little. He directly called out Nidoran and started fighting with the caterpillar. Although the caterpillar has a good talent, facing Nidoran, who was trained by Shinji, was still a little difficult, and was finally successfully subdued by Shinji. As soon as he recovered Growlithe, Shinji took out the Pokémon encyclopedia to check the skills that Growlithe had mastered. After reading the skills that Growlithe had mastered, Shinji smiled with satisfaction. Wutong, who was determined to get the duckbill, came to the duckbill. Water leap fish, water waves help it. Wutong said to the water leap fish. Gurgle. The water leap fish obediently fell on the duckbill. Because it was to help put out the fire, the water leap fish's water waves flew very slowly and had basically no impact. After being drenched by the water waves, the fire on the duckbill was extinguished. Because of the biological characteristics of the duckbill itself, the flames basically did not harm it, and its series of operations were entirely to prevent the spread of the flames. Facing Wutong and water leap fish who helped him put out the fire, the duckbill bowed obediently. Just after the duck-billed baby finished bowing, a gurgling sound came from the duck-billed baby's stomach. Seeing the duck-billed baby so sensible, Wutong actually felt a little distressed, because the duck-billed baby in front of him was obviously very thin and looked malnourished. Duck-billed baby, become my Pokémon. I dare not say anything else, but I will definitely not let you go hungry, Wutong said. The duck-billed baby, who was reluctantly looking at the fruit that was only left with the stem after being eaten by Catty, was stunned when he heard Wutong's words and looked at Wutong with uncertainty. That expression seemed to say, "Are you sure you want me to be your Pokémon? Can I really? My name is Wutong, and I will be your trainer in the future." Wutong took out a Pokéball with a pink background and goose yellow patterns on it. It was the healing ball in the Pokéball gift bag prepared for him by Aquan and Xiaozhi. Wutong squatted in front of the duck-billed baby and held out the healing ball. Bobby looking at the healing ball in front of him, the duck-billed baby hesitated but eagerly, then stretched out his claws and carefully touched the button. The duck-billed baby was directly put into the healing ball. Have a good rest. You will never go hungry again in the future. This is my promise as a trainer, Wutong said to the healing ball. The healing ball flashed and then went quiet. Great. I have captured the duck-bill baby. Wutong raised the healing ball happily and shouted. Giloo. Water leap fish shouted on the side. Dream the dream demon hiding in Wutong's shadow also came out to make a scene. Why do you want to capture this duck-bill baby? I can't see its power at all, and as a fire Pokémon, it can't even control the flames well. Shinji didn't understand why Wutong captured the duck-bill baby. First, although strength is important, it cannot determine everything. Secondly, due to some personal reasons, I can only command shiny Pokémon to fight, so duck-bill baby is very important to me, Wutong replied. Finally, I think duck-bill baby is very good. It is a good kid. I think it is good enough, Wutong continued. After hearing Wutong's words, Shinji ignored the first and the last. He felt that Wutong had captured duck-bill baby for special reasons. If there was a choice, Wutong would definitely capture a Pokémon with stronger power. As for Wutong's special reason, Shinji was too lazy to ask. After all, everyone has their own secrets, right? I'm hungry, let's have lunch. Shinji turned around and planned to continue training his Pokémon. Wutong was a little helpless about Shinji's words. This guy, at the beginning, looked like he had no choice but to eat for free. How could it become a matter of course to eat for free in just 2 or 3 days? Although thinking so, Wutong still started to prepare lunch. After all, I promised the duckbill baby that I would never let it go hungry in the future. Wutong felt full of energy and rolled up his sleeves. Wutong was ready to do it with all his strength for the first time in a long time. After training for a while, Shinji smelled the aroma of food and became even hungrier. Shinji had to admit that, although Wutong was a world-class road idiot, his cooking skills were definitely world-class. Shinji felt that lunch was almost ready, so he took Squirtle and Nidolang back to the place just now. Then he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Wutong set up a small folding table and filled it with various dishes. There were also several food bowls next to the table to facilitate the diet of Pokémon walking on 4 limbs such as Waterleap Fish, Squirtle and Nidolang. And moreover, Shinji saw several small cubes of different colors in the food bowl. As a native of the Sinnoh region, Shinji directly pointed out that the one was an energy cube. Judging from the appearance alone, the quality is definitely not low. Come and eat, I've really tried my best today, Wutong said confidently. After that, he called out the duckbill baby in the healing bowl. The duckbill baby that was released was instantly attracted by the aroma of the food, and the duckbill baby drooled when he saw the rich food. However, the duckbill baby did not pounce on it immediately, but looked at Wutong expectantly. Eat as much as you want, this is made by your trainer. Wutong touched the duckbill baby's head and said, Bobby. The duckbill baby, who got permission, could no longer bear it, and immediately plunged into the food. The water jump fish had already stood in front of its food bowl waiting for Wutong to feed it. After taking a little of each food for the water jump fish, Wutong served another portion and placed it on his shadow. Seeing the food slowly sinking into the shadow, Wutong took out a few dark purple energy cubes and put them on the food. After being startled, Shinji also released Growlithe. Growlithe rushed over with his eyes shining when he saw the rich food in front of him. Seeing Growlithe's appearance, Shinji decided to give it special training after dinner. This kind of behavior of not listening to orders and acting on one's own is very deadly in battle. Wutong, what does your family do? Energy cubes of this quality are not so easy to buy. Shinji, who was eating lunch, couldn't help asking Wutong. Me. My family runs a breeding house, and of course this kind of energy cube can't be bought, because I made them all by myself. Wutong said indifferently. After hearing Wutong's words, Shinji was stunned again. He didn't expect Wutong to be a Pokémon breeder, and his level was definitely not low. Woof. Bobby. Just when Wutong and Shinji were talking, Growlithe and Duckbill started arguing again. Wutong and Shinji looked over and found that the duckling and the caterpillar were fighting for the last piece of barbecue-like food. The two Pokémon kept fighting and couldn't help but release fire, which instantly burned the food that the two Pokémon were fighting for. Woof. Bobby. The caterpillar and the duckling looked at the charred food uncomfortably and then suddenly felt a chill. The two Pokémon turned their heads stiffly and saw Wutong looking at them kindly. It's shameful to waste food, Wutong said to the duckling and the caterpillar with a smile. Shinji didn't know if he had hallucinations. He seemed to see a black flame burning behind Wutong. The strong sense of oppression made Shinji swallow his saliva and then secretly put the green pepper that he had taken a bite and threw aside back to his plate. Woof. Bobby. The caterpie and the duckbill, who were being watched by Wutong, lowered their heads and admitted their mistakes, then began to frantically put food into their mouths, as if to say that they would never waste it. Chapter 14. After lunch, Wutong and Shinji continued to head to Cerulean City with their Pokémon. The two soon arrived at the cave entrance of Moonview Mountain. This is Moonview Mountain. We can reach Cerulean City by crossing Moonview Mountain, Shinji said as he looked at the cave entrance. Then let's go. If I remember correctly, you can find Moonstone in Moonview Mountain, Wutong said excitedly. Shinji didn't say anything, but he also needed Moonstone. After all, his Nidoran needs Moonstone to evolve into Nidoking. Wutong and Shinji walked into Moonview Mountain. Wutong didn't know whether Xiaozhi and the others had left the Moonstone. Although he had wasted several days, Xiaozhi's ability to get lost was no weaker than his own. Wait. Why did you say no weaker than his own? Wutong was thinking about it while looking for a way out in Yujian Mountain. The inside of Yujian Mountain is unexpectedly large, Wutong said to himself while walking. When he encountered a fork in the road again, Shinji seemed to have finally been unable to help but grabbed Wutong. You. Follow me. Shinji said, almost drawing. Seeing Shinji suddenly become irritable, Wutong was stunned. What's wrong? Are you afraid of the dark? Sorry, I didn't consider your feelings, Wutong said apologetically. Hearing Wutong's words, Shinji's eyes twitched, and his already ferocious face became even more ferocious. This guy's ability to get lost is simply outrageous. He has seen this fork in the road at least 5 times. What's more annoying is that this guy has no idea that he is lost. No, it should be said that he has never thought about being lost at all. Especially his mysteriously confident attitude. If someone met him for the first time, they might think he was a god who knew the way. Wutong, who had completely misunderstood, followed Shinji obediently and let Shinji lead the way. After Shinji took over the lead, the two finally passed the abominable fork in the road. Continuing to walk on Yujian Mountain, Wutong looked for Pippi everywhere. After all, if he could find Pippi, he could also find the Moonstone. Seeing Wutong looking around, Shinji was a little confused, but if this guy didn't lead the way, it didn't matter what he wanted to do. After the two walked for a while, Wutong finally found the trace of Pippi. But it was no longer Pippi, but a pixie. Since it was already a pixie, it meant that Xiaoxi and the others should have been here and left. It seems that Wutong is still better at getting lost. Found it. It's Pixie, Wutong said happily. Shinji also looked over and saw this pink Pokémon. Shinji habitually took out the Pokémon encyclopedia and scanned Picossi. Picossi, a fairy spirit Pokémon. It is the evolution of Pico, and the cases found are even rarer than Pico. It can jump and walk with its wings like flying. It can even walk on the water. It will walk on the lake on a quiet moonlit night. When you open your ears, you can even hear the sound of a needle falling a kilometer away. Picossi? Shinji was obviously interested in Picossi. Turtle. Shinji called out Turtle without hesitation and prepared to fight to capture it. Seeing that Shinji wanted to capture it, Wutong did not stop him. After all, he had no need for non-shiny Pokémon. Turtle, Leaf Blade. Shinji commanded. Nai. Turtle called out, and countless blade-like leaves flew out in a rotation. Picossi was a little flustered in the face of the sudden attack. His fat body twisted hard, but couldn't avoid the attack. Shinji frowned when he saw Picossi's reaction, but decided to subdue it first. Turtle, Super Absorb. Shinji continued to command. Turtle rushed directly to Picossi after hearing the command. Picossi stretched out his claws to face the rushing Turtle. The palm-shaped energy covered it and slapped Turtle. Turtle flexibly dodged the slap from Picossi. Then he bit Picossi's body, and waves of energy were sucked into Turtle's body. Picossi's eyes turned into mosquito coils, and fell to the ground, losing his ability to fight. Shinji threw a Pokeball over, and Picossi was received in the Pokeball. The Pokeball shook twice and stopped directly. Shinji picked up the Pokémon calmly. Ball, as if he was not the one who captured the Pokémon. He took out the Pokémon encyclopedia and scanned the Pokeball in his hand. Shinji frowned. What a waste. Shinji said dissatisfiedly, and then directly pressed the Pokeball twice to release Pixie. Wutong didn't really feel much about Shinji's actions. Although he felt that Pokémon were his partners, the premise was that Pokémon that could fight side by side with him were his partners. After all, Shinji didn't deliberately hurt Pokémon. He just captured them normally and then released them. If he didn't like them, Wutong wouldn't go up to him like Xiaoxi and argue with him that this was wrong. In fact, Shinji's approach may be the norm for trainers in the Pokémon world who aim to become stronger. Why can't Pixie's power satisfy you? Wutong teased. Shinji glanced at Wutong and didn't say anything, but his actions had proved Wutong's statement. Then you don't mind if I capture this Pixie? Wutong said. If you want that kind of trash, just capture it. Shinji said with a sharp tongue. Really, can you change your twisted personality? Be careful not to find a girlfriend. Wutong said helplessly. Humph. Shinji snorted coldly in response to Wutong's ridicule. Wutong took out an ordinary Pokeball and captured Pixie again. This time, Pixie was still captured quickly, which made Wutong wonder if this Pixie was starting to play badly. Come out, Pixie. Wutong called Pixie out. However, Pixie was still lying there and didn't wake up. At this time, Wutong was completely sure that this Pixie was playing badly. After all, Shinji didn't use heavy hands, and Pixie couldn't have not woken up yet. Hey, okay, Pixie, stop pretending, get up quickly. Wutong said and used the power of Changpan to heal Pixie. Because Picosie's injury was very minor, Wutong just yawned and was fine. Picosie, who was cured, had no choice but to get up and look at Wutong in confusion. It's like this, my friend and I want the Moonstone to help our partner evolve. I wonder if you can take us to find it? Wutong asked. Shinji wanted to refute Wutong calling him a friend, but for some reason, he didn't say anything. Picosie immediately began to shake his head. After all, it was related to the evolution of their clan, and Picosie didn't want to take the two to find the Moonstone. I know you will have an evolution ceremony on the night of the full moon, and I also know that you have a very large Moonstone, but we won't take that, just the scattered Moonstones in Tsukumiyama. Wutong continued to bewitch. Picosie began to hesitate, and then saw Shinji's villain-like face again. Picosie was completely entangled. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15. After all, the two of them were very successful. Pixie finally believed Wutong. After all, Wutong was the one who possessed the power of Changpan. It was definitely not because Shinji's face was too scary. Absolutely not. Under the leadership of Pixie, Wutong successfully harvested 2 Moonstones. And Pixie also took the 2 to the other side of the exit of Fujian Mountain. The meaning is very clear. 2 Moonstones should be the limit. So it hopes that Wutong and Shinji can stop while they are ahead. Wutong is not a greedy person. After all, he only prepared 1 Moonstone in advance. After all, he doesn't know whether his next shiny Pokémon can use the Moonstone. Here, this is yours. Wait until your Nidolang evolves into Nidorino and find a good opportunity to use it. Wutong threw a piece of Moonstone to Shinji and said, don't refuse. After all, you were the one who captured the Picosie in the first place. Wutong said when he saw that Shinji didn't want it. After hearing Wutong's words, Shinji stopped what he was doing, thought about it, and put the Moonstone away. You said before that you had to capture the shiny Pokémon because of personal reasons. So why did you capture this Picosie just for the Moonstone? Shinji asked. After all, the Moonstone was taken, and it would not be good to keep silent, so he simply asked the question he was curious about before. You said this, although I don't know why. Only the shiny Pokémon is willing to listen to my command and fight. Wutong spread his hands helplessly and said, how is this possible? Shinji didn't believe it. How about this? Let's go outside and demonstrate it to you. Wutong said. The two left Fujian Mountain and came to the outskirts of Hualan City. This Picosie was just captured. We have never communicated with each other, so there is no possibility of acting. Wutong said. Then let me show you, Picosie. Use a series of slaps. Wutong said. Pix. Picosie was a little confused at first, and then began to refuse. Don't resist so much. Use a series of slaps on that tree. Wutong continued to try. Picosie still refused. Then, in the helpless eyes of Wutong and the surprised eyes of Shinji, Picosie took out a piece of Moonstone from somewhere and handed it to Wutong. That look and expression seemed to say, I will give you another Moonstone. Don't command me anymore. Look, it's like this. Wutong took the Moonstone and then said to Shinji on the side with a blank face. It's really strange. Shinji was also very surprised. You can command it and try. Wutong continued. Pixie, use the chain slap. Shinji nodded and said. Pixie. Pixie's obedient hands lit up, and a set of small slaps hit the tree. This is unscientific. Turtle, listen to Wutong and let it command you to fight. Shinji said to Turtle. Nai. Turtle nodded and walked in front of Wutong, looking like a soldier on standby. Okay, Turtle, Leaf Blade. Wutong said. Nai. Turtle heard Wutong's command and wanted to use Leaf Blade, but a strange feeling enveloped it. Organized it to use skills. Nai. Soon, Turtle called out, saying that he couldn't do it, and ran back to Shinji. There is such a strange thing. Seeing his turtle react like this, Shinji felt incredible. So, there is no way every shiny Pokémon is important to me, because they are my hope to become a Pokémon trainer. Wutong said helplessly. Okay, Pico, thank you for your hard work. Wutong put Pico back into the Pokéball. He planned to send it to Professor Oak when he arrived in Cerulean City. After all, he had a mission to help Professor Oak complete the Pokémon Encyclopedia. Although ordinary Pokémon can't listen to him and can only fight, it's still okay to send them to Professor Oak for research. Knowing Wutong's magical physique, Shinji didn't ask much, but started walking towards Cerulean City. Wutong followed him. After walking for a while, the two entered Cerulean City. After entering Cerulean City, Wutong and Shinji first came to the Pokémon Center. He handed his Pokémon to Miss Joy in Cerulean City for treatment. Wutong took Pico's Pokéball and found the Pokémon transmission device. After a simple operation, Wutong successfully transmitted Pico to Professor Oak's Research Institute. After that, Wutong came to the video call to contact Professor Oak. Oh, it's Wutong. How is it? Did you have a good trip? After the video call was connected, Professor Oak saw that it was Wutong and said, Drive Oak, long time no see, did you have a good trip? I just sent Pico to you, the professor. Wutong said. Pico? Yes, I received it. You are lucky to have captured such a rare Pokémon. Dr. Oak said. Who is the person next to you? Dr. Oak also found Shinji at this time and asked. Hello, Dr. Oak, I'm Shinji from the Vale City in the Sinnoh region, and I'm traveling in the Kanto region. Shinji said very politely. Hello, it seems that you are Wutong's travel partner? Dr. Oak said with a smile. Shinji didn't say anything, and it was unclear whether he was too lazy to refute or didn't want to refute. Drive Oak, it's not just Pippi who is lucky. Look, come out, Duckbill baby. Wutong called out his Duckbill baby. Oh, this is the flashing Duckbill baby. Dr. Oak said, after seeing the Duckbill baby. Yes, Dr. Oak, but the Duckbill baby has a problem. Occasionally, flames will ignite on its body. Although it will not harm it, it is a bit harmful to the environment. Wutong said. Are you suspicious that this is caused by its flash power? Dr. Oak grasped the key point and said. Yes, I think it should be related to its flash power, but it can't control this power yet, so it is occasionally wrapped in flames. Wutong nodded and said. Shinji on the side listened to the conversation between the two and couldn't get a word in. After all, he had never heard of the flash power. So, if there is a chance, send it back, and I will help you check it. Dr. Oak said. Okay, Professor Oak, but it probably won't work recently. I need to learn more about it first. Wutong took the Duckbill baby back into the healing ball and said. It's okay, just teleport back when you feel the need. My noodles are going to get mushy, so I'll hang up first. After saying that, Professor Oak hung up the video call. Noodles? Isn't Professor Oak in the laboratory? Shinji asked in confusion. Oh, Professor Oak's hobby is to cook instant noodles in the laboratory. Wutong said indifferently. This may be a genius's quirk. Shinji said. Wutong looked at Shinji with a strange look. This guy really has a completely different attitude towards the people he respects. At this time, the Pokémon of the two were also healed. The two decided to go to the Cerulean Gym to take a look. Chapter 16. The old man was very happy. In order to become the best Pokémon trainer in the universe, Wutong traveled in the Kanto region. He not only captured the Duckbill baby near Yujian Mountain, but also captured Shinji, who was planning to become the second Pokémon trainer in the universe. So what is waiting for them in the Hulan gym? Wutong said while holding a small notebook. What are you doing? Shinji couldn't help asking. He can still ignore the one in front, but what is the one who captured Shinji in the back, and why is he the second in the universe? I'm writing a travel diary. How can you eavesdrop on other people's privacy? Wutong replied, and then stared at Shinji vigilantly. Seeing Wutong like this, Shinji resisted the urge to hit him. He decided to separate from Wutong as soon as possible after challenging the Cerulean gym. Traveling with this guy is a serious test for his heart. The two walked in Cerulean City and soon attracted their attention by a building with a huge white sea lion pattern on the corner, which looked like a circus tent. It should be here. It is worthy of being the Cerulean gym that focuses on water ballet performances. Wutong said as he looked at the building in front of him. That could not be seen as a gym at all. Mainly for water ballet performances? After hearing Wutong's words, Shinji's expression became very serious. Obviously, he couldn't imagine that a gym owner's main job would be water ballet performances. No, it should be said that a gym owner is not doing his job and not managing the gym well, but instead focusing on water ballet performances. As the first region in Kanto, are all these gym owners so unemployed? Shinji said directly. After hearing what Shinji said, Wutong didn't know what to say. There was no way. If we start from Pallet Town, the first gym should be Tokiwa Gym. And the owner of Tokiwa Gym is Team Rocket's boss Ban Mu, so he often keeps the gym closed. Strictly speaking, he is not doing his job. After all, his main job should be Team Rocket. But the Nabi Gym and Cerulean Gym that followed after that are hard to describe. 3 gyms in a row are like this. No wonder Shinji doubts the overall quality of the gym owners in the Kanto region. And speaking of it, it seems that most of the gym owners in the Kanto region are problem children. When I was watching the anime, I didn't feel anything. Now that I heard what Shinji said, Wutong was actually a little worried about the future of the Pokémon League. But soon, Wutong felt that it didn't matter. How bad could it be? In the comics, half of the gym leaders in the Kanto region are members of Team Rocket, and the Pokémon League is doing well. Shinji, who was standing by, saw Wutong's changing expression and knew that this guy was starting to have wild thoughts again. Shinji decided to ignore this guy and challenge the Cerulean gym first. Seeing Shinji leave, Wutong also woke up and hurriedly followed him. The two came to the gym, which was decorated very gorgeously. A passage that looked like an aquarium connected to the competition venue. It was called a competition venue, but its biggest use was to provide a stage for the 3 sisters of Cerulean City to perform water ballet. The two walked into the venue, and the audience seats in the venue were full of people. Looking at the center of the venue, what caught Wutong and Shinji's eyes was a white splash of water. A white little sea lion emerged from the splash of water, and around the little sea lion were several white thighs. In short, it was a white patch. So white, Wutong couldn't help but say. After hearing Wutong's words, Shinji looked at Wutong in surprise. Why are you looking at me? I'm talking about a little sea lion. Don't misunderstand me. I read the spring and autumn annals. Wutong saw Shinji's eyes and said quickly. After the Hulan sisters finished their water ballet performance and left the stage, Wutong and Shinji went over. Today is also a great success. Yes, a great success. Sister is also beautiful today. When Wutong and Shinji found the Hulan sisters, the 3 were happy about today's performance. Sorry to bother you, Wutong said. Oh, what's the matter? Sakura, the eldest sister, said with blonde hair. If you want an interview, please contact our agent first. Aim, the second sister with blue hair, continued. Signatures are also no, you can't. The third sister mutant shook her finger and said. Being blocked by 3 consecutive sentences, Wutong felt a little uncomfortable, and at this time, Shinji stepped forward. Excuse me, we are here to challenge the Hulan gym. You 3 are the gym leaders, right? Please fight with us. Shinji said politely, but his tone was very cold. It seems that the triple beauty attack of the 3 Hulan sisters has no effect on Shinji. After hearing what Shinji said, the 3 Hulan sisters looked at each other and took Wutong and Shinji to the battlefield. Wutong, who was following the 3 sisters, looked at the hair color of the 3 people and thought about Xiaoxia, the youngest sister, and couldn't help but sigh at the magic of this world. The hair color of the sisters is not the same. It seems that the genes of the Junsha family and the Joai family are stronger. But speaking of it, the 3 sisters in Hualan City are named Sakura, Chorus and Peony, which are all flower names. And the names Xiaoxia obviously doesn't match them. It's like the 4 brothers. The first 3 are called Wang Shan, Wang Di, and Wang Hei. As a result, the youngest is called Wang Ergao, which makes people feel very strange. Could it be that Xiaoxia was actually picked up? Just when Wutong was thinking about it, several people came to the battlefield. Really, why are there so many people coming to challenge recently? Arriving at the battle site, the eldest sister Sakura complained first. Yeah, and yesterday the guys from Team Rocket came out and damaged the wall. The second sister Aim also complained. It was so hard to fix it. And our Pokémon haven't recovered yet, said the third sister Peony. Sure enough, 3 women are in a drama, and when the 3 Hualan sisters talk, there is no room for others to interrupt. That means you, as gym leaders, don't even have Pokémon to deal with challenges, right? Shinji said with a gloomy face. There's nothing I can do. Sakura spread her hands helplessly. Who made us beaten up by the 3 trainers from Pallet Town before? Aim continued. Yes, it was miserable, and we usually spend our time taking care of ourselves and keeping our beauty, so we don't have time to train other Pokémon. Mutant said as a matter of course. Hearing the words of the 3 people, Shinji felt an aimless fire burning in his chest. I went through a lot of hardships to come to Cerulean City, but now you say you don't even have the ability to accept challenges? Then when can your Pokémon recover? Wutong, who had been mentally prepared, said calmly. I know what you mean, little sea lion. Sakura clapped her hands. The little sea lion that performed with them just now emerged from the water and swam to the shore, opened its mouth, and 2 blue water drop shaped badges appeared there. Here, this is the badge you need. Sakura handed 2 badges directly to Wutong and Shinji. Looking at the badges in front of him, Shinji was stunned. Are they giving badges directly without even fighting? Is this really possible? Does the Pokémon League not care? Wutong was also a little helpless when looking at the badges in front of him. He was really curious about how the 3 sisters of Hualan became gym leaders. To be honest, it's a bit boring to get badges like this. Wutong looked at the badges, then looked at Shinji who was silent on the side, and an idea came to his mind. Shinji, I have a suggestion. Wutong said. Shinji looked at Wutong and didn't say anything, but waited for Wutong to continue. Let's have another battle. The loser will stay in Hualan City for 1 more day as a punishment. After all, it's boring to get badges like this. Wutong said. After hearing Wutong's suggestion, Shinji fell into thought. This seems to be a really good suggestion. No problem. Shinji said. Then let's play 3v3 singles. Wutong determined the rules of the game. Then can you 3 lend us a venue? Wutong said to the 3 Hualan sisters. No problem. Sakura agreed readily. Anyway, it doesn't matter, as long as we don't fight them. Then I will be the referee, and the match between Wutong and Shinji will start now. Sakura shouted. Go. Growlithe. Go. Aquatica. Shinji and Wutong called out their first Pokémon at the same time. Seeing the Pokémon of both sides, Shinji couldn't help but frowned. It seems that his guess was wrong. You should think that I will discharge the duckbill baby first. Unfortunately, I predicted your prediction. Aquatica. Water wave. Wutong's pupils contracted, and he commanded with the breath of a beast. Gurgle. Aquatica shot out a series of circular water streams at Growlithe. HMPH. Growlithe. Use block the flame wheel. Shinji snorted and commanded. Woof. Growlithe barked, and instantly the flames wrapped around its body, making it look like a flame wheel. The water wave hit the flame, and the flame kept getting smaller and finally extinguished. But because of the flame blocking it, the damage of the water wave was limited. Come back, Growlithe. Go. Squirtle. Shinji decisively exchanged Pokémon. It is really unwise to use fire Pokémon to fight water Pokémon in the water field. Originally, Shinji thought that Wutong should think that he would first send Squirtle with an advantage in attributes, and then use Duckling to resist. In that case, he could use Growlithe to target Wutong's Duckling, but Wutong seemed to see through his thoughts. Not only did Shinji not take advantage, but he fell into a disadvantage because of this. This is the home field of water Pokémon. Water Leap dived directly into the water. Wutong didn't care about Shinji's decision to use Tortoise. He let the Aqua Sail go into the water. After all, Tortoise didn't have a good way to deal with Pokémon in the water. So although it was at a disadvantage in terms of attributes, it had a great advantage in the field. Turtle Eyes. Watch the direction it's heading. Leaf Blade. Shinji certainly wouldn't sit there and wait for death, and he directly ordered Tortoise to attack. Nay. Tortoise stared at the water and used Leaf Blade. However, Leaf Blade didn't hit Aqua Sail. Instead, it missed far away. It seems that your physics isn't very good, Aqua Sail. Rock Smash. Wutong shouted. When the water jumpfish heard the command, 2 claws of the light came out, and it rushed out of the water and hit the grass turtle. The grass turtle was unable to dodge, and was directly hit into the water by the water jumpfish. The battlefield of Hualunjin was mostly water, and there were only a few floating boards floating on it that could be used to stand. So in fact, Shinji was at an overwhelming disadvantage. At this time, Shinji felt as if he had been tricked by Wutong. Wutong obviously knew about this in advance. Grass Turtle. Use the flying leaf knife towards the bottom of the water. Shinji commanded. The grass turtle obediently used the flying leaf knife towards the bottom of the water. Relying on the reverse thrust of the flying leaf knife, the grass turtle successfully returned to the floating board. Is this also possible? What is the principle behind this? Wutong was a little surprised. If it was a jet of flame or a water cannon, Wutong would not be surprised. But how much reaction force can the flying leaf blade have? It can actually be used as a booster. Grass Turtle. Keep using the flying leaf blade. Cover a wider area. Shinji commanded. Nay. Grass Turtle used the flying leaf blade again, and this time the area covered by the flying leaf blade became larger. It also successfully attacked the water leaping fish in the water. TSK, water leaping fish, crush the rocks again, and then drop the rocks. Wutong commanded. The reason why grass turtle couldn't hit the water leaping fish before was that the refraction of water made the actual position of the water leaping fish different from the position seen by grass turtle. Grass turtle should have hit it in a lower direction. Although Shinji didn't fully understand the reason now, he still successfully caused damage to the water leaping fish by increasing the range of the flying leaf blade. Grass Turtle. Retract into the shell. Shinji said. Faced with the water leaping fish rushing out of the water again, the grass turtle's limbs and head retracted into the shell. Because of the biological characteristics of the grass turtle, its shell will become hard due to drinking water. The grass turtle drank a lot of water when it fell into the water just now, so its shell is very hard now. The water leaping fish hit the grass turtle's shell with 1 claw, but the shell is very hard and the damage is limited. And this time the grass turtle was prepared and was not hit into the water. Water leaping fish, drop rocks. Use the grass turtle as a rock. Wutong commanded calmly. Gilu. The muscles of the water leaping fish's 2 front legs bulged, and it directly lifted the grass turtle up, then threw it into the water. What? Shinji was also surprised. Can it be played like this? Water leaping fish, don't give it a chance, follow it. Crushing rocks. Wutong continued. Water leap fish rushed into the water and hit turtle again and again. Soon turtle floated to the surface with its eyes in circles. Turtle has lost its ability to fight, said Sakura, the referee. Come back, turtle, I give up. Shinji took back turtle and said directly. There was no need to continue this kind of battle that was bound to be lost, and the Pokémon he had now did not have the ability to break the situation. Shinji felt that his next Pokémon should be a Pokémon that could fight in the water. Otherwise, it would be very uncomfortable to meet a shameless person like Wutong again. Don't fight anymore, Wutong said regretfully. There are not many opportunities to bully Shinji openly. I will stay in Hualan City for 1 more night, Shinji said and left. Really, it's really cold. Wutong shook his head helplessly and followed. Chapter 17. The next day, the next day, the next day, the next day. Sorry, the neighbor who had a good life yesterday, the one named Ampere, is gone. Ice Cube accidentally uploaded the wrong chapter because of happiness, and has changed it back. I'm going to take a leave because it is Ice Cube's mother's birthday today. Sorry everyone. After leaving the Hulan gym, Shinji and Wutong said goodbye directly. Obviously, Shinji couldn't wait to part with Wutong. Wutong sent the water jump fish to the Pokémon Center to recover. Then he went to the mall in Hulan City to make a wave of purchases, mainly tree fruits and food. Of course, he also bought a brand new map. After the purchase, Wutong took back the recovered water jump fish and set off on the journey again. On the outskirts of Cerulean City, Wutong looked at the map and headed for the next city. Beside Wutong were Waterleap and Duckbill. Both Pokémon followed Wutong obediently, but Duckbill would suddenly catch fire, and at this time, Waterleap would have to help put out the fire. Wutong also roughly understood why Duckbill was rejected by other Pokémon, and no trainer had captured it. Because it often spontaneously combusts for no reason, although it does not harm itself. It is different for the people or Pokémon around it. Poor little Duckbill, no wonder it has become so sensible. It is forced by life. But when Wutong was thinking about Duckbill, he had deviated from the direction he should go. Sandshrew. It's time for intensive special training. Just when Wutong was worried that the surroundings were different from what the map showed, a voice sounded not far away. Is there anyone? Let's ask for directions. Wutong said and walked towards the direction of the voice. When Wutong approached, he saw a boy with dark green hair and a whip in his hand. This outfit, and this Sandrat with equipment? Could it be the Beastmaster Xiaoming? Wutong said to himself. After hearing Xiaoming's command, the Sandrat shrank into a round ball and was pushed around by 3 little Ratatas. Who are you? What's the matter? Xiaoming saw Wutong and asked vigilantly. Excuse me, I'm Wutong from Changpan City. I want to ask for directions. Wutong said. Is that so? Xiaoming relaxed after hearing Wutong's words. After all, he had encountered the Sandrat that Team Rocket wanted to rob him. I want to go to Vermilion City to challenge the Vermilion Gym, but I seem to have been deceived by a black-hearted businessman, and there is something wrong with the map. Wutong threw the newly bought map to the ground angrily. Gilu. Xiaoxia looked at Wutong's operation and was a little confused. Scoring twice is a yes. Waterleap Fish felt that if he continued like this, he would soon see through everything. Bubby, the sensible Duckbill baby picked up the map. It was not a good behavior to litter casually. Picking up the map, the Duckbill baby began to try to check the map. Is that so? It seems that you are also a trainer on the journey. By the way, my name is Xiaoming, known as the Beastmaster Xiaoming. I'm also a trainer who has just started traveling. Xiaoming nodded and sympathized with Wutong's experience. Vermilion City is in that direction. If you continue to go forward in the current direction, you should reach Cerulean City. Xiaoming said considerately. After hearing Xiaoming's words, Wutong's face was complicated. Why are these maps so wrong? The Duckbill baby who was looking at the map also had a complicated face. It felt that there was nothing wrong with the map, but it was particularly sensible and felt that it was not good to tell its trainer directly. The water jump fish on the side looked at Wutong and the Duckbill baby expressionlessly. Ha, mortals, the water jump fish has seen through everything. Thank you so much. By the way, what is your Sandshrew wearing? It looks like a device for training Pokémon. Wutong thanked him and asked. Although the methods of training Pokémon are very similar between Beastmaster Xiaoming and Shinji, their personalities are very different. Shinji is the kind of person who is serious and cold on the outside but warm on the inside. And the Beastmaster Xiaoming is the kind of person who is a little confident and flamboyant. However, both of them are equally conceited and have great confidence in their own training methods. You have a good vision. This is the Pokémon strengthening training device I made myself. After hearing what Wutong said, Xiaoming also became interested. Oh, so amazing. Did you make this yourself? Wutong said with an exaggerated expression. Gilu, Bubby, Swirlfish and Duckbill tilted their heads together, looking at their trainer in confusion. Although their trainer's personality has always been cheerful, it has never been as exaggerated as it is now. Swirlfish, who sees through everything, found that he didn't see through it. Of course. I have made sufficient preparations to make my Sandshrew stronger. Xiaoming said confidently. Really professional. Wutong continued to applaud. I wonder if I will have the honor to fight your Sandshrew? Wutong asked expectantly. To be honest, he was not sure if he could defeat Sandshrew now. Although he beat Xiaozhi like beating a child, he was able to do it entirely by relying on the overall quality of Water Leap and Xiaozhi's rookie behavior. And now Xiaoming completely defeated Xiaozhi with his hard power. You know, his Sandshrew can use Earth Shitter. But for some reason, Beastmaster Xiaoming never appeared again in the later period. Wutong thought Xiaoming would be a strong enemy in the later period and was looking forward to it. But after that, Xiaoming disappeared completely. Is it because Xiaoming's Sandshrew can use Earth Shitter, which is too expensive? Want to challenge me? No problem. Xiaoming said, as if he was satisfying the fans' wishes at a fan meeting. Sandshrew, prepare for the battle. Xiaoming said to Sandshrew. Water Leap, leave it to you. Wutong sent out the Water Leap fish without hesitation. In fact, from a safe point of view, it is safer to let the Dream Demon appear. But it would be a bit meaningless to let the Dream Demon appear. After all, the current skill configuration of the Dream Demon, is not suitable for training. I have never seen a Pokémon before. Sandshrew, attack it. Xiaoming shouted with a whip. Water Leap fish, go and try its strength. Wutong also entered the combat state, with his pupils contracted like a beast, and a smile on his face. Wait, the beast like Wutong and the beast made Xiaoming naturally fall into a disadvantage? Gilu. The two front paws of the Water Leap fish pressed together with the claws of the Sandshrew. The muscles on the front paws of the Water Leap fish bulged and gradually pressed the Sandshrew to the ground. This kind of strength? Your Pokémon is also very well cultivated. Sandshrew, get rid of it and dig a hole. Xiaoming shouted as he flicked the whip again. The Sandshrew suddenly let go and took a small jump back. The Water Leap fish, which suddenly lost its support in front, instantly lost its balance and lay down in front of the Sandshrew. Wutong felt helpless when he saw the silly look of the Water Leap fish. He still didn't have enough combat experience, although he could cause higher damage if he used all his strength. But if he used all his strength every time, not only would his physical strength not be able to support it, but he would also be easily caught by others because of the stiffness caused by the attack. The Sandshrew did not attack the Water Leap fish because it was lying in front of it, but dug a hole into the ground obediently. Such execution. It is worthy of being the Beastmaster Xiaoming. Wutong couldn't help but sigh. Water Leap fish, get back up quickly. Wutong shouted. Gilu. The Water Leap fish immediately jumped up and looked around vigilantly. Snap. Xiaoming whipped the ground with his whip, and with a sound, the ground behind the water jump fish moved, and the Sandshrew jumped out. This is what I've been waiting for. Water jump fish, double return. Wutong shouted hurriedly when he saw Xiaoming whipping his whip. Gilu. The water jump fish was covered with rainbow light. What? Xiaoming was a little surprised that his attack was seen through. The Sandshrew, which had already started attacking, had no way to stop and could only attack the water jump fish covered with rainbow light. After the back of the water jump fish was attacked, it turned around suddenly and hit the Sandshrew's head with one claw. The Sandshrew was beaten back to Xiaoming's side. You are a good trainer, Wutong. At this time, Xiaoming agreed with Wutong. Wutong did not speak because he knew that he was just relying on the information advantage. After all, compared with the Beastmaster Xiaoming, he had trained Pokémon for a short time. After all, Xiaoming was the one who started traveling after completing 100 consecutive victories, and the time he trained Pokémon must have been at least 2 or 3 months. Wutong believed that he would not be weaker than Xiaoming if he had the same amount of time. Now it was just because of the time disadvantage. Sandshrew, attack. Xiaoming flicked the whip and launched another attack. The Sandshrew received the order and began to run quickly towards the Water Leap fish. Water Leap fish, Water Wave. Wutong commanded. Gilu. The water jump fish shot out a series of circular water streams to attack the Sandmouse. Go through it. Xiaoming shouted as he flicked his whip. The running Sandmouse shrank into a ball and jumped through the water wave of the water jump fish. Water jump fish, drop the rock. Wutong showed an expression of a plan. If the hard power is not enough, then make up for it with tactics. Wutong guessed that Xiaoming would let the Sandmouse jump through the water circle so he deliberately used the water wave. The sand mouse in the air is a target. Of course, it is not easy to seize this opportunity, but it is no problem for the water jump fish with special strength. Giloo. The stone appeared in the void beside the water jump fish. Before the stone fell, the water jump fish directly waved its claws and hit the stone at the sand mouse in the air. The powerful impact made the sand mouse in the air fall directly to the ground. Go up. Break the rock. Wutong continued. Water leap fish kicked the ground hard and rushed to the bottom of the sand shrew before it fell. Its front paws glowed and it threw a perfect uppercut at the sand shrew. Sand shrew. Roll. Xiaoming shouted without any intention of sitting still and waiting for death. The sand shrew, which was about to be hit, forced itself to spin. Water leap fish's uppercut smashed the rock and hit the spinning sand shrew, and the two Pokémon retreated together. This time, water leap fish undoubtedly had the upper hand. Sand shrew. Come on. You earth shitter. Xiaoming shouted as he whipped the whip fiercely in preparation for the last fight. The sand shrew jumped up and headed down, stretched out one paw, and began to spin like a drill. It's finally here. Water leap fish rush over. Wutong shouted fearlessly. Gulp. Water leap fish kicked the ground with all four limbs and rushed to the bottom of the sand shrew. Xiaoming didn't know what Wutong wanted to do, but he knew that Wutong must have a purpose and would not rush over to die. But the ground crack could not be stopped, and all Xiaoming could do now was to trust sand shrew. Hold on. Then the water wave. Wutong continued to shout. The water jump fish rushed to the bottom of the sand shrew and was covered by a layer of green translucent energy. The spinning sand shrew was held up by the water jump fish. In order to prevent the sand shrew from escaping again, the water jump fish pressed the sand shrew with two claws and pressed it to the ground. The ring-shaped water flow shot out and directly gave the sand shrew a face-washing package. The sand shrew also turned into a circle eye and lost its combat ability. This is a tactical victory, Wutong said with a smile. TSK, the heart of playing tactics is dirty, Xiaoming couldn't help saying when he saw Wutong's smile. You win, as expected. You can meet more powerful trainers during the trip, Xiaoming said happily. Lucky, lucky, Wutong responded modestly. I hope I can have another chance to fight with you in the future, and I won't lose then, Xiaoming said. Wait a minute. Seeing Xiaoming taking back the sand shrew and leaving, Wutong hurriedly stopped him. What's wrong? Xiaoming was still very friendly to Wutong who defeated him. This is recognition of the strong. I'm very interested in your Pokémon strengthening training device, Wutong said. Oh. It seems that you know the goods very well, but I only have one copy of this thing myself, Xiaoming said. So I want to ask you to make a set for my Pokémon, but I hope the training direction of the device can be targeted. After all, the water jump fish and duckbill baby do not need to become round. Wutong made a request. That's very troublesome. Xiaoming frowned. This kind of thing is very time consuming and energy consuming. Although he agreed with Wutong, this kind of thing. Of course, I won't let you do it for nothing. I will pay for all the materials and the labor costs, Wutong said as a matter of course. How about using this to pay for the labor fee? I think as an excellent trainer, you should understand the value of this thing. Wutong took out the ground type energy cube and said, what is this? Xiaoming took the energy cube and threw it directly into his mouth. Because he could feel that this was a kind of Pokémon food. This is very suitable for the taste of ground type Pokémon, and it looks like it has ground type energy itself, Xiaoming said. Of course, this is a top level energy cube. Long-term consumption will greatly benefit the growth of Pokémon, Wutong explained. Energy cube. Compared with this thing, my Pokémon enhanced training device doesn't seem to be worth it, Xiaoming said very self-awarely. It doesn't matter, we can cooperate for a long time, and your Pokémon enhanced training device will also be upgraded, right? I can fully support it. I will support your research. Wutong smiled like a profiteer and tempted. After hearing Wutong's words, Xiaoming was moved. Wutong's words were like the whisper of a devil, which made him unable to resist. After all, for a trainer, high-level energy blocks are really hard to refuse, especially for a person who is keen on making devices for training Pokémon. But for a half-scientific researcher without financial support, Wutong's conditions were really too hard for him to refuse. Chapter 18. After a long time, the two sides of the river were in chaos. Wutong walked contentedly in the direction pointed by Xiaoming. Xiaoming finally couldn't resist Wutong's temptation and agreed to Wutong's conditions. Wutong paid Xiaoming a fixed amount of energy cubes every month and provided regular financial support. In exchange, Xiaoming customized the training equipment for all his Pokémon. All the Pokémon here are not only Wutong's current Pokémon, but also the Pokémon that will be captured in the future. At the same time, if Xiaoming develops a new training device, Wutong also has limited experience rights. In fact, it's not that there are no other people who can make these things. There are a lot of people who are better than Xiaoming. For example, Xiaozhi's true fans, the Rocket Trio. Their manufacturing technology can be described as a monster. The reason why Wutong was willing to support Xiaoming was because he hoped that Xiaoming could leave his name in this world. Not the character who only appeared in one episode in the anime, who made people think that he would be a strong opponent, but turned out to be worse than a passerby. Wutong walked while thinking about it, and when he came to his senses, he found that he seemed to be lost again. Wait, why say again? Could it be that the Beast Master Xiaoming is eroded yet? No wonder I can't see him in the later period. He must have been lost all the time, which caused him to not collect all the badges when the quartz conference was held. It must be like this, Wutong said to himself. The duckbill baby on the side looked at his trainer with a complicated face, and it suddenly became a little worried about its future. Perhaps because of the ups and downs of his mood, the duckbill baby was instantly surrounded by flames. Gurgle. The water jump fish extinguished the fire on the duckbill baby with a mouthful of water and then patted its shoulder to show that it was okay. Bobby. The duckbill baby's eyes became firm. No, his trainer must be saved by himself. Bub. The duck-billed baby tugged at Wutong's pants. What's wrong, duck-billed baby? Are you hungry? Wutong said softly. Wutong liked this very sensible little guy very much. Bub. Bub. The duck-billed baby pulled Wutong's trouser legs and pointed in a direction to let Wutong follow him. Duck-billed baby, do you mean you know the way here? Wutong, who had the power of Evergreen, probably understood what the duck-billed baby meant. Bub. Bub. The duck-billed baby nodded quickly. Yes, you must know the way after living in the wild for so long. That's great. I'll call you Navigation Duck from now on, Wutong said happily while touching the duck-billed baby's head. Bob. The duck-billed baby, whose head was touched by Wutong, looked very comfortable, but immediately reacted. Navigation Duck? Question mark? Trainer, are you serious? Okay, let's go. Navigation Duck, Wutong said with a wave of his hand. Bobby the duck-billed baby thought for a moment and had a resigned expression. It was better to be a navigation duck than to get lost all the time. The resigned duck-billed baby honestly acted as a navigation duck and began to lead Wutong. Sure enough, there is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for you. Gilu the water-leaping fish walking behind shook his head. The duck-billed baby was still too young. After all, he was just a baby. Under the leadership of the duck-billed baby, Wutong finally returned to the right route. Started to move towards the direction of the Deadleaf City. As they continued to move forward, it began to drizzle in the sky. The further they walked, the heavier the rain became. When they got to the back, it had turned into a heavy rain. Wutong had already taken out an umbrella, holding the umbrella in one hand and holding the duck-billed baby in the other. The water-leaping fish liked rainy days very much and ran around Wutong happily. Strange, how can there be such a heavy rainstorm in this location? Wutong said in confusion as he looked at the heavy rain that had affected his vision. After walking for a while, several European-style buildings appeared in front of Wutong. Where is this? Wutong vaguely guessed where this place was. The rainstorm internship is over now, and tomorrow will be the foggy internship. A voice sounded. Sure enough, it's here, Wutong said as he watched the rainstorm stop instantly and put away his umbrella. But tomorrow is the foggy internship, which means I'm ahead of Xiaoxi and the others? Sure enough, Xiaoxi's lost skill is maximum doubt, Wutong said. The duckbill baby and the water jump fish secretly looked at Wutong. Your lost skill is also maximumed out and even broke through. Okay, let's stop here today. A female voice that sounded a bit artificial came. Wutong looked in the direction of the voice, and a charming girl said to the people in front of her. In front of this girl was a group of boys in suits and school uniforms, all of whom looked at the girl with admiration. Behind the girl were two boys in suits and school uniforms, one holding an umbrella to protect the girl from the rain, and the other standing there holding a towel in his hand. What a group of licking dogs. This is not a Pokémon research school, this is a fish pond. Wutong couldn't help saying when he saw this scene. Oh, there is someone peeking. Sorry, we are a private school, and we don't have open classes to the public. The girl said after seeing Wutong. My name is Wutong, I'm from Changpan City, and I'm a traveler. As for the peeking you said, sorry, I was just passing by. Wutong said calmly. The girl in front of him was, as expected, Xiaozhi, the first in the elementary department of the Pokémon Research School. Wutong still remembers Xiaozhi's superficial politeness and weird personality. It was just a pot of pure Baluachan, but the tea art was a bit ordinary and too artificial. Although I was just passing by, the weather system in your school is good. Passers-by can get wet. I don't know if you will compensate for the damaged clothes. We are all students of private schools. You don't know this little bit of courtesy, right? Wutong took the lead and said. When he heard Wutong's words, Xiaozhi was also stunned. The boy who saw him for the first time didn't react at all and wanted to compete with him in tea art. I'm so sorry, Xiaozhi. Take this Mr. Wutong to clean up and dry his clothes. After all, Mr. Wutong looks like he only has this set of clothes. Xiaozhi turned around and said. Yes. A boy with a mushroom head and a weak look ran out. Oh, it turns out that the young ladies of private schools are all rude. They don't even respond to someone who introduces himself. Wutong said with a raised eyebrow. I'm the first star in the junior class of the world-renowned preparatory school, the Pokémon Research School. I'm the Andromeda that shines in the far distance of the Milky Way. People call me that, but my true identity is actually Xiaozhi. After hearing what Wutong said, Xiaozhi began a series of performances. Wutong's eyes twitched as he watched Xiaozhi's performance. It was so artificial. Why would Xiaoxia and Xiaogang and the Anim blush when they were fascinated by such a thing? You know, Xiaoxi, the wooden man, didn't react to Serena at all. Gilu, Bubby, Chihuahua and Duckbill Baby also looked at Xiaozhi who was performing by himself with a puzzled look on their faces. Dream. Perhaps sensing the scent of green tea, the dream demon also flew out from Wutong's shadow, blocking Wutong and looking at Xiaozhi warily. Ah, Wutong, you should have been a trainer for a short time, right? Xiaozhi looked at the three Pokémon around Wutong and said, I have indeed just been traveling for less than 2 months. What do you want to say, Xiaozhi? Wutong said, no way. After traveling for 2 months, you can't even capture your own Pokémon? Let them wander around outside and put the Pokémon into the Pokéball. It's common sense, right? Xiaozhi said, covering his mouth with both hands. No way. Doesn't anyone know that the intimacy between the trainer and the Pokémon is very important? Not only evolution and skills are related to intimacy, but intimacy also affects the command and obedience during battle. As a student of the Pokémon Research School, you can't not even know such a thing, right? Wutong said in a surprised look. Does anyone think that putting a Pokémon in a Pokéball can make it stronger? No way, no way. The unbelievable look on Wutong's face even made the students behind Xiaozhi begin to doubt themselves. It seems that you are very confident in your strength, Wutong. How about we have a battle? Wutong's appearance also irritated Xiaozhi, so she proposed a battle. No problem, I don't mind guiding the eldest lady of the famous preparatory school, the Pokémon Research School. Wutong said kindly. Xiaoxia, take him to tidy up, and then go to the battle venue. Xiaozhi said to Xiaoxia, and then turned and left. Wutong, let's go. Xiaoxia said to Wutong, and then led him to the reception area of the school. In fact, Wutong, who was holding an umbrella, was not too wet, and he would dry after a while. But Wutong, who felt very uncomfortable with the dampness, still changed his clothes. Have you prepared? Why don't you change clothes? Xiao-chan asked when he saw Wutong coming out. No, I changed clothes. Wutong replied. After all, he had 7 sets of the same clothes. Wutong didn't have much desire to talk to Xiao-chan, who was bullied but didn't know it and only had theoretical knowledge in his mind and was like a weak chicken in actual combat. After all, he was not a saint and this was his own choice and there was nothing for him to participate in. Following Xiao-chan, Wutong came to the battlefield of the Pokémon Research School. Xiaozhi was already standing there waiting for Wutong's arrival. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Xiaozhi said. Oh, it seems that you can't wait to feel the failure, right? Wutong said. Humph, you can only show off your verbal power now. Xiaozhi snorted. Then you set the rules. Let's make it clear first. I only have 3 Pokémon now. Wutong said. Only 3 Pokémon? A trainer is supposed to have 6 Pokémon, but you don't even have 6 Pokémon? Xiaozhi said in surprise. No way. No one thinks that, as long as you have 6 Pokémon, right? Don't you have any requirements for the Lanoop? Catch whatever you see. No way. Can you still be called a trainer like this? It's better to be called a hunter. Wutong said in surprise. You really have no manners. Hearing Wutong's words, Xiaozhi also frowned. Manners also depend on the object. Sorry, you are not within my scope. Wutong said mercilessly. What's wrong with this guy? Yeah, he actually talked to Lord C-Day like this. Just put a sack on him when he's not paying attention. That's right. We must defend our Lord C-Day. The boys behind Xiaozhi began to mutter. You bunch of lickers. Don't talk nonsense. If you don't accept it, come and fight me. Wutong shouted directly. After hearing what Wutong said, the boys all showed angry expressions. Okay, his opponent is me. The rule is 3v3 singles. Pokémon cannot be exchanged during the battle. No objection, right? Xiaozhi said. It doesn't matter. Wutong shrugged and said. Then, let's start. Go. Water Leap. Go. Rumblestone. Wutong and Xiaozhi called out their Pokémon at the same time. Not good. Rumblestone of C-Day is not good in terms of attributes. A boy couldn't help shouting. Today, I will give you an extra lesson. Attribute restraint is not everything. If the level is high enough, you can win, even if the attribute is disadvantageous. Its Water Leap has not evolved yet, and the level must not be high, so he will definitely lose. Xiaozhi began to explain with great confidence. Water Leap, Water Wave. Wutong started to attack directly. Gurgle. Water Leap sprayed a series of circular water streams at Rumblestone. Rumblestone. Roll. Xiaozhi chose to attack directly. Rumblestone held its 4 hands on its body, curled up into a ball, and rolled towards the Water Leap. Xiaozhi, who was very confident in his Pokémon level, directly let Rumblestone crash into the Water Leap with the Water Wave of the Water Leap. Water Leap. Crush the rock. Wutong wanted to laugh at the Rumblestone that was coming hard. The Water Leap's front paws emitted light and hit Rumblestone directly. The Rumblestone, which was originally rotating, was hit by the Water Leap and stopped rotating. How is this possible? Xiaozhi said in disbelief. His Rumblestone's attack was easily interrupted. Don't you know that there is a behavior called suppressed evolution? And I don't think your Rumblestone has enough power to crush the attribute restraint. You make me doubt the teaching quality of the Pokémon Research School. Wutong mocked. What did you say? Rumblestone. Falling rocks. Xiaozhi shouted. Water Leap Fish. Falling rocks. Wutong chose to attack directly. Rumblestone stretched out his hands to Water Leap Fish, and several boulders appeared from the top of Water Leap Fish's head and fell down. Gulp. Stones also appeared beside Water Leap Fish, and Water Leap Fish threw them directly at Rumblestone. Water Leap Fish did not waste the falling boulders, and its front paws emitted light, smashing rocks and breaking the falling rocks. The boulders that were closer were thrown to Rumblestone again by Water Leap Fish. After being attacked by a rain of rocks, Rumblestone turned into circles and lost its ability to fight. Chapter 19. The 20th Anniversary Celebration. The first time to celebrate the 7th anniversary. Looking at the Rumblestone that had turned into a circle of eyes, Xiaozhi couldn't believe it. Your level of the water jump fish is definitely not low. Xiaozhi couldn't help but said. When did I say that my water jump fish's level was low? Wutong said puzzledly. According to the Pokémon illustrated book, the level of the water jump fish is already 23. After all, it is normal for the water jump fish to have a higher level after not knowing how many trainers it has gone through. I just don't know why the water jump fish has not evolved, even though its level is enough. Maybe this is the difference between reality and games. The level in reality is not absolute. I didn't expect you to be so insidious. In this case, go. Cowdehua. Utocide said. When Wutong heard what Utocide said, he asked, what do you mean by insidious? You guessed it yourself, didn't you? Cowdehua. Flying Leaf Blade. Utocide took the lead in launching the attack this time. Shuaiyu, hit. Wutong shouted. Shuaiyu kicked the ground with its limbs and hit Cowdehua like a cannonball. At this time, a burst of white light covered Shuaiyu's body. What is this? Hit it? Wutong said to himself. I didn't expect Shuaiyu to learn a new skill in the battle. Originally, Wutong planned to let Shuaiyu focus on consumption, but he didn't expect it to suddenly learn to hit it. Then he could use the hit to offset most of the damage of Flying Leaf Blade and rush to Cowdehua. Cowdehua. Rattan Whip. Tie it up. Utocide commanded. Two green vine whips stretched out from both sides of Cowdehua's body and wrapped around Shuaiyu. Water Leap Fish. Bite. Wutong didn't intend to let Water Leap Fish dodge. Two vine whips directly entangled Water Leap Fish. Water Leap Fish let the vine whips entangle itself, and then bit the vine whips that entangled itself fiercely. Cowdehua felt pain, and the vine whips that tied Water Leap Fish couldn't help but loosen. Falling rocks. Seeing Water Leap Fish fall again, Wutong continued to command. Gilu. Water Leap Fish raised his claws, and a huge rock appeared out of thin air. The muscles of Water Leap Fish's claws bulged, and with a strong throw, the huge rock hit Cowdehua directly. Cowdehua. Vine Whip. Yuteng Shengde could only hope to use the Vine Whip to knock it aside in the face of the huge rock. However, Cowdehua's strength seemed weak in front of the high-speed flying rock. No, this is not falling rocks. This should be a rockfall. Wutong said to himself. It seems that the water leap has broken through a certain limit. It should evolve after this battle. Wutong thought secretly. Don't give it a chance. Water leap. Rock smash. Wutong shouted. Gilu. Water leap shouted and jumped high, then turned and headed down, using a palm technique from the sky. The boulder that pressed down the Cowdehua was directly broken, and the water leap's attack kept hitting Cowdehua. Cowdehua couldn't bear it, after being attacked continuously, and its eyes turned into the shape of mosquito coils, and lost its ability to fight. Gilu. Water leap shouted excitedly. A ray of light flashed on its body. Is it just a little bit short? Wutong saw the ray of light, and said to himself. Call out your last Pokémon. Wutong said. How is it possible? Come out, Karakura, we can't lose. Utocide said. Korra. A Pokémon with a skull head and a drumstick in his hand appeared in the venue. Is this your trump card? Wutong said as he took out the Pokémon encyclopedia. Karakura, a lonely Pokémon, is a ground attribute. He wears the bones of his deceased mother on his head. Sometimes he feels sad when he thinks of his mother and cries loudly because of loneliness. He always wears very thick bones. The voice of the encyclopedia came out, but unfortunately, the skills that Karakura mastered could not be seen. Karakura. Bone Boomerang. Utocide shouted. Karakura threw the bone out with force, and the bone spun and hit the water jump fish. Water jump fish. Wutong just called out to the water jump fish. The water jump fish instantly understood and rushed towards the flying bone stick, stretching its claws towards the flying bone stick. The rotating bone stick was directly held in the arms of the water jump fish. Karakura was stunned when he saw this situation. Water jump fish. Give it back. Wutong continued to shout. Water jumping fish arm muscle bulge. The bone stick was thrown back at a faster speed, and Karakura was hit on the head by the bone stick without reacting in time. The skull beast head on Karakura's head was directly knocked upside down, and Karakura instantly fell into darkness. Karakura. Karakura became very flustered, and his two claws kept waving to try to bend the skull beast head back. Water leap fish. Rock crushing. Wutong continued to command. The water leap fish rushed directly to Caracola. Caracola, calm down quickly, Utoside shouted anxiously. However, Caracola couldn't hear Utoside's words at this time and was still very flustered. The water leap fish had already rushed to Caracola, and the light on its claws kept hitting Caracola. The water leap fish was also very considerate and directly helped Caracola straighten the skull beast head. By the way, he also picked up a bone stick on the side and smashed it on Caracola. Wutong even vaguely heard a sound of bones cracking. "Did you break the bone stick?" Wutong said a little guilty. Caracola was knocked back to Utoside. Xiaoxia seemed to be afraid of breaking the bone stick, so he threw it back to Caracola. Caracola, who was lying next to Utoside, looked at the bone stick beside him. A feeling of grievance surged in his heart, and he even lay on the ground and cried. "Caracola, forget it, you've worked hard, come back and rest," Utoside said helplessly as he looked at the crying Caracola. "It seems that I won," Wutong said calmly. "Gilu!" Xiaoxia shouted happily, and then a dazzling light came out of his body. "Finally evolved," Wutong said with relief. The light dissipated, and a two-legged creature with goose yellow gills, eyes, and abdomen stood up. A Pokémon with a pink-purple body and head and dark pink fins appeared. Aqua Jump successfully evolved into Swampert. Wutong looked at Swampert's eyes full of wisdom, as if he saw through everything, and suddenly had a bad premonition. Sure enough, Swampert also felt Wutong's gaze, and his eyes met Wutong in the air. Then Swampert pounced on Wutong. "My ribs." Wutong groaned and was thrown to the ground. "Sure enough, I'm much stronger after evolution." Wutong lay on the ground, looking up at the sky with tears. "I must find a way to change Swampert's habit." "Come back, Swampert." Wutong injured the pain in his chest and took Swampert back into the Pokeball and climbed up. "Since I won, do you mind agreeing to one condition for me?" Wutong came to Utoside and said. "Have you always coveted my beauty? Did a Pokémon defeat all my Pokémon just to attract my attention?" Utoside said with a red face, hugging herself. "Please help my Swampert recover, and if possible, find a doctor to see me." Wutong ignored Utoside and said to himself, "What are you talking about? Wait. There's blood at the corner of your mouth. Are you okay?" Utoside said fearfully. At this time, Wutong's face was calm, but there was a streak of blood sliding down the corner of his mouth. Then he fell to the ground under the horrified eyes of everyone. A few hours later, in the medical room of the Pokémon Research School, Wutong opened his eyes while lying on a bed. "I've never seen a ceiling before," Wutong said to himself. His chest still hurt, but it didn't affect his movements. Wutong sat up and saw a Pokeball next to the pillow. Wutong recognized that it was the Pokeball of his Swampert. I can't let you hit me again," Wutong said helplessly as he picked up the Pokeball. In fact, the impact of the Swampert did not break Wutong's ribs, but the strong impact made his head confused and he fainted. As for the blood at the corner of his mouth, it was because he was not prepared for a moment and bit the inner wall of his mouth. "Are you awake?" Utoside's voice appeared. Wutong looked back and saw Utoside pushing the door and walking in. "You are too scary. You fainted as soon as you said you would," Utoside said. "Sorry," Wutong said a little embarrassedly. "I have nothing to do, so I'll leave first." Wutong looked outside and saw that the sky was still bright, so Wutong decided to continue on his way. "Are you leaving just like that?" Utoside couldn't help saying. "What else?" Wutong asked back. Hearing Wutong's words, Utoside was also stunned and didn't know what to say. "If you want revenge, go travel. Although you can learn a lot of knowledge in school, the experience of fighting is something that school cannot give you." Wutong thought for a while and said, "As for what to do, if Xiaozhi and his group come and don't meet Uto Sunday, Wutong doesn't care. After all, this is just an unimportant branch, just like the appearance of Xiaoming, the Beast Master before." Wutong left after he finished speaking, leaving Uto Sunday standing there in deep thought. "Duckbill baby, come out." Wutong called out Duckbill baby after he walked out of the Pokémon Research School. After all, with Duckbill baby as the navigation duck, Wutong was too lazy to find the way himself. "Bobby." Duckbill baby patted his chest to show that he believed in himself. Under the leadership of Duckbill Baby, Wutong continued to go to Vermilion City. Swamp Jumper, come out. Wutong walked and thought again and again and finally called out Swampert. After evolving, Swampert became much quieter, and after coming out, he stared at Wutong with his dead fish eyes. Then he pounced directly on Wutong, but Wutong was prepared and dodged Swampert's attack by turning sideways. Swampert, although this is your way of expressing friendship, you have evolved now, and you don't want your trainer to die young, Wutong said seriously. The Swampert who was dodged was a little frustrated, but after hearing what Wutong said, he looked at his evolved self, and then hit the rock next to him. The rock shattered directly, and Swampert probably understood that his current strength seemed not enough to hit Wutong. Numa Swampert called out and nodded. That's good, let's continue the training on the road. You have to get used to your body shape after evolution, as soon as possible. Wutong nodded with satisfaction. After all, the water jump fish is still very flexible. Now it can be barely accepted to evolve into a swamp jump fish. After it evolves into a giant Swampert, it will have to completely change its fighting style. Numa the Swampert nodded again with dead fish eyes. Wutong looked at the Swampert with trouble. It should be said that the evolved Swampert is far less cute than the water jump fish. There is still a light of wisdom in his eyes. Wutong thought for a moment and shook his head. This is only temporary. It will be fine after the Swampert evolves into a giant Swampert. It is a kind of powerful feeling. Under the guidance of the Duckbill Baby, Wutong began to fight all the way and moved towards the Vermilion City. Duckbill Baby, sparks. Wutong commanded the Duckbill Baby to attack a walking grass. Bobby, the Duckbill Baby sprayed a mouthful of sparks, which burned directly on the body of the walking grass. The walking grass was burned directly and lost its ability to fight. It's a bit weak. Wutong couldn't help saying as he looked at the walking grass that had lost its ability to fight. Dane. A cry came, and then a vine whip hit Wutong. Numa. Swampert appeared in time and grabbed the vine whip. With a force, Swampert pulled a Pokémon directly over. Is this the lonely traveler from the end of the world? Wutong couldn't help saying as he looked at the figure being pulled out. Dane. The one who was pulled out was the Bulbasaur who called himself the lonely traveler from the end of the world. Bulbasaur adjusted its balance in the air and landed in front of the walking grass. He looked at Wutong, the Duckbill Baby and the Swampert with a ferocious face. It looked like a puppy that had encountered danger and wanted to intimidate the other party. Swampert, let it go. Wutong patted the Swampert and said. Numa Swampert obediently released the whip. Dane. Bulbasaur looked at Wutong vigilantly and then ran away with the walking grass. Hey, the three Pokémon, the lonely traveler. Bulbasaur. It's a pity that it's useless, even if I catch them. Wutong couldn't help but say. There's no way. Although the lonely traveler's Bulbasaur is very tempting, it is useless to Wutong and can only be used for collection. After all, his special physique makes it impossible for him to command Pokémon other than Shiny to fight. Instead of forcibly subduing Bulbasaur and letting it watch the warehouse, it is better to let it follow Xiaozhi according to the original plot. Numa? Swampert felt the regret of his trainer and shouted. Yes, I also have my own 3 Pokémon. What's there to envy others? Wutong smiled and patted Swampert's head. Bobby, the Duckbill Baby also called out. Yes, there is also you, and the Dream Demon. I haven't forgotten you either. Wutong touched the Duckbill Baby's head again, and then said to his own shadow. Yes, what is there for me to envy? Now I'm no longer the person who can only drool in front of the computer and envy. I also have my own Pokémon around me. Let's go. We should be able to meet a village ahead and rest there at night. Wutong said after thinking. Bobby, the duckling immediately ran to the front to lead the way. After all, even if the distance was not far, Wutong might get lost if he let him walk alone. Chapter 20. The road was long and winding, but the weather was very bad. Duckbill continued to move forward with Wutong and Swamp Jumper. Soon they came to a cliff, which was connected by a suspension bridge on both sides. Seeing the suspension bridge in front of him, Wutong fell into deep thought. After all, in his memory, this suspension bridge would break directly. Although his luck should not be so bad, Wutong did not want to gamble this time. Since the bridge is a bit dangerous, Duckbill, come back. Wutong said and took Duckbill back into the Pokeball. Numa? Swamp Jumper called out in confusion. Let's take a shortcut, Wutong said and jumped off the cliff with Swamp Jumper. Numa. Swamp Jumper was frightened by the sudden action and shouted loudly. However, Wutong and Swampert hit their heads on the protruding, spiked rocks during the fall, and both died. The whole book is over. Of course it is impossible. Wutong and Swampert fell into the water and floated downstream. After all, Swampert is a water-attributed Pokémon, and after the initial panic, it quickly calmed down. It began to swim flexibly in the water. Wutong grabbed Swampert and moved forward steadily in the water with the help of Swampert. Hurry up and grab the rope. After drifting for a while, an anxious voice came. Then Wutong saw a rope in front of him, and Wutong subconsciously grabbed the rope. As soon as Wutong grabbed the rope, he felt that he was pulled up by a strange force, and he was thrown directly to the shore with the rope. Are you okay? A soft voice sounded, and Wutong looked up, and found that it was a girl with blue hair, and wearing red overalls. I'm fine, thank you for helping me, Wutong said, and then Wutong climbed up from the ground. The pain caused by falling on the ground made him not only sigh at the female hero's good arm strength. She is worthy of being a woman who lives in seclusion in the mountains and treats and takes care of a group of Pokémon. My name is Xiaoxi, and I'm the manager of this Pokémon village. How did you float down with the water? Xiaoxi asked. I'm trying to let my Pokémon learn to surf, but the effect is not very good. Wutong lied. He couldn't say that he jumped off the cliff and floated down with the water just to come here. So that's it. Maybe because she hadn't contacted others for a long time, Xiaoxi chose to believe Wutong's lie directly. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Wutong. I'm from Changpon City. Do you know what Pokémon village is? Wutong asked after introducing himself. This is actually a bit like a Pokémon sanatorium. I will take in those Pokémon who were injured or abandoned in battle here, to treat their bodies or minds. Xiaoxi said with a smile. Obviously she likes this place very much, so that's how it is. Then it seems that Miss Xiaoxi, you are the angel in white, Wutong said. I'm not qualified yet. Pokémon here don't need to fight. They can live together with their companions while recuperating from their injuries, Xiaoxi said, while touching the Pokémon that ran to her side. Dane. Wutong was about to reply, but a warning cry came from behind. Wutong looked back and saw that it was indeed the lonely traveler Bulbasaur. Behind Bulbasaur was a slightly injured Walking Grass. Bulbasaur, you're back. Walking Grass, what's wrong with you? Why are you injured? Xiaoxi first welcomed Bulbasaur and then found the hungry and injured Walking Grass. Sorry, Miss Xiaoxi, I caused the injury of Walking Grass. Wutong directly admitted the mistake. I thought it was a wild Pokémon, so. Wutong said. So that's how it is. It's okay. You don't look like a bad guy, but don't bully the Pokémon here, Xiaoxi said after hearing what Wutong said. No problem, but can I camp here for one night? Wutong asked. Of course, Xiaoxi said. Dane. Bulbasaur objected after hearing the conversation between the two. After all, the guy in front of him hurt his companions. How could he let him stay here? Question mark? Don't worry, Bulbasaur, I promise you that I will never capture any Pokémon here. Wutong knew what Bulbasaur was thinking, so he promised. Dane. After hearing what Wutong said after that, Bulbasaur hesitated for a moment and gave up blocking, but still called twice to show that it would keep an eye on Wutong. Then as a proof of friendship, Wutong said as he walked towards the Walking Grass behind Bulbasaur and then squatted down, one hand stretched out to the Walking Grass. Dane. Bulbasaur was about to block, but found that a light green light came out of Wutong's hand, and then the injury on the Walking Grass recovered. What is this? Xiaoxi was a little surprised at Wutong's ability. Every time I use this ability, I feel so sleepy. Sorry, Miss Xiaoxi, I have to set up a tent and sleep first. Wutong yawned and said. Without waiting for Xiaoxi to reply, Wutong directly found a relatively flat place to set up the tent, and the long-hidden Swampert also came out to help. Soon the tent was set up, and Wutong went in and went to sleep. What a magical person, don't you think, Bulbasaur? Xiaoxi couldn't help but say. Dane, Danny. Bulbasaur nodded in agreement. Soon, the next morning arrived. Wutong, who was used to getting up early, got up early. When he got up, he found that Xiaoxi was already preparing food for the Pokémon, and the lonely traveler Bulbasaur was also helping to manage the Pokémon. Good morning, Miss Xiaoxi. Wutong greeted. Good morning, Wutong. Xiaoxi responded. Dane. Bulbasaur called to Wutong, indicating that he should leave as soon as he got up. Don't worry, I'll leave soon, but do you want to fight with me before you leave? You are the bodyguard of this Pokémon town, right? Do you think you are strong enough? Wutong asked with a smile. Dane. Danny. Bulbasaur was dissatisfied when he heard Wutong's words. How could I, a lonely traveler, be afraid of you? Question mark? Don't worry, Miss Xiaoxi. I just want to test the strength of Bulbasaur. I said I won't catch any Pokémon here. Wutong said because he was afraid that Xiaoxi would worry. After all, even if he caught it, he couldn't use it for fighting. Instead of putting it in the warehouse and making himself uncomfortable, it's better not to catch it. Okay, but Bulbasaur is actually very strong. You have to be careful. Xiaoxi said that she was not worried about Bulbasaur, but Wutong. After hearing Xiaoxi's words, Wutong felt a little helpless. Did he look very weak? Come out. Swampert. Wutong directly called out his main force, Swampert. Although the attributes of the duckbill baby will be more advantageous, Swampert can produce a more crushing effect. Half a day later, Wutong appeared on the way to Vermilion City. As for the battle between Swampert and Bulbasaur, there was no suspense, and Swampert won easily. Although Bulbasaur's strength is not weak, it is also compared with other Pokémon in Pokémon Town. After all, Swampert has been trained for a long time, and with the advantage of strength, it can easily defeat Bulbasaur, even if it is 4 times weaker than grass. Bulbasaur, who was easily defeated, also fell into self-doubt. However, Wutong thoughtfully left it a simple training method, so that it can train and become stronger on its own. As for whether it can beat Bulbasaur after Xiaoxi comes, Wutong has no way to predict, but with Pikachu and Xiaoxi's protagonist Halo, it should not be a problem. On the way, Wutong resumed the mode of training while walking. At this time, he also roughly understood why his duckbill baby always spontaneously combusted. Because its flash power seems to be an ability similar to flame affinity. Wutong's duckbill baby naturally has an attraction to fire energy, and it cannot control this power well. This causes it to unconsciously absorb nearby fire energy. These energies are not controlled, and continue to gather, and the final result is the generation of flames. Of course, this ability is not without advantages, that is, the duckbill baby can control the flame very well. Like other Pokémon, it takes a long time to practice to control the skills such as Jet Flame. But the duckbill baby is different. It can easily control the Jet Flame to turn, and Wutong feels that, if he practices more, he can even play the Jet Flame with the feeling of a flame vortex. And Wutong also found that practicing controlling the Jet Flame can make the duckbill baby strengthen his control over his flash power. Just like now, it can reduce the number of spontaneous combustion to less than 3 times a day. It can be said to be a great improvement. Wutong walked and came to a small town. Of course, under the leadership of the duckbill baby. The sensible duckbill baby not only trained hard, but also wanted to stop himself from self-igniting as soon as possible. Burning, and also taking care of the duties of the navigation duck to guide Wutong. Walking into this unknown town, Wutong saw a sloppy boy. Looking at this boy, Wutong felt a little familiar, but couldn't remember where he had seen him. Hey, the new guy over there. Come and have a Pokémon battle with me. The loser has to give the other party 500. How about it? The sloppy boy walked over and said. What a petty little gangster. Wutong said to himself a little helplessly. Okay, I accept it, but I don't have much time, so it's 1v1. Wutong said. Also, I'll accept your 500. Go, Charmander. The sloppy boy called out his Pokémon. Charmander? Duckbill baby, go. Wutong frowned when he saw the person in front of him calling out Charmander. He remembered why the guy in front of him looked familiar, because he was the short-sighted NC trainer Dayao who abandoned Liu Peng. Charmander. Sparks. Dayao commanded. Duckbill, spray flames. Wutong directly let the duckbill push back. Bobby. The duckbill sprayed flames directly. Charmander's sparks were instantly swallowed, and then Charmander was hit by the spray flames. Thunder Fist. Wutong continued to command. Bobby. The duckbill rushed directly to Charmander, with lightning flashing on its claws, and punched Charmander. Canna. Charmander screamed in pain, and lost its ability to fight. What? This waste actually lost like this? Dayao said angrily. Wutong frowned when he heard Dayao's words. He really wanted this guy to have an intimate contact with the earth. 500 is not necessary. Use it to buy some delicious food for your Charmander. Wutong waved his hand coldly and left. If nothing unexpected happens, Dayao will soon abandon Charmander. To be honest, he doesn't understand. They are so rare, but why are they abandoned everywhere? Especially the Fire Lord. Basically one of them will be abandoned in every generation, and then let Xiaozhi pick it up. Damn it, if I can't command it myself, I must take all these 3 Pokémon away. Wutong said uncomfortably when he left. After defeating Dayao and the future rolled spray, Wutong came to the Pokémon Center to restore his Pokémon. After handing the duckling and Swampert to Miss Joy, Wutong went to replenish some supplies himself. After he replenished the supplies, Wutong found that his Pokémon had not recovered yet, so he simply waited in the rest area of the Pokémon Center. With nothing to do, Wutong took out the Pokémon Encyclopedia, checked the skills of his Pokémon, and thought about the training plan. Swamp Jumper, master the skills, Collision, Cry, Water Gun, Rock Crushing, Rock Falling, Hold, Bite, Double Return, Water Wave, Slam, Rock Collapse. Although Swamp Jumper has 2 more skills, it is more like an advanced version, based on the original skills, and the overall change is not big. So the training method is still based on controlling the range of one's own power release. Try to concentrate the power of the surface to a point. Duckbill Baby, master the skills, Sparks, Smoke, Glare, Jet Flame, Lightning Fist, Bursting Fist, Flame Wheel, Ghost Face, Flame Fist. Duckbill Baby's skill pool is very obvious, very biased towards pure fire skills. If Duckbill Baby had not inherited the 2 skills of Thunder Fist and Burst Fist, Duckbill Baby would only have fire attributed attack skills. However, even if Duckbill Baby knows Thunder Fist and Burst Fist, Duckbill Baby himself always subconsciously uses fire skills. Just like the battle with Growlithe, these 2 skills were not used at all. Wutong's plan is to train Platypus to be a fire-type battle mage. After all, Platypus's special attack racial value is as high as 125, and its attack racial value is also 95. It is a perfect mage who can fight in close combat. Coupled with Platypus's affinity for fire, Wutong seems to have seen the future scene of Platypus being all-powerful at long range and near range. Chapter 21. After waiting for a while at the Pokémon Center, Wutong's Pokémon was finally healed. After getting his Pokémon back, Wutong continued to move forward without hesitation. He didn't want to stay in a place like this with the 3 starters. He was afraid that he would not be able to resist picking up Charmander after seeing it abandoned. After all, that was the future rolled spray. It was a pity that he couldn't use it in battle, and picking it up would only waste Charmander's potential. Wutong called out the Duckbill and Swampert again, and continued on his way. Along the way, he trained and hurried on his way. By the evening, Wutong had passed Route 24, and was not far from Vermilion City. If nothing goes wrong, we can reach the Deadly City tomorrow morning. Duckbill Baby, wait a minute. Wutong suddenly called out to Duckbill Baby. Bubby? Duckbill Baby stopped, and turned around with a puzzled look on his face. Water Leap Fish, use Rockfall on the ground in front. Wutong said. Numa. Water Leap Fish responded and used Rockfall. Several stones hit the ground in front, and the ground, that should have been very solid, was directly smashed through, revealing a deep pit. Hiss, this pit is deep enough. Wutong walked to the side of the pit, and looked at the depth of the pit, and couldn't help saying, Jenny. Several shouts sounded behind Wutong, and then Wutong felt a thrust pushing him down into the deep pit. However, Wutong jumped forward and jumped over the deep pit at the moment he lost his balance. Compared with the impact of Swamp Leap Fish, this thrust is not worth mentioning, and it can't make Wutong lose resistance at all. Jenny, Jenny? A shocked shout sounded. Wutong jumped to the other side of the pit and turned around flexibly to see what was pushing him. In fact, Wutong knew it when he heard the cry. Wutong looked over and saw 5 blue turtles wearing sunglasses. It was the Squirtle army. Swampert looked at everything in front of him with a dazed look. As for the duckbill baby, it highly appreciated Wutong's performance and kept clapping with its 2 little paws. Wutong was a little speechless when he looked at his 2 Pokémon. Swampert was obviously more dazed after evolving. Wutong could even see snot flowing from Swampert's nostrils. As for the duckbill baby, although his sensible and supportive look was very touching, you don't need to be so sensible at this time. Swampert, duckbill baby, come here. Wutong said. Numa Bubby. Swampert and Duckbill Baby heard Wutong's call and ran over and stood in front of Wutong. You 5 guys dug this pit, didn't you? Wutong said to the 5 Squirtles. 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 The leader, wearing pointy sunglasses, shouted loudly. Huh, you 5 want to rob me? Are you looking down on me? Wutong raised his head at a 45-degree angle and shouted at the 5 Squirtles with his nose pointed at them. Squirtles. Squirtles. The leader of the Squirtles, who would follow Xiaoxi in the future, and was now the leader of the Squirtles Corps, shouted angrily. Obviously, Wutong's words made him very dissatisfied. He, a leader of the Corps, was looked down upon like this. Squirtles expressed dissatisfaction and even wanted to shoot water in his face. You look very unconvinced. Come on, let's have a fight. Wutong continued to shout. Squirtles. The leader Squirtle couldn't stand it anymore and directly commanded his younger brothers to attack. Jenny. X55 Squirtle started spraying water at the same time, and the 5 water jets merged into a thick water jet and shot towards Wutong. You turtle have no martial ethics. You actually launched a sneak attack. Swampert. Rockfall. Duckbill. Thunderbolt. Wutong shouted while dodging. Numa. Swampert shouted, and a huge rock appeared above Swampert's head. Swampert raised his hands and grabbed the rock, then threw it hard at the Squirtle army. The rock pressed down on the Squirtle army with the 5-in-1 water jet. Duckbill went to the side and hit a Squirtle with lightning on its claws. The 5 Squirtles focused on pushing back the rock thrown by Swampert and did not see Duckbill coming around and was hit directly by Duckbill. Although Duckbill usually knows things, but when fighting, it is very fierce, not only because of the reason of wandering, but also to prove the value of its existence. After all, it doesn't want to be abandoned by Wutong and live a wandering life again. Although Wutong will definitely not abandon it, this is also the obsession of the duck-billed baby, and Wutong can only rely on time to slowly change it. The duck-billed baby's claws with lightning hit the head of the Squirtle on the far right and the roundest head. The sudden impact made the round-headed Squirtle turn its head to the other 4 Squirrels, and its water gun used all its strength to resist the boulder thrown by the Swampert. So even if the head was hit off, the round-headed Squirtle's water gun did not stop. The water gun directly hit the heads of the other 4 Squirrels. The 4 Squirrels didn't know what was going on in the face of the sudden attack, and the water guns they were using couldn't help but pause. The boulder that lost resistance successfully pressed on the 5 Squirrels. The 5 Squirtles lost their ability to fight together. So, how should we deal with them? Wutong said to himself. What happened? A heroic voice appeared. A wild Miss Junsha appeared, and Miss Junsha came to Wutong on a motorcycle. Miss Junsha, it's nothing. I just encountered a few wild Pokémon attacks. Wutong said calmly. Wild Pokémon attacks? Miss Junsha looked suspiciously at the deep pit on the ground and the 5 unknown objects pressed under the boulders. I suspect you are an illegal Pokémon hunter. Please come with me. Miss Junsha said seriously. Do I look so much like a bad guy? This should be able to prove my identity. Wutong took out the Pokémon illustrated book helplessly. What is this? Pokémon illustrated book. It turns out to be a new traveler. Sorry, I misunderstood you. Miss Junsha said, after seeing the Pokémon illustrated book. It's okay, but Miss Junsha, do you know what's going on with these 5 Squirtles? Wutong asked deliberately. Squirtles are the wild Pokémon that you said attacked you. 5 Squirtles wearing sunglasses? Miss Juncha asked back. Yes, it seems that these 5 guys are very famous. Wutong asked Swampert to move the boulder away. Numa Swampert obediently moved the boulder away, and the 5 Squirtles stayed there in different postures, either lying or lying. These 5 Squirtles are all Pokémon abandoned by their trainers. Because they were abandoned, they are very disappointed with humans, so they simply formed this Squirtle Corps to do whatever they want nearby. Miss Juncha said with a complicated expression. These people are so hateful. Wutong said with gritted teeth. Yes, they are also poor children. Miss Juncha said sympathetically. Even one of the 3 starter Pokémon, Zishu Turtle, is willing to be abandoned. Such a rare Pokémon is not needed, so give it to others. Some people want it, but can't get it. Don't you know that waste is shameful? Wutong kept muttering. Ah. Miss Juncha was stunned. You seem to be sighing at the wrong point. And what the hell is Zishu Turtle? Are you talking about Squirtle? Miss Juncha, these 5 Squirtle should be a trouble for you, right? Why not let me handle it? Wutong suggested. In fact, Miss Juncha was moved by Wutong's proposal. After all, these 5 Squirtle have been causing trouble, making the nearby public security very bad, and seriously affecting her performance. And Wutong is a trainer with a Pokémon illustrated book, so he can rest assured about their origins. In addition, after these 5 Squirtle were abandoned, they were actually considered wild Pokémon. As long as the Pokémon hunters did not maliciously capture them for the purpose of illegal profit, she had no right to control them. No problem. If you can solve it, it will be a great help to me. Miss Juncha thought for a moment and agreed directly. Then leave it to me, but my method may be a bit rough. I hope Miss Juncha doesn't mind. Wutong said in advance. No problem, as long as you don't do bad things, I won't interfere with you. So do you need my help? Miss Juncha asked. Please help me tie up these Squirtles first. Wutong said. Okay, tie them up. Ah. Miss Juncha looked at Wutong in confusion. Wutong just smiled, but Miss Juncha shuddered when she saw this smile. The guy in front of him is definitely a black-bellied guy. After Miss Juncha helped tie up all the Squirtles afterwards, Wutong asked Swampert to hold the rope and drag 5 Squirtles to find their base. In his impression, the base of these 5 Squirtles should be nearby. Duckbill Baby knew that it was time for him to appear and volunteered to go find it by himself. Wutong saw that Duckbill Baby was so active and did not refuse. So Wutong and Swampert, who was dragging 5 Squirtles, followed Duckbill Baby to search everywhere. Wutong was also very considerate to turn all 5 Squirtles over so that they lay on their backs with their shells on the ground. This way, they can avoid injuries, and as for the wear and tear of the shells, they can take care of it themselves later. With the efforts of Duckbill Baby, Wutong successfully found the base of the Squirtle army. In a cave that is not small, there is a stone with a good shape, which looks like it is used to tie people. There are also 2 relatively flat stone platforms. It must be said that they are very good at choosing places. Wutong tied the 5 Squirtles to the rocks, and then let Swampert and Duckbill move freely. Wutong was lucky, and the 5 Squirtles did not wake up until they were tied to the rocks. Wutong decided to camp here today, so he took out various tools and started to prepare dinner. Swampert and Duckbill went to train by themselves. After all, they didn't want to disappoint Wutong, who accepted them. Jenny? After a while, the head Squirtle was attracted by a fragrance and slowly woke up. The head Squirtle first called out twice in confusion, and then found that the state of himself and his brothers was not right. Jenny. Jenny. The 5 of them were actually tied up. Usually they tied others, but today they were tied by others. It was a great shame. Jenny. The other 4 Squirtles were called, and then quickly changed from confusion to shock. The 5 Squirtles began to struggle. Hey, stop struggling. I will tie you up again, even if you break free, Wutong said while picking up vegetables. Although they were in the cave, the ventilation was good. Wutong was worried that the cave would be filled with smoke at first. Jenny. Squirtle threatened Wutong. Disappointed with humans, it thought Wutong must have some conspiracy. You said my purpose? I have to think about it carefully. Wutong said deliberately. Jenny. Jenny Jenny. Squirtle shouted again when he saw Wutong's appearance. Jenny. Jenny. X4 the four Squirtle brothers also shouted after hearing Squirtle's cry. Okay, don't act like brothers. I won't do anything to you, but at the same time, I can't just catch you and let the other four go. Wutong said helplessly. After hearing what Wutong said, the 5 Squirtles were a little desperate. Were they going to be captured and abandoned again? Don't worry, I have no intention of capturing you, Wutong said when he saw them. But the 5 Squirtles obviously didn't believe it. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. I have thought of what I'm going to do. From today on, I'm your boss. From now on, you will no longer be called the Squirtle Army, but the Wutong Army, Wutong said with a shovel. Jenny. X5 the 5 Squirtles shouted in shock after hearing what Wutong said. This human must have something wrong. He doesn't intend to capture himself, but also wants to take the position of the leader of their army. Question mark? Remember to call me leader in the future. Oh, by the way, just in case, don't think I don't understand what you are saying. If you secretly scold me, it won't work, Wutong warned. Jenny? X5 the 5 Squirtles were shocked by Wutong's words again. Do you still care whether the Pokémon scolds you? Question mark? Oh, by the way, our army must have its own characteristics. Your sunglasses are pretty good and very distinctive, Wutong suddenly said. So, leader, I want to discuss something with you. Lend me your sunglasses. After all, I'm the boss and cannot wear the same sunglasses as you, Wutong said. Jenny. Jenny Jenny. Squirtle immediately refused with all his heart. Oh, you are so polite. You don't have to say so many times to lend it to you. I can hear you. Thank you, Wutong said as he took off Squirtle's pointy sunglasses and put them on his face. Jenny? Squirtle was speechless. Aren't you just bullying the turtle? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22. Although the turtle was disappointed with humans, it never thought there would be such a shameless person. It can only be said that Wutong has refreshed its understanding of humans again. As the boss, I will definitely let you eat. But I have agreed in advance that I will put you down to eat, but you can't take the opportunity to escape or attack. Do you understand? Wutong asked. The 5 Squirtles did not respond, but stared at Wutong together. It was quite oppressive to be stared at by 5 water turtles together. If you don't call me, I will take it as your consent. Swamp Jumper, put them down, Wutong said. Numa. Swamp Jumper responded and walked to the stone where the Squirtle army was tied. Numa Numa Numa, Swampert shouted while untying the rope. Jenny. Jenny Jenny. Head Squirtle kept shouting at Swampert. Of course, Wutong didn't understand the conversation between the two Pokémon at all. After all, the power of the Evergreen Force can sense the mood and feelings of Pokémon. As for understanding what Pokémon are saying or communicating with Pokémon without obstacles, that is the business of psychics. And Wutong's statement to the squirrels that he could understand them was of course a lie. He just guessed it, based on the squirrels' emotions and familiarity with the plot. But Wutong couldn't act like he didn't understand. Wutong simply pretended not to hear and continued to concentrate on cooking. Perhaps moved by Swampert's words, the squirrels that were untied by the water leap did not attack or escape. But the 6 Pokémon kept shouting Jenny Jenny and Numa Numa. Soon, the duckling joined in, chatting with Bubble. Are the feelings of the Pokémon getting better so quickly? Wutong looked at the chirping Pokémon over there while stirring the spoon. Okay, come and eat. Soon, Wutong prepared dinner and called the Swampert, the duckling and the Squirtles. Hearing Wutong's call for dinner, the Swampert and the duckling immediately ran over. The 5 Squirtles were alert. After all, their trust in humans is not high yet. Numa. The Swampert shouted to indicate that there was no problem. Bobby. The duckling also persuaded. The persuasion of the Swampert and the duckling, coupled with the aroma of Wutong's best dinner, the 5 Squirtles finally succumbed. The 5 Squirtles walked to the dining table and drooled at the full table of food. Jenny, the leader Squirtle, called out, and the 5 squirrels started grabbing food and shoving it into their mouths frantically. Jenny, Squirtle Jenny. The squirrels were eating so much that they burst into tears, even though they claimed that the Squirtle army was causing chaos nearby. But the food they harvested was just enough to ensure that they were full every day. It was basically difficult to make it delicious, and with Wutong's basically maximum outbreeding skills, the food he made could be said to be very delicious. You guys, don't look so embarrassed, eat slowly, no one is snatching it from you. Wutong couldn't help but say when he saw the 5 squirrels. Numa Swampert also used both claws to stuff food into his mouth. Bobby the duckbill baby also called out seriously, but its hand that waved out a shadow betrayed it. Well, it's true that no one is snatching it, but there are Pokémon snatching it. Wutong didn't know what to say when he saw his Pokémon looking so bad. Jenny, Numa, Squirtle and Swampert are both water type Pokémon, and their tastes are similar. Coincidentally, Squirtle and Swampert like to eat the same thing on the table. It is a cake made of 1,000 spicy fruit. At the beginning, there was no problem when there was still a lot of food, but when there was only one piece of 1,000 spicy fruit cake left, the war came. Squirtle and Swampert grabbed the last piece of 1,000 spicy fruit cake at the same time, and neither of the 2 Pokémon wanted to give up. The hatred for food was irreconcilable. Squirtle and Swampert put their heads together, arched each other, and kept shouting. Wanted to make the other party give up. You two, there is still a lot of food, don't fight. Wutong tried to persuade. Jenny, Numa, Head Squirtle and Swampert turned a deaf ear to Wutong's persuasion. They continued to butt against each other. Bobby Duckbill also began to persuade. As an experienced Pokémon, it felt that something terrible might happen if it continued. Squirtle, for the other 4 squirrels of course began to cheer for their boss. Squirtle, Numa, Squirtle and Swampert found that the other party refused to give in and decided to solve it with force. Squirtle and Swampert wrestled with each other instantly. Of course, Swampert also restrained himself. After all, it was much stronger than Squirtle. But soon, the 2 Pokémon found that fighting alone was not enough and started to splash water on each other. The water flow directly rushed onto the food. A lot of food could not be eaten. Hey, stop fighting, Wutong shouted halfway, and a water gun splashed Wutong's face. Bobby, the duck-billed baby on the side, panicked. It felt that the scary Wutong was about to appear again. Hehe, disobedient children must be punished, Wutong said with a smile. Sure enough, the kind-hearted Wutong appeared, and the duck-billed baby quickly took some food and ran to a distance to eat. Although he ran, he still had to watch the show. Dream Demon, let these guys be honest, Wutong said. Dream The Dream Demon flew directly from the shadow of Wutong and used hypnosis. The grappling Squirtle and Swampert all fell asleep. Jenny, for the other 4 Squirtle brothers were confused. Why did their boss fall asleep? You 4, tie up the 2 of them for me, Wutong said to the 4 squirrels. Jenny, the remaining 4 squirrels refused without hesitation. It seems that you want to be like them, Duckbill, Dream, Wutong called his Pokémon. The remaining 4 Squirtles were greatly weakened without the command of the leader Squirtle, and were easily captured by Duckbill and Dream. The Squirtle army, which had just been untied, was tied to the stone again, along with a pink Swampert. Jenny, Numa, because of the influence of the skills, Squirtle and Swampert woke up quickly. They started to struggle when they saw themselves tied up. You two should be honest, Wutong said when he saw the 2 Pokémon waking up. Those who waste food will be punished, Wutong said slowly. Although Wutong seemed very calm, Squirtle and Swampert both felt a scary breath. Squirtle and Swampert, who had just fought, could not help but lean against each other. The other 4 Squirtles who were knocked down and tied together because of challenging Wutong were also trembling a little. However, Wutong did not do anything. Punishment is punishment, but he has no hobby of abusing Pokémon. You two are going to get the 1,000 fragrance cake, right Duckbill baby? Eat it. Wutong picked up the last piece of 1,000 fragrance cake and handed it to Duckbill baby. Since you guys got it to fight, no one should eat it, Wutong said. Bobby, Duckbill baby looked complicated. Thousand fragrance cake is the kind of cake that smells very fragrant and tastes sweet with a little bitterness. After all, the taste of thousand fragrance fruit is mainly astringent and bitter, and many water type Pokémon also like this taste. But as a fire type Pokémon, Duckbill Baby prefers spicy and sweet food. Thousand fragrance cake is really not to its taste. This is not a punishment for Squirtle and Swampert, it is clearly a punishment for itself. However, the sensible Duckbill Baby knows that food cannot be wasted and swallowed the thousand fragrance cake with his eyes closed. Jenny, Numa, Squirtle and Swampert saw their favorite food being eaten by other Pokémon, and they looked painful. The two Pokémon felt uncomfortable instantly. The fuss was over quickly, and Wutong did not tie up the Pokémon for too long. But after being untied this time, the 5 squirrels were much more obedient. After all, they could not be beaten, and Wutong looked a little scary. Wutong slept in the base of the Squirtle core for one night. He was going to give the Squirtle core a special training. The next day, Wutong woke up early again, and found that the 5 squirrels and Swampert were sleeping together, while the Duckbill Baby stayed alone. It was not that the Duckbill Baby was excluded, but because the body temperature of the Duckbill Baby was too high, and the skin of the Squirtle and Swampert would become very dry if they stayed with it for a long time. For the two Pokémon who need to keep their skin moist at all times, sleeping with the Duckbill Baby for a night there will be life-threatening danger. And although the Duckbill Baby can control the fire attribute energy to a certain extent under Wutong's training, there is still a chance of spontaneous combustion when sleeping, so the Duckbill Baby also consciously found a corner to sleep. Seeing that several Pokémon were still sleeping, Wutong stretched and began to prepare breakfast. 10 years of life in the breeding house, plus the training since childhood. Wutong has long developed a good habit of getting up early. After Wutong prepared breakfast, the aroma of the food also woke up several Pokémon. Jenny. Seeing the rich breakfast, the head Squirtle suddenly felt that Wutong was a good person. I don't know whether to say that the food is attractive or that the Pokémon has a simple personality. This time, when eating breakfast, several Pokémon were very obedient and did not fight. After all, Pokémon also have to save face, and they can't always be tied up, right? Okay, let's talk about our mission today. After finishing his meal, Wutong put on the sunglasses he borrowed from Squirtle and said loudly, "Squirtle." Squirtle expressed his dissatisfaction and expressed his willingness to return the sunglasses. "You said you wanted to lend me your sunglasses for a few more days? That's great, Squirtle. You are quite generous," Wutong said. Squirtle was angry. It was too bullying. "Believe it or not, I will sneer at you. Question mark? You are so excited. By the way, all 5 of you are Squirtle. If I just call you Squirtle, it seems that I can't tell them apart. How about this? I will give you a name." Wutong ignored Squirtle and said, "Squirtle?" X5 The 5 squirrels were a little surprised. They didn't expect Wutong to actually plan to give them names. "Your name is Shiryu, your name is Aiki, your name is Hyoga, and your name is Shun." Wutong first pointed at the 4 little brothers Squirtle and said, "Squirtle?" After hearing the names of his little brothers, Squirtle felt a little bit of anticipation. "As for you, the leader at the time, just call yourself Bald Baron of Dark Knight," Wutong said solemnly to Squirtle, the Squirtle who followed Xiaoxia away in the anime. Squirtle. Bald Baron of Dark Knight. Cough. No, it was Squirtle who was angry. "What the hell is Bald Baron of Dark Knight? Question mark? It's obviously different from the other 4. Don't you like it? Then, your name is Fengjian, your name is Xingnan, your name is Aday, and your name is Nini." Wutong named the other 4 Squirtle first. Squirtle. Although these names are a bit strange, they are barely worth looking forward to. "As for you, just call him the Bald Baron of Daylight." Wutong pointed at Squirtle. Scoring twice is the case. Squirtle did not hesitate to shoot a water gun at Wutong this time. "Really, don't be so irritable." Wutong, who had been prepared, flexibly dodged Squirtle's water gun. Squirtle. Squirtle shouted angrily, "You just turned the Dark Knight into daylight? How much do you like the Bald Baron?" Okay, if you don't like this, then you can call yourself Xiaozhi, and then you can call yourself Xiaoxia, Xiaozhen, Xiaoxi, and Xiaohu. Wutong said helplessly. This time Squirtle did not object. After all, this name is better than the Bald Baron of Dark Knight. Okay, then let me tell you the goal of our Wutong army. I know you are all abandoned Pokémon, but this does not mean that all humans are bad people. Wutong said. The 5 Squirtles didn't refute what Wutong said at the first time. It turned out that the 5 Squirtles knew about it from the conversation between Swampert and Duckbill last night. Swampert and Duckbill were also abandoned many times, but they were accepted by Wutong and were very good to them. This also made the 5 Squirtles have a little good impression of Wutong. So now they are willing to listen to Wutong's words. Very good, no one refuted. I won't ask you to accept humans again, but you must not cause trouble again. If you are hungry, go and earn food by your own ability. I will train you to be able to feed yourself. Wutong said loudly. Jenny? Several Squirtles looked confused and didn't understand what Wutong was going to do. Chapter 23. The new training was a big success. Wutong, who knew the plot, gave the Squirtle Corps a special training on water gun accuracy. This was to warm up the Squirtle Fire Brigade in the future. Although Wutong had no way to command non-shiny Pokémon to fight, or even to let them release skills. But he could first determine the training method, and then let Swampert demonstrate, and the Squirtle Corps would just learn. This was barely a bug. At first, the Squirtle Corps refused. After all, they felt that this kind of training was meaningless. They wanted to continue their previous lives. However, after hearing Wutong say that they could add more food and order food if they trained well, the Squirtle Corps instantly entered the training state. The power of food is very strong. However, this also shows that they have accepted Wutong's existence without knowing it. After all, Wutong can be said to be the best human being to them. Although they were beaten and tied up, they had no injuries on their bodies after waking up. Anyone who is not a fool can know that it was Wutong who treated them. Moreover, Wutong also made food for them and was willing to give them names, although the names were strange. Swampfish, Rock Crusher. Wutong was not idle and began to command his Pokémon to train. Numa. Swampfish punched out and hit the stone, and many cracks appeared on the stone instantly. No, Swampfish, your strength is great, but it is too scattered. You should try to concentrate your strength on one point. Come on. Wutong, in instructor mode, was very strict. Numa. Swampfish nodded and continued to try. He kept hitting the boulder in front of him with his fists, and Wutong drew a not so big fist on the boulder. The task given by Wutong is very simple, which is to only destroy the rocks in the circle, and not affect the outside of the circle. This requires Swampert to hone for a long time. After all, perfect control of one's own power cannot be achieved overnight. Duckbill baby, continue to meditate. You have a good talent, but you also need to be able to control it. You don't want to spontaneously combust and cause trouble to others, right? Wutong looked at Duckbill baby's training again. The meditation here is not skill meditation, but to let Duckbill baby meditate, feel the fire energy, and then control it. After seeing that his 2 Pokémon were training in an orderly manner, Wutong took the time to see the situation of Squirtle. When he came to the Squirtle Corps, Xiaozhi, that is, the Squirtle of Xiaoxia in the future, was commanding his younger brothers to aim. It must be said that Xiaoxia's command ability is really strong. The Squirtle Corps with it and without it are completely two concepts. Wutong is also more and more curious about what kind of trainer would abandon Xiaozhi. It doesn't make sense at all. Jenny. Xiaozhi shouted, pointing at a target made by Wutong. The remaining 4 Squirtles used water guns together, and the strong water flow accurately hit the bullseye. It seems to be almost done. Wutong nodded with satisfaction. Huh? Who is that? Wutong was about to go back, but saw a blue figure flashing by the water, where the Squirtles were training. Roar. A Gyarados with bloodshot eyes came out, and a blue-white energy column shot directly at the Squirtles. Xiaozhi saw Gyarados first, and then knocked the other 4 Squirtles out immediately. After all, he was the boss, and it was his responsibility to protect his younger brothers. But in this way, Xiaozhi had no time to escape. Danger. Wutong also acted subconsciously. He jumped and rolled to the side with Xiaoxi in his arms. But his speed was still a little slow, and the light column of Gyarados hit his left arm, and his clothes were directly damaged, and the exposed arm began to bleed. Jenny. Xiaoxi was stunned when he saw Wutong's injured arm. In order to save him, this Gyarados is not in the right state. Swampert. Rockfall. Wutong ignored his bleeding left arm and called Swampert directly. Numa. Swampert came over after hearing the sound, and a huge rock appeared out of thin air and was thrown at Gyarados by Swampert. Bobby. The duckbill baby, who was farther away, also ran over. Seeing that Wutong was injured, the duckbill baby was also angry. The duckbill baby's hand flashed with lightning and jumped directly at the Gyarados. Duckbill baby. Wutong couldn't help shouting when he saw the duckbill baby's unauthorized action. Bobby. Duckbill baby taking advantage of the gap when Gyarados used Dragon's Fury to smash the flying boulder. A lightning fist hit Gyarados on the head. Then it returned to the shore by the reaction force. Roar. After being hit by the lightning fist, Gyarados seemed even crazier. Jenny. At this time, Xiaoxi also came back to his senses, and tears began to flow out. Wutong successfully moved it. In fact, it recognized Wutong as the new boss. Jenny. Xiaoxi left Wutong's arms and shouted, and the other 4 Squirtles responded. 5 Squirtles jumped directly into the water. Under Xiaoxi's command, the 5 Squirtles kept attacking Gyarados. Then they used a rope that came from nowhere to trap Gyarados tightly. As the tied Gyarados was thrown onto the shore, Wutong also breathed a sigh of relief. Jenny. Xiaoxi came to Wutong's side and looked at his arm with concern. Oh, I'm fine, just a little scratch, but Gyarados seems to be crazy because of the injury. Wutong said after bandaging himself simply. Soon Wutong found a thorn stuck in Gyarados' body. It seemed that it was accidentally injured, and the pain made it crazy. Wutong helped Gyarados pull out the thorn, and then treated it. Swamp Jumper, send it down. Wutong said. Numa. Swamp Jumper called obediently, then lifted Gyarados and threw it back into the water. Because of Gyarados' participation, today's training had to be terminated early. Back in the secret base of the Squirtle Corps, the 5 squirrels became much more obedient. After all, Wutong was injured. In order to save Xiaoxi, another night passed, and Wutong got up early the next day as usual, and his arm was already healed. I have to say that the physical fitness of humans in this world is really good. After making breakfast, Wutong looked at the Squirtle Corps who were eating happily and spoke. You are growing up very fast, so I will continue my journey. Wutong said calmly. Jenny? The Squirtles were stunned. They had just adapted to the days with Wutong, and now Wutong said he was leaving. Don't look like you've been abandoned. I told you, I'm your boss. How could the boss ignore you? Wutong continued. Jenny. Xiaoxi shouted excitedly. Why are they always the ones abandoned? Hey, I've said it all. I'm your boss, not your trainer, so I'm not abandoning you. I found you a job, and you can have a meal on your own in the future. Wutong comforted Xiaoxi and said. Wutong decided to let the men to the Squirtle Fire Brigade stage in advance. As for the problem between Xiaoxi and Xiaoxi, Wutong certainly wouldn't forget it, and he decided to brainwash Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, you shouldn't hate humans so much now, right? So if you meet a suitable trainer, follow him. Xiaoxia, Xiaoxi, Xiaohu, you too. Wutong continued. Squirtle. Several Squirtles shook their heads together. They hoped that Wutong could stay. I, your boss, will become the #1 Pokémon trainer in the universe, and I will continue to travel. Beasts always walk alone. Wutong continued. After hearing what Wutong said, the Squirtles knew that they couldn't stop Wutong. Although he was a boss they had only recognized for 2 days, Wutong had left a deep impression in their hearts. After dinner, Wutong took them to find Miss Junsha and proposed the idea of forming a Squirtle Fire Brigade. After seeing the capabilities of the Squirtle Corps, Miss Junsha readily agreed. I will come back to see you when I have time. Goodbye, Xiaoxi. Remember, follow the right trainer when you meet him. I look forward to meeting you at the Quartz Conference. Wutong said goodbye to the Squirtle army. Squirtle. Xiaoxi, who had regained his sunglasses, waved his hands, and said goodbye to Wutong. Wutong, who was leaving, felt a little sad that he really didn't have the fate of being the protagonist. Xiaozhi didn't even follow him secretly. He was originally thinking about what to do if Xiaozhi followed him, but now it seems that he was overthinking. After saying goodbye to the Squirtle army, Wutong continued to go to Vermilion City. While training and moving forward along the way, they soon arrived at a place near the sea. There is a lighthouse with flashing lights on the cliff by the sea. It seems that we have arrived at Zhenghu's lighthouse, Wutong said to himself while looking at the lighthouse not far away. Swamp Leaper, Duckbill baby, let's stay there tonight. Wutong pointed to the lighthouse and said, Numa Bubby. Both Pokémon agreed without objection. So Wutong led the two Pokémon to the lighthouse. With a clear goal in mind, even Wutong would not get lost. So the Duckbill baby followed Wutong with confidence. After all, Wutong is a road idiot, but not an idiot. When he arrived at the door of the lighthouse, Wutong knocked on the door, but found that no one responded. Is there no one? Wutong said to himself. Then Wutong pushed the door, and the door was easily opened. Is there anyone? Excuse me. Wutong walked into the lighthouse and said loudly. However, no one responded to him. The entire lighthouse was dark, and looked a bit scary. Strange, why is there no one? Wutong said puzzledly, and then began to walk in the lighthouse. Hey, really? Such a big piece of wood can be lifted by humans in a moment. After walking to the depths of the lighthouse, a voice came. Wutong saw a little Rattata standing in front of a piece of wood with his hands on his waist. Little Rattata? Wutong approached with a little doubt. Is someone finally here? Little Rattata turned around happily after hearing the footsteps behind him. A half-human, half-rat face was revealed. Human? Half-blood? Wutong was startled. Oh, you must be shocked to see me like this? I'm so sorry. Little Rattata said embarrassedly. What are you? Wutong had a guess in his mind but still asked. I'm Zhenghu, a Pokémon researcher, and I'm also developing and improving the Pokémon transmission system. Zhenghu said. Zhenghu? Why are you like this? Wutong, who guessed correctly, couldn't help asking. Although there are plots of Zhenghu turning into Little Rattata in the game and comics, how could it appear in the animation? I had an accident when I was repairing the Pokémon transmission device, so I became like this. Zhenghu scratched his head and said embarrassedly. It would have been difficult for me to change back, and you came at the right time. Please help me, Zhenghu asked. My name is Wutong. Although I don't know the principle, I will help you. Wutong agreed happily. Great, come with me, I want to change back quickly. Zhenghu immediately took Wutong to the laboratory. When they arrived at the laboratory, the first thing that caught their eyes was two life support pod-like devices. One of the doors was open, and there was a person in the other one moving around curiously. But he didn't look like a normal person. I'll leave it to you. Zhenghu explained what Wutong needed to do, and walked into the open cabin himself. Wutong operated according to Zhenghu's instructions. The device started, a burst of white smoke came out, followed by a burst of white light. The hatch on the human side opened. Oh, thank you so much, you helped me a lot. A boy with green hair and dark red clothes walked out and said, let me introduce myself again. My name is Zhenghu. I'm a person who conducts Pokémon research and also developed the Pokémon transmission system. Thank you very much for your help. Zhenghu, who had changed back, suddenly became much more stable. My name is Wutong. I'm from Changpan City and a new traveler. Wutong said and took out his Pokémon illustrated book and shook it. This is the Pokémon illustrated book made by Professor Oak. Zhenghu said excitedly after seeing the illustrated book in Wutong's hand. In this case, I hope you can help me, Zhenghu said after grabbing Wutong's hand. I'm just a new trainer. What can I do to help you? Wutong withdrew his hand calmly. This kind of behavior of grabbing someone's hand when excited is completely different for a man and a beautiful girl. Actually, I'm waiting for a unique Pokémon here, Zhenghu said. Unique Pokémon? Wutong asked, although he knew that the unique Pokémon should be a giant Dragonite. Of course, he was also tempted. Maybe the giant Dragonite was a Dragon Clan leader. If he thought Wutong looked good, he might even get a shiny dragon Pokémon. Wutong imagined that the shiny quasi-god was waving at him. Wait, the shiny dragon seemed to be shit green. It was so ugly. Wutong instantly became entangled again. It seemed that he could only get a stone of immutability for the Haxorus. The pink Haxorus was much better than the shit green dragon. Seeing Wutong's face constantly changing, Zhenghu thought Wutong was hesitating. If you are willing to help me, I will give you one of my latest research products, Zhenghu said. What product? Zhenghu's words broke Wutong's fantasy. It's a portable Pokémon transmission device. After all, you may encounter a situation where Pokémon are not well prepared when you are in the wild. However, because it is still being perfected, there is only one experimental product. But don't worry, there will be no danger. At most, the signal is not good and cannot be transmitted, Zhenghu said. No problem. Deal. Wutong said without hesitation. Chapter 24. After the two of them had a meeting, they found that the room was not too small. Seeing that Wutong agreed readily, Zhenghu was also very happy and started to search in the laboratory. Soon, Zhenghu came back with a machine the size of a kettle. The whole machine is a cylinder with a screen on top and several buttons. Half of the middle part is made of translucent material, which looks like a mini life support capsule. You can see that there is a not so small space inside. Open the translucent hatch and you can see a circular groove. As expected, it is used to place the Pokéball. Zhenghu explained to Wutong how to use the portable Pokémon transmission device. The operation method is very simple, but according to Zhenghu, this device has high signal requirements, so it is still being improved. But there is no danger at all. You can safely transfer Pokémon. Can I try it? Wutong asked curiously. Of course, no problem. By the way, there is a video phone in the lighthouse. You can contact the person who helps you keep the Pokémon first, Zhenghu said. Okay, thank you. Wutong thanked him and found the video phone in the lighthouse. There was nothing to hesitate. Wutong contacted Professor Oak directly. It's Xiaotang, where are you? It's a bit gloomy. Dr. Oak asked worriedly after seeing the environment behind Wutong. I'm in the lighthouse on the coast near Vermilion City. There is a man named Zhenghu here who gave me a portable Pokémon transmission device. I want to test it, so I contacted you, Dr. Oak. Wutong explained. Zhenghu? Oh, it's the little guy who developed the Pokémon storage system. He is a very promising researcher. No problem. How can I cooperate with you? Dr. Oak said readily. Obviously, for Dr. Oak, there is no need to hesitate to participate in the research. After telling Professor Oak what Masahiro taught him, Professor Oak immediately understood what he needed to do. Then please, Professor Oak, transfer Pico over here, Wutong said. No problem. Wait a minute. Oops. My instant noodles. After saying that, Professor Oak turned around and saw that his instant noodles were already cooked. After a while, the portable Pokémon transfer device set up by Wutong flashed a burst of light. A Pokéball appeared out of thin air in the device. It's really magical, Wutong said as he took out the Pokéball. Come out, Pico. Wutong called out Pico directly. Pico? Pico appeared and looked around in confusion. After seeing Wutong, Pico happily greeted him. Long time no see, Pico, come back. Wutong greeted him and took Pico back into the Pokéball directly. Then he put the Pokéball into the portable Pokémon transmission device and then smoothly transmitted Picosi back. I received Picosi here. Come out, Picosi. Professor Oak released Picosi. Pico? Picosi was confused. What happened? Who am I? Where am I? Thank you for your hard work, Picosi. Go and have a rest. Professor Oak said to Picosi. Pico. Pico. Picosi was angry, bullying Pokémon, right? Ignoring Picosi's anger, Wutong exchanged pleasantries with Professor Oak again and hung up the call. It's really a good thing. Wutong was very satisfied with this portable Pokémon transmission device. Carefully put the device in the backpack, Wutong returned to Zhenghu's laboratory. After all, everything was taken, and he had to do some work. When he returned to Zhenghu's laboratory, he did not see Zhenghu's figure, but a man-sized ammonite stood there. Oh, Wutong, you're back. Hearing the footsteps, the big ammonite turned around and showed Zhenghu's face. Don't be afraid, Zhenghu, I'm here to save you. Wutong shouted, and then kicked the ammonite in the abdomen with a flying kick. Ugh. Facing the sudden flying kick, Zhenghu fell to the ground with a ferocious look. Bubby? The duck-billed baby looked at all this with a puzzled look. Numa Swampleap patted the duck-billed baby's shoulder, indicating that it was better to watch the show at this time. You guy, you must have done it on purpose just now. Zhenghu rubbed his still aching abdomen, and said to Wutong beside him. How is it possible? I thought a giant ammonite beast came from nowhere, and wanted to eat you. Wutong quickly retorted. At this time, Zhenghu and Wutong came to the lighthouse, on a beach near the cliff. Don't lie. You didn't even change your expression just now. You definitely did it on purpose. Zhenghu roared. What are we doing here? Wutong started to change the subject directly. Your skill in changing the subject is too bad. Of course, we came here to investigate the unique Pokémon. Zhenghu said helplessly. Under the leadership of Zhenghu, the two came to a pothole on the beach. Is this a pit? That is neither big nor small. What you are talking about? Wutong asked puzzledly, after seeing the pothole. Take a look for yourself. Zhenghu was not angry, but said patiently. Wutong looked carefully again, and soon he found something different. This pit seems to be the footprint of a Pokémon, but this size. Wutong said. If nothing unexpected happens, this pit is the footprint of the giant Dragonite. Yes, this is the footprint of the unique Pokémon I have been waiting for. Zhenghu said proudly. Can't you guess what Pokémon it is from this footprint? Is it possible that it is an own Pokémon that has become huge for some reason? Wutong said puzzledly. After all, the footprints of different Pokémon are different. You are right. Zhenghu was also stunned after hearing Wutong's words. The preconceived notion made Zhenghu not think of this footprint as a known Pokémon at all. Zhenghu's mind was full of discovering a brand new and unique Pokémon. Now after hearing Wutong's words, he also fell into thinking. This may be the case of the authorities being confused. You are right. I will go back to study and compare it now. Zhenghu said and immediately ran back to the lighthouse to continue his research. Is this the enthusiasm of researchers? Wutong said helplessly when he saw Zhenghui who disappeared in an instant. Wutong looked at the sky and returned to the lighthouse. Soon, Zhenghui completed the guess of the type of Pokémon that left the footprints through comparison. Zhenghui, who got the result, came to find Wutong. Zhenghui's expression was complicated at this time, a feeling of joy and disappointment. He was happy that he knew the true face of this mysterious Pokémon. He was disappointed that he did not find a new Pokémon. From your appearance, the result should be an own Pokémon. Wutong said. Yes, this footprint is 96% consistent with Dragonite's footprint, if the size is not considered. Zhenghui said. Giant Dragonite? Judging from the size of the footprint, the size of this Dragonite may be larger than the lighthouse. Wutong couldn't help but say. Yes, although I have seen it several times, it always appears at night, and I have never seen its true face. Zhenghu said. But it appears regularly every time, about once every 7 days. If nothing unexpected happens, it will appear again in 3 or 4 days. Zhenghu continued. Is that so? Wutong learned from Zhenghu that he was about 3 or 4 days ahead of Xiaozhi and his group. Sure enough, Xiaozhi was the one who got lost. If that's the case, we can see the giant Dragonite in 3 or 4 days. This size of Dragonite can indeed be said to be unique. Wutong said. Yes, although it is not a brand new Pokémon, it is still a unique existence. This time I must see its true face. Zhenghu said excitedly. Wutong also wanted to see the giant Dragonite, so he just stayed in the lighthouse. It was only 3 or 4 days anyway, so he was not in a hurry to travel. These 3 or 4 days also allowed Wutong to think carefully about the training direction of Swampert and Duckling. The strength advantage of Swampert must not be ignored, and Swampert is also a Pokémon with excellent physical attack racial value. Although Swampert's special attack racial value is also 85, it is much worse than its physical attack talent. So Wutong planned to let Swampert focus on physical attack skills, supplemented by special attack skills, to fully exert the advantage of strength. And Wutong's training task for it is to fight against the waves. Although Swampert is a water type Pokémon, Wutong did not plan to let it enter the water completely. Half of the body is in the water, and the lower half of the body must break the incoming waves. Of course, not in one place, but keep moving. Make full use of the resistance of water to train Swampert. This way of moving half of the body in the water is similar to swimming in water, is completely different. The familiar water now makes Swampert a little uncomfortable. The resistance of the water makes it difficult for Swampert, which is not as light as before, to move. As for the duckbill baby, it is the opposite of Swampert. Wutong intends to train it as a melee mage, mainly to train fire special attack skills. While making it an excellent turret, it can also fight against close enemies. The training method is similar to that of Swampert, but it does not need to go into the water. It is to use various fire skills to hit back the waves. It can be said that it is very difficult for the duckbill baby now, and Wutong will certainly not be idle, and began to make special feed for the situation of Swampert and duckbill baby. After all, training consumes a lot of energy, and blindly training without corresponding energy supplement will not only not make it stronger, but may also cause damage to Pokémon. Wutong, who has been in the breeding house for 10 years, will not make such a mistake. After the training of Swampert and Duckling is completed every day, Wutong will give the two Pokémon a massage. Let its muscles relax and stretch, so that it can have a better rest. At the same time, the power of Evergreen will be used appropriately to stimulate the growth of Swampert and Duckling. If Wutong is fully committed to the industry of Pokémon breeders, Wutong is now one of the top ones. Finally, on the evening of the 4th day, Wutong met Xiaozhi and his group again. At the same time, this also means that the giant Dragonite can be seen today. I will definitely catch Pokémon with my own strength. A familiar voice came from a distance. Wutong looked over and found that Xiaozhi was fighting with a giant crab with a branch. It is worthy of Xiaozhi, the super rookie of humanoid Pokémon. Not long after, the giant crab revealed a flaw and was knocked unconscious by Xiaozhi's Pokéball. Ahem. No, it was captured by Xiaozhi's Pokéball. See, I successfully captured the giant crab, Xiaozhi said happily. However, before Xiaozhi could be happy for 2 seconds, the Pokéball of the claw crab disappeared directly. Did you teleport to Professor Oak again? However, Xiaozhi did not seem panicked about the sudden disappearance of the Pokéball. Xiaozhi, long time no see. Wutong walked over and greeted him. Xiaotang, long time no see. Xiaozhi was also very happy to see Wutong. Pikachu also ran over and greeted Xiaozhi. Long time no see, Xiaotang. Xiaoxia also came over. What a coincidence, Xiaotang. I didn't expect to meet you here. Xiaogang walked over and said, Xiaogang, have you given up being the gym leader? Why are you with Xiaozhi? Wutong asked pretentiously. Because I want to fulfill my dream. The gym is now managed by my father, Xiaogang said without hesitation. After chatting with the 3 people for a while, Wutong took them to Zhenghu's lighthouse. And on the way, Wutong also knew why Xiaozhi was not surprised by the sudden disappearance of the Pokéball. It turned out that due to Wutong's influence, Xiaozhi's hornworm did not escape, and it successfully evolved into a giant Beedrill. This also led to Xiaozhi having 6 Pokémon in advance. Later, when he captured Squirtle, Squirtle was teleported away. However, Xiaozhi, who understood the specific situation, quickly exchanged Squirtle back, and the one exchanged back was a giant Beedrill. Wutong was a little emotional. History seems to be difficult to change easily, so now Xiaozhi's Pokémon is the same as in the anime. Several people chatted while entering Zhenghu's lighthouse, but the lighthouse was very quiet. I don't know where Zhenghu ran to. Zhenghu, that guy, won't. Wutong suddenly thought of something and continued to walk deeper into the lighthouse. Although Xiaozhi and his group were surprised, they followed. They came to a room, and a giant fossil helmet stood on a staircase covered with a red carpet. Sure enough, you guys trapped yourself again, Wutong said helplessly. After that, Wutong walked forward and pressed a button on the fossil helmet. With 2 clangs, the fossil helmet broke into 2 halves, and Zhenghu emerged from it. The fossil helmet's arms are too short, and it can't touch the button by itself. Zhenghu touched his head and explained. Please pay more attention next time. By the way, let me introduce you. These are Xiaozhi, Xiaoxia and Xiaogang, Wutong said and pointed to the people behind him. After hearing what Wutong said, Zhenghu also came to Xiaoxi and the others and began to introduce himself. After a round of greetings, the four of them were familiar with each other. So, tonight's huge Dragonite should appear, right? Wutong asked. Yes, it should be tonight. Zhenghu said expectantly. What giant Dragonite? Xiaoxi asked puzzledly. Xiaoxia on the side was also very curious, while Xiaogang showed a thoughtful look. It's a Pokémon that Zhenghu and I have been waiting for a long time. Wutong said, keeping it a secret. Chapter 25. The two of them were in a state of panic, and the two of them were in a state of panic. Seeing Wutong keeping the secret, Xiaoxi, Xiaoxia and Xiaogang all looked at Zhenghu. I have been thinking that every Pokémon should have its own meaning of survival, and that unique giant Dragonite should have been looking for its own kind. Zhenghu suddenly turned on the philosophical mode and said, one day I heard such a sound coming from the other side of the sea. Zhenghu said, releasing a sound with its own reverberation, which was very ethereal. I want to see you. I want to see you. This is the feeling I heard. Zhenghu said slowly. Doesn't it have family or friends? Xiaoxia couldn't help asking. Because it doesn't have any, it will wander around. Zhenghu replied. After hearing that sound, I used the lighthouse to release the same sound towards the sea. I received a response on a foggy night. So, I believe that the giant Dragonite will come to see me today. It must want to see its partner. Zhenghu said confidently. Are you going to catch that Pokémon? Xiaoxi asked. Why do you want to catch it? For me, seeing that Pokémon is equivalent to understanding this world. Zhenghu continued. It's about time, and the fog on the sea has risen. Xiaoxi, you and Zhenghu wait here. I'll go deal with some trouble. Wutong thought of the Rocket Team trio and said. Hey, Xiaotong, aren't you waiting for that unique Pokémon? Xiaoxi asked in confusion. Of course I have to wait, but after all, I promised Zhenghu to help him see the giant Dragonite, so there are some troubles to deal with. Don't worry, I will be back soon. Wutong waved his hand and left with his Pokémon. I remember that the three guys were clinging on the cliff. They should be nearby. Wutong came to the coast below the lighthouse cliff. He looked up for a while, but because of the night and the fog, Wutong couldn't find where the rocket trio was hiding for a while. At this time, a dragon roar like a song came. A huge figure slowly emerged from the sea. Is it here? Wutong said to himself when he saw the giant Dragonite, but he hadn't found the rocket trio yet. At this time, a noisy sound came, and the sound was very familiar. Wutong looked over and saw that it was indeed the rocket trio. Swamp leap. Falling rocks. Duckbill baby. Jet flames. Shoot them down. Wutong shouted hurriedly. However, it was still a little late. Kajiro took out a rocket launcher from somewhere and hit the giant Dragonite with a rocket launcher. Just when the rocket trio was about to be happy, several stones and flames hit them. What a disgusting feeling. The rocket trio turned into the brightest star in the sky. Roar. The giant Dragonite, which was suddenly attacked, became irritable. It was originally looking for its companions, but now its companions didn't see it, and it was attacked. The giant Dragonite, burning with anger, slapped the cliff. Although I don't know what the current situation of Zhenghu and Xiaoxi in the lighthouse is, it must be bad. It seems that this portable Pokémon transmission device is not so easy to take. Wutong sighed helplessly. Swamp, remember to carry me back to the lighthouse later. Wutong said to Swamp. Numa? Swamp tilted its head in confusion, not understanding why its trainer asked him to carry him back. Wutong gritted his teeth as he looked at the giant Dragonite that continued to go crazy. Big guy, calm down. This is all a misunderstanding. Wutong shouted, and a green light came out of his body. The green light covered the giant Dragonite, soothing the giant Dragonite's heart and injuries. Feeling the kindness conveyed by Wutong, the giant Dragonite was only calm for a moment. Roar. Feeling cheated, the giant Dragonite was still roaring. Hey, a grown man. Can you stop being so petty? Wutong couldn't help but roar when he saw the roaring giant Dragonite. After hearing Wutong's shout, the giant Dragonite was stunned. Roar. Then the giant Dragonite roared even louder. Feeling the shame and anger of the giant Dragonite, Wutong was also stunned. Could it be you? Are you a female? Wutong asked cautiously. In the anime, The giant Dragonite only appeared as a shadow, and it was unknown whether it was male or female. Roar. Giant Dragonite roared again. Although he could not understand the specific meaning of giant Dragonite, Wutong, who could sense the emotions of Pokémon, guessed what giant Dragonite wanted to say. Giant Dragonite, do I look so much like a man? Yes, this must be what giant Dragonite meant. Sorry, my eyesight is not very good. I'm so sorry. Wutong apologized immediately. He didn't want to be hit by a skill of giant Dragonite. Okay, calm down. Listen to me. All this is a misunderstanding. The one who attacked you just now was a bad guy, and I have beaten him away. The green light on Wutong's body became brighter. This time, giant Dragonite finally calmed down and did not continue to destroy. But instead, it was replaced by endless screams of sadness. I don't know how many years have passed. Giant Dragonite has been wandering, looking for its own kind. This deception and unprovoked attack are like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Giant Dragonite can't control its sobbing. At this time, the sound made by the giant Dragonite was no longer as singing as it was at the beginning. Perhaps affected by the sadness of the giant Dragonite, Wutong's mood also became depressed. However, Wutong still forced himself to cheer up, and the power of Changpan burst out again to heal the giant Dragonite, even though the minor injury of the giant Dragonite had long been healed. Don't be so sad, I know where your companions are, Wutong shouted to the giant Dragonite. Roar. Hearing Wutong's words, the giant Dragonite stopped hissing and looked at Wutong expectantly. But I don't seem to be able to hold on. Good night. Wutong fell asleep directly after saying that. Before falling asleep, Wutong made up his mind to practice the power of Changpan well. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to fall asleep every time. Roar. The giant Dragonite was stunned when he looked at Wutong, who suddenly fell asleep. Why is this human so fat? Why did he fall asleep in the middle of a sentence? Numa Swampert saw Wutong fall asleep and understood why his trainer asked him to carry him back to the lighthouse. Swampert lifted Wutong under the eyes of giant Dragonite and started walking back to the lighthouse. Roar. The giant Dragonite roared immediately after reacting. Numa? Swampert stopped and turned his head in confusion. Bobby, the duckling on the side, couldn't help but shout, please keep an eye on the trainer when you turn around. He hit his head on a rock. However, giant Dragonite and Swampert ignored the duckling. Giant Dragonite and Swampert stared at each other for a while and finally lost. After all, Swampert's eyes were too wise. Roar. Giant Dragonite thought about it and pulled a scale from its body with its claws. Giant Dragonite pulled it off. Giant Dragonite put the scale in front of Swampert and pointed at Wutong. The Swampert was lost in thought as he looked at the scale that was bigger than himself. After all, he only had two hands, and it seemed inconvenient to hold the scale and the Wutong at the same time. Bobby, the duck-billed baby, saw the Swampert lost in thought and ran over quickly, called out to the giant Dragonite twice, and then lifted the scale. Although the scale looked huge, it was not as heavy as imagined. After all, Dragonite is famous for its speed. How could it have a heavy scale? Roar. The giant Dragonite called out again and slowly disappeared on the sea. In this way, the Swampert held the Wutong, and the duck-billed baby carried the scale back to the lighthouse. In the lighthouse, Zhenghu and Xiaozhi, who did not know the specific situation, saw Wutong being carried back by the Swampert, and the duck-billed baby on one side was holding a huge thing that looked like a scale. This happened. Why did Wutong faint? Zhenghu asked with a puzzled look. Xianatong, are you okay? Xiaozhi and his group ran to Wutong and called. Misty and Brock also looked at Wutong with a worried look on their faces. Will Xianatong plan to capture the giant Dragonite and then be beaten by the giant Dragonite? Misty said. It shouldn't be. Xianatong doesn't seem to have that kind of personality. Brock analyzed rationally. At this time, Wutong snored. This guy actually fell asleep? X3. Xiaozhi and his friends couldn't help shouting. Pikachu. Pikachu ran over and communicated with the duck-billed baby. As for why he didn't go to find the Swampert, it was because the Swampert looked like it didn't have a very bright brain after evolving. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, Wutong finally woke up, looked around in confusion, and found that Zhenghu and Xiaozhi and his group surrounded him and stared at him. There were also several Pokémon heads in between. What are you doing? It's scary to stare at me like that. Wutong couldn't help shouting. Have you communicated with the giant Dragonite? Zhenghu said first. Did you heal the giant Dragonite's injury? Xiaozhi asked. The giant Dragonite gave you a dragon scale and asked you to find it? Xiaoxia asked. Is the giant Dragonite female? Xiaogang asked at last. Huh. Zhenghu and others looked at Xiaogang in confusion. What are you talking about? I can still understand the previous part, but when did the giant Dragonite give me the scale? Why didn't I know it asked me to find it? Wutong looked confused. Bobby, the duckbill baby called out, and then took out a scale that was bigger than the Swampert. What is this? Wutong was also a little surprised. After all, he had fallen asleep when the giant Dragonite gave him the scale. This is what your duckbill baby told us. Xiaozhi said. Can you understand what the duckbill baby said? Wutong was surprised again. Pikachu called out with his hands on his waist. Wutong understood instantly. It turned out that there was a chief translator, Pikachu. In other words, this scale was given to me by the giant Dragonite. The question is, where should I find it? Wutong said, thinking. The duckbill baby said it knew the route, but he refused to tell us. Zhenghu said regretfully. Bobby. The duckbill baby nodded and exchanged two sounds. Wutong could feel the duckbill baby's affirmative emotions. Is that so? It's also normal. After all, the giant Dragonite may not believe other humans except me. After all, it has just been deceived and attacked. Wutong replied. But Zhenghu really wants to see the giant Dragonite. In that case, let's not delay. Duckbill baby, Swampert, let's go. Wutong said. Bobby Numa. Duckbill and Swampert responded and were about to leave with Wutong. Wait a minute. Although it would be a pity not to see it with my own eyes, please take some photos of the giant Dragonite. Zhenghu stopped Wutong and took out a camera and said. No problem, leave it to me. Wutong nodded happily and agreed. That's great. I also want to see the giant Dragonite. By the way, what kind of Pokémon is Dragonite? Xiaozhi said enviously. Really, Xiaozhi, how come you don't even know Dragonite? Xiaoxia was a little helpless. Dragonite is a dragon plus flying Pokémon. It is a very powerful Pokémon. The dragon type can even be said to be synonymous with strength. Xiaogang explained on the side. Is it so powerful? Xiaozhi couldn't help but say. Ignoring Xiaozhi's exclamation behind him, Wutong couldn't wait to find the giant Dragonite. Maybe he really has a chance to get a shiny mini dragon. Thinking of this, Wutong's pace quickened a bit, which made the short legs of the duck-billed baby who led the way also quicken their pace. Under the leadership of the duck-billed baby, Wutong came to a hidden corner under the cliff. But there was no way to go here. Wutong was a little confused. Did he have to swim to the sea? He didn't have that ability. Bobby at this time, the duck-billed baby pointed at a boulder and called the swamp leaping fish twice. Numa. After hearing the duck-billed baby's call, the swamp leaping fish nodded. The swamp leaping fish walked to the boulder, grabbed the boulder, and then the muscles of his arms bulged. He used all his strength to lift the boulder up. Oh, it's worthy of being a swamp leaping fish. All the skill points are on strength. Wutong clapped his hands and said. As the boulder was put aside by the swamp leaping fish, a hole was revealed. The duck-billed baby tugged at Wutong's clothes and motioned Wutong to go in. Wutong walked in carefully with the duck-billed baby, and the Swampert followed behind and pulled the boulder back to block the cave entrance. The cave was obviously tightly sealed, but there was a faint fluorescence. Wutong could barely see the road clearly. Fortunately, there were no extra forks in the cave. Duckbill baby, light a fire. Wutong said to the duckbill baby. Bobby the duckbill baby called obediently, and then flames instantly ignited on his body. Forget it, it's okay to light a fire like this. Wutong said when he saw the duckbill baby igniting on its own. One person and two Pokémon walked for more than an hour and finally came to a wide area. Roar with a roar, the huge Dragonite appeared in front of Wutong. Dragonite, I'm here. By the way, your scale is too big, I can't carry it. Wutong greeted him and said. The giant Dragonite shook his head to indicate that it was okay, then pointed at Wutong and then at himself. Wutong understood what the giant Dragonite meant, that the scale was proof of their friendship. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.